sneaking through the back door of my heart. Would you close the door? I can tell what you're looking for, and I could lie and say you ain't my type, but it feels right, I know right, and it looks like you just might make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. Myself, I can't let go of the girl I know. Got me high, keep it on the low. Your fire burns right into my soul. Like a light, turn me on the most. You're all I need, all I wanna know. So, what you want, really, really want. Got me so weak, keep your loving strong. Never ever thought I'd be the one to fall so deep at all, so deep in love. Really, really want. Got me so weak, keep your loving strong. Never ever thought I'd be the one to fall at all, baby. And you make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. Cause you make me surrender to your love. Now I wanna say,
Hello everyone, I'm joined by Y of LGD Gaming, and I was hoping to get a chance to learn about your origins as a player, how you started out in Dota 2 from even before your professional career. Just how did you and why did you start playing Dota in the first place?
那这个就比较久了，要从2012年或者13年可能开始说起。那时候还是 Dota 1的时候，是从在中国的有一个电视节目，然后里面会放着 Dota 的比赛，然后是过往的一些中国 Dota 的老选手打的一些比赛，然后当时就对比赛期间就被 Dota 的画面吸引吧，然后当时比赛的内容也吸引，所以就想尝试这款游戏跟尝试这项比赛。
So then you started out watching professional players. Were you ever casually playing at the same time? Or the whole time you started playing Dota 2, you knew you wanted to be a professional player?
应该是先看这个比赛，然后被这个游戏吸引，然后玩着这个游戏的时候，发现这个游戏特别有意思，然后之后，然后再决定然后再决定是想尝试当职业选手。
So then you pretty quickly found success. You had one game before Wings, Speed Gaming China, but then you go to Wings and almost instantly achieve superstardom by winning a TI. So what was it like going from a pub player to a professional player to winning TI in such a short timeline?
现在来看的话，我的想法就是一直很潜心的努力，然后不太考虑太多掺杂的其他的想法，然后就只是为了跟很好的朋友，然后一起去赢下这场游戏，然后更加全心的付出在这件事情上面的时候，能够得到好的结果，这是很大在我觉得在人生上面对做某件事情是有很大的正向的鼓舞的。我觉得我现在来看那一段旅程来说，我觉得是这样子的。
So you would say that your foundation, your formative years as a Dota player has had a strong influence on the rest of your career?
是的吧，因为当时算是一个很好的结果，所以对于我来说，我认为任何事情只要做到自己全力以赴，并且 能够让自己事后觉得多少能有收获，我都会觉得这些努力都不是白费的，并不是完全的因结果而论的。
Had you always taken that hardworking attitude to other aspects of your life, or was it Dota specifically that you learned the importance of putting in 100% of your effort?
我认为是自己有兴趣的任何事情，包括生活上面的，基本上是这样。但是如果抛开工作，就是应该说抛开职业或者说其他的，在生活上面可能都是比较松弛的，就是不会太，有的时候还是会想让自己 relax 一下的那种。但大部分只要是自己，我认为是跟职业或者跟事业有挂钩的，都会觉得自己要全力以赴这种的想法。
So then over the course of your career after Wings, there's been ups and downs, but one big up was winning Riyadh Masters with LGD in 2022. What was that achievement like?
那次的感受其实要涉及在利雅得之前吧，那个 Animajor 开始之后，我们慢慢的，我们当时队伍的，彼此之间对赢游戏的画面心气都会更加的足，然后感受可能更多就是因为当时是第一届嘛，当时我们认为利雅得也只是一个邀请赛，所以怎么说呢，更多是享受这个比赛吧，所以单纯只论于利雅得这个来说，我们那个团队可能更多就是 enjoy Dota， 没有别的。就是我的第一部分，就是我觉得，因为他的问题主旨是在利雅得第一届嘛，但是我认为我们当时那个团队对于利雅得的比赛只有更多是 enjoy Dota 吧，然后但是因为我认为我们是从 Animajor 之后，我们开始成长的更加有冠军情志的。我们之前只是有那种，怎么说呢，就是怎么说，就是有那种争夺的实力吧，就是大家都很看好，但是我们那时候是夺了冠之后，大家都觉得我们是有冠军之相，更像有冠军之相，我觉得是这样的一个心路历程。然后到利雅得的第一届利雅得邀请赛的时候，我们更多就是享受比赛，其实那个时候是这样的。
So now that you know that the legacy of the Riyadh Masters is starting to grow a little bit, what's it like having won the first one, returning back to it now for a third time?
关于就是利雅得比赛的感受，对吧？这个真的还感触很大的，因为很荣幸，就是1到3届都来参加了。然后第一届当时很明显就是先从场馆来说吧，变化特别大。这短短的2年吧，这是应该算是2年间。然后第一届感觉确实就像是一个邀请赛一样，但是像朋友之间举办的，然后有场馆各个设施，然后选手之间也很舒服。然后到现在就很简单，第3届一进去，当时给我感觉就像是进了一个电竞的环球影城的那种乐园一样，特别大，然后里面的设施啊、人啊都特别的多，然后就特别的牛逼吧，就是这样。
Well, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to me. Why? It's always a pleasure. Can't wait to see how LGD do at this Riad Masters. Shish, yeah.
Thank you， 谢谢。
I'm here with Crit from Falcons. We're going to have a chat about his history in Dota and ask him some questions. But firstly, how are you? How's your day going?
Good. Getting the media done. There's some fast photos. Now we got some interviews and some skits, I'm told. So we'll see how that goes.
It's going to be enjoyable, I'm sure. All right. To start off, how did you originally get started in Dota?
Oh, it's been a long time. I think I first got introduced by my cousin, who played.
How old were you?
I think I must have been like 8 or 9.
Okay, so that's like almost 20 years ago.
Maybe like 9, 10. I honestly, it's been a long time. So okay. I don't really know. It's around like 2004, 5, around there. And he'd just been playing this game, and he showed it to me. And I remember playing Keeper of the Light, buying Ring of Bacillus. And that's all I remember. That was my first game ever. And I think I'll never forget that. But there's so much in between that and now, but I just don't remember any of it, you know?
Oh, well, you're going to have to dig through the memory because that's what we're going to talk about a little bit. I mean, you don't have to go all the way back that far, but when do you think was the deciding point of wanting to go professional or making that decision that, hey, something can come from this game?
I think right before I started high school, I was on like semi-pro teams, and I had a decent shot to go what was pro then, and that was like right before TI1. But I wanted to do high school first, just because, it's a good idea.
It's normally pretty good to finish high school, yeah.
And I would advise people to do the same. So I had some idea that I could go pro then. I was playing with some Danish players, and we were doing okay. And I had some offers to go like take one step above, but I went to high school, and then I kind of stayed in form for those years. So it was 3 years in Denmark, and then after high school I joined Monkey Business, and it was not the biggest players back then. It was Fly, No-Tail, Miracle, and Moon Meander.
I mean, you say those names now, and like they're massive.
Yeah, but back then it was like No-Tail and Fly hadn't really done anything in Dota, and they kind of just tried to pick up talent in me and Miracle, and then Moon Meander was like a veteran that they kind of pulled over talent from Complexity, I think, and then it just went very well. Like it went way better than we thought it would, and I was fortunate enough to have pretty instant success, and that just helped me like catapult my career pretty fast. So yeah.
Were you friends with these guys before? Because you said like there was a chance for you to go pro kind of pre-high school. Did you know them all the way back then? Or was it just continually playing in high-ranked pubs that you led yourself to get to know them, and it was like this friendship that formed, and it's like, hey, let's actually now make an attempt because I'm open to that opportunity?
No, it was not really like that. Back then I was playing a lot of NA. I was playing NA in House Leagues, and I was friends with Aurora, and Aurora was very big back then. Like he was like one of the biggest stars in the scene. And I remember he like put in a good word for me, and I think my name kind of came up through that. And then I didn't know anyone on that team before I joined. I had never talked to any of them before, so it was very fresh. But they approached me, and I was like, yeah, sure, let's do it. Because I was out of high school, I wanted to give it at least 1 year to see what I could do in pro Dota. So yeah, it's not like I knew any of them before. Maybe I played a bit with them, but I wasn't friends with them, no.
We'll talk like more about those early years, but first, like a side question is, do you think it's easier to go pro now, or it was much easier back then because there wasn't really an established scene?
Oh, that's a good question. I think it was harder back then, just because it was much more about networking and knowing the right people and like kind of getting a recommendation, because people didn't look as much at like the ladder, like the matchmaking rating, and like if you're rank 1, like you just get. It was not really like that. Obviously, you'd get some more attention, but it was much more nepotism, honestly. Like just who was friends with who and got a chance in the teams. I think now, and honestly, for a while now, it's been people look at bringing in new players that show potential in public matchmaking or on like lesser teams, and like big teams are willing to take a risk on some younger players, whereas before it was not so much the case. So I think like the younger players coming in was not as frequent as it is now. I think it's a bit easier now.
When do you think that shift happened to people or orgs taking chances on younger players? Because you guys obviously took a massive chance in Malrine. You'd never been on an S tier or even an A tier or a tier 1 team before, and you guys took that massive chance, and it's obviously been so successful for you. But when was the shift in the past years that you saw more of that happening?
I'm not sure. I think it's just like the results of people actually doing it and it working. I think Miracle, Sumil, like all these people were very young when they came in, and like people were like, okay, these super talented players can actually come in and also do well in a tournament environment. So I think just over the years, people realized that you can have like a good balance of veterans and then bringing in younger people that kind of have the skill. I think we kind of did the same thing on this team. Amar obviously is like a special person because he has experience and is super talented at young. But Malrine was very unpolished. I know the Tundra guys knew him from last year because he was standing in for them, but I'd never talked to him. I didn't know anything about him, and it was a bit of a, it's always a bit of a gamble with when you bring in young people. But I think we also knew that we had a good foundation that we could bring in people and help them improve with. So I think it worked well for us. Yeah.
Well, let's go back to your earlier career, the early years for yourself, being on Monkey Business and whatnot. But what was it like? What did you learn, and how much of that do you still carry with you today?
Oh, it's been a long time.
You got to search back, 15 years?
Yeah, Monkey Business was 2015. That's 9 years ago.
Yeah.
I think just through the years, just being around people that had different attitudes towards the game and how they talk to their teammates, and you just kind of slowly pick up on what is useful because you learn from them. Like you get an experience with them that you want to then like give on to the next people that you play with. So you learn how to interact, how to be a good teammate. And I think everyone that I've played with, I've been very fortunate in my career to have pretty much only good teammates and very good players. And I've learned from all of them, I'd say. I can't really specifically say anyone because I feel like it's not really fair. I think everyone kind of had a big impact on me, and you pick out something specific from everyone, and everyone's different. Some are more strict, some are more loose, you know. And I think it's just important to learn from what you're experiencing, and so that you can give on what's actually good and not what's bad, you know. So yeah.
I think the biggest question for a lot of people is about like conflict resolution. If you guys have different ideas around Dota, if something goes wrong for you guys, how do you resolve that as a team? Do you think you've always had that ability? Do you think that's something you learned early on, later on? And was it in Dota or even outside of Dota that those skills kind of developed?
I think for me, I've always been very, I wouldn't say conflict shy, but I always like would rather just
avoid it.
Yeah. So I think for me, the harder part was actually having the conflict when you have to have it. I think that's something that this team is very good at. Like I wouldn't say we have a lot of conflict. Obviously, we've been pretty successful, so the conflict is less frequent. But I think we are much better at just having the talks when you have to have them, even if they're a little bit uncomfortable. And it's something that this team does much better than any team that I've been on before. Also because the teams that I've been on before have had big names, and it's been like, I wouldn't say high ego teams, but people are like, don't want to step on people's toes because you think it might do more damage. And on this team, it's much easier for us to just talk and figure things out.
Well, look, this could be a good segue or a bad segue. I want to talk about the years that you spent on EG and most recently Shopify, most of that roster going over to that org as well. But how were those years for you? And at what point did you want to leave and seek different opportunities, or decide that there is something out there for you and you still had that motivation?
I mean, I think I said in an interview like a year or two back that I thought I was going to play my entire career with that tour. And that was true. Like, I never really thought that I was in a position where I felt like I had to leave to win. Like, I always thought me and that tour could win together. And we did at some points in the earlier stages of the team. But I think last year was just very hard for everyone on the team. And I think at some point, like, we could feel that it took a little bit on the friendship. And then I think we pretty much both felt around Riyadh last year that we had to split up to just pursue things separately. And it was very easy for us because I think we reached that conclusion at the same time. And I don't think before that there was any point where I was like, oh, this is, you know, it was always just, I always had faith in that team. And I mean, it was, I don't even know, it was seven or 8 years together. So it's a long time.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff happened in that period, and obviously like a lot of different variations of the team. But I'll always be happy about that time. I think I learned a lot, and I've made some of the best friends that I'll have probably for the rest of my life. So I'm very happy with that time.
And when you came to that conclusion in that short time frame of, okay, I'm probably going to be leaving Shopify, was it set in stone that you wanted to leave NA, or were you open to almost any region? No, I knew I was not going to be playing in NA. Like, I think I was in NA for that team. Mm-hmm. It was not so much for the region, it was more for the team. So I knew I was probably going to go to Europe. I think also just having been in NA for so long and living in Europe, it's a lot of travel. And I just wanted a season where the travel was just into Europe and then obviously tournaments. So I think that was a big part for me to have a little bit more focus on the Dota and have like as much away from that. Like, I didn't want the travel to distract me or make me perform worse. So I think Europe was for sure where I wanted to be. When did you feel like you made it? Was there any point in your career that you felt you had made it? And did it fluctuate that you might have had that moment and then you thought there was a little bit of a step back? Well, I think for me, it was pretty easy because when we won Frankfurt Major, the first major, I already was pretty happy. Okay. I was like, that is pretty instant success, right, you know? I've made it, you know. So after that, everything else was a bonus. I mean, I don't know. Does it still feel that way though? Or you look back because it was so long ago that you're like, okay, that definitely gave me some foundation in the scene, but I haven't necessarily like made it by definition. I mean, I would still say I haven't made it because I haven't won like a TI or a Riad Masters. So for me, like that's the goal that you always you aim for. But
I think for me, having like been in the scene for this long and having this many years just competing, and I've enjoyed every year of it, and it's my livelihood. And I think for me, that's good enough. You know, like even if we don't win Riyadh Masters or TI, like I will still be happy with my career. So I think I would say I have made it in my own sense.
Yeah. Different definition of success. Very last question though, looking back at your career, is there anything you would change in hindsight, or you're really happy with all of those choices to have led you where you are today?
I think there would be something that I would have probably changed.
Would you like to share?
I mean, I have to consider it.
Okay.
I think some of the roster stuff maybe could have been handled differently. I don't know how much of that
like
was...
bringing on new players, letting
yeah,
old
I think
players
just
go.
like the way it was done. I don't know if it's necessarily was my part or like I was doing it. I think I don't have that much regret. Other than that, I think I'm very happy with my decision on staying with the team that I stayed with for so long. I think it was very good for me. I think all of us were super happy with competing with each other. So I would say probably just like some of the ways it was handled, like bringing in new players, and maybe some of the choices we made with bringing in. We had CIS players coming in, and there was a lot of, you know, it was a bit hard for us. I think especially for when we got Nightfall, it was a big transition. I think we might have made a mistake there. Bringing in him and Jerix was a bit too much. So I think that was probably one thing that I think everyone on that team kind of understood, like we made a mistake with that roster. But other than that, I think not really, no.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining me, Riad. I appreciate the time and everything that you shared with me.
Yeah.
Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, now without a sound. And I will rise, and I will fly, fly.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. have a break, have a Kit Kat.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Riad Masters at the Esports World Cup 2024. Good to be back with you here for winter. I am Seeking Strike. Thanks for joining us, folks, on a Friday, the 12th of July for Group Stage Day number. Can you believe it? Is it really already Group Stage Day number 3? Halfway through it, winter. How are we feeling so far about all the Dota we've seen?
Great, feeling great. A lot of fun games, a lot of fun heroes. We're seeing Tiny, we're seeing Sand King, we're seeing a lot of different heroes. I mean, I'm having fun.
Me too. And not to get too ahead of ourselves, but winter, we've seen a little bit of core ET that we might get to see a bit later today. But we'll talk about that a little bit more, of course. First, a reminder of what we're all doing here, what stands behind us, what stands in front of us as we take a peek at our formats. Just to go ahead and give ourselves another refresher here. We're in day 3 of that group stage, of course. So we're going to be smack dab right in the middle, where we've had 12 teams from around the world qualify for that play-in stage. Now they're going to be joining, or at least the top, let's see here, 8 teams of those 12 will be joining us and have joined us in the group stage, where we are now halfway through our BO2 round robin. We will say goodbye to 4 more teams, 2 from each group, as we get seeded and ready for our double elimination playoff brackets. That's going to be starting a little bit later next week in Wednesday. But winter, still some good money to be earned here as we take a quick look at the prize pool. I mean, what can you even say? This isn't even the club championship money, is it? It's a fair amount to go around.
Yeah, life-changing money, you can use it to do whatever you want, whatever you please. However plates of chicken rice you want to get.
That's right. And maybe you can be just like me. Instead of just getting the chicken rice, maybe sometimes you can spring for that roasted duck rice. I think you could do that a few times with that first place prize. Well, especially because that will qualify your club for the club championship victory. So we'll see if any of these teams now participating across not only this Dota event, but of course many other disciplines across the entirety of the event can potentially take home a championship for that club championship. For now, surprise is ahead of us, although these are going to be our teams for the group stage. We've already said goodbye to a few of them, right? We'll talk about standings here shortly. But winter, for me, I think the biggest surprise, as we do take a quick peek at our standings now halfway through the group stage, basically Team Falcons, right? 2 and 4. We're going to get to take a peek at them here pretty soon. But they have not been looking fantastic, have they? I think for me, that is the biggest surprise as we enter day 3.
They just had a rough start. You know, they played two of the stronger teams, I would say, in the group, and now they're slowly gonna, I guess, find their footing. They looked okay yesterday in their 2-0 win over Aurora, so I think they're on the right track. We're probably gonna see them slowly rise back to where they were.
Yeah, I mean, they need to do that fast. Bottom two, there are those grayed out 7th and 8th in both groups, means that you are eliminated straight away from the group stage. Winter taking a quick look towards Group B. I know a lot of eyes on Group A with the big names and, of course, the big team Falcons there. Any surprises on what we're seeing so far in Group B, though?
I think not really though. Everything seems pretty straightforward. You know, Tundra doing well. I mean, Tundra have been doing well recently. I mean, Extreme Gaming, Weibo also doing well. Like Entity is also on the rise. I think Liquid is kind of the main question mark, right? We don't know where they are because they didn't really have a good showing a couple of weeks ago in Dream League, and after that, who knows, you know? But I think things could change very, very quickly. Like during a tournament that has a format like this, it's a very long tournament. You can use your down days, you know, to figure out what the other teams are doing that are doing well, and slowly adjust and improve as a team. You know, so I would say that usually throughout long tournaments, the teams that can learn the quickest are the teams that are going to end up winning the tournament.
Yeah, I think that's fairly accurate, especially in a tournament like this where we do have a few days off, specifically 2 to 3 days off. We had 3 days in between play-ins and the start of groups, and after we wrap up the group stage, we'll have another 2 days off before we kick off that double elimination playoff bracket. So it's pretty exciting here, the way that things can shape up. Still halfway to go. We are going to be doing 2 matches here today for Group A with our 3 games, but we'll go ahead and take a look at our standings in a bit. Let's not get ahead of ourselves first. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the best plays of yesterday with our Aramco highlights.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Immediately making the move up here. They know that the Aegis have been picked up, but they're not afraid to try and find the fight.
Get a two-man hook shot.
The 2 of them. They get the cogs down the Supernova as well. They've got to push forward and be able to
Black
take
hole 3.
With the 3-man black hole, it's a beautiful one from Malik as they get the cleanup. I mean, they'll take
This
that
guy's
any
the
day of the
clutchest.
week.
Lots of reactions. That was our Tundra Entity game there, Winter, that we had yesterday for the top play of the day. That was when Entity maybe were forced to pump the brakes a little bit, losing 2-0 for Team Tundra, pardon me, at the start of the day. After that, Entity went on to play Quest, didn't they, where they found a 2-0 victory there. So things to be, sorry, that was Beastcoast that Entity went on to beat. So things looking okay for Entity, but quite a day we had yesterday, right? So, well, we only were here for 1 game, but it was a fun series.
Yeah, it was a very, very nice series to watch. You know, Tundra, like they are a very, very strong team. I think Entity, you can look back at the series and kind of try to emulate what Tundra did well, and they were able to kind of bounce back in their subsequent series against Beastcoast, like you said, and so they're still looking like a very, very strong team right now.
Definitely, and with some strong teams and strong players, you get some strong personalities. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we saw yesterday, a bit more behind the scenes with our Pepsi Top reactions.
Stumble, but we won't fall.
That's OG there at the end. Yeah, giving themselves a, dapping each other up, Winter. I mean, they're feeling good. They're playing very well. Right now, we saw them earlier, top of the group, 4-2 tied there with Team Spirit. So that's going to be very exciting for them today. We'll take a quick look at our schedule. Why don't we? Just to keep things moving along here, because we have quite a few matchups that we want to talk to here shortly. Like I hinted towards earlier, we do have 2 Group A games today, of course. If you don't see the games that you're looking for here, by the way, do make sure that you're checking out our sister channels. There's the main channel, the secondary. You're watching us here on the 3rd channel, and don't forget about that 4th channel as well. Numbered 2 to 4, and then no underscore at the end. If you're on Twitch or if you're on YouTube, you can find them all under the live tab. Winter, same question for you as always. Here's our matches that we're going to be covering today. Your eyes and ears must be closed for all but one match. You only have time for one match. After that, you're going to be too busy grinding away and winning your MMR. What match are you going to be watching here?
Definitely the Aurora against Heroic match. SEA against SA, we got a lot of things in common in those regions, and that's going to be the match, that I'm going to be tuning into. I'm going to be trying to see if the Jeb saga continues, if he's still trying to be the carry or he's willing to buy the blink and help his team.
Yeah,
that's going to be the one thing that I'm going to be watching out.
I think another thing to watch out for if you're cheering for Heroic and SA is certainly going to be the man you see there, Devai Lama, who is no stranger to also playing a variety of unexpected heroes in the off lane. That is going to be our 3rd and final match for today, Winter. For us, though, we can look ahead a little bit more to our first 2 matches here, where, we are up here all the time, Winter. We're yapping. Lots of people are saying these guys don't know what they're talking about. If I were going to make a prediction, I would always get it right. Well, here's your chance, folks. You guys can go to stcplay.gg and predict yourself what the next game victory is going to be. Now, we're going to keep you honest here. We're going to check in after game 1 and trying to go on through. Let's take a look at, in fact, what we have for our first match here. 72-28, Winter. It's better than the 83-17 split we saw yesterday. And for once, I almost agree with it on this time. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this has to be the closest one we've seen so far. I think Falcons definitely the favorite here. 7-3, I think sounds about right. I think 70-30. I would say so.
That's right. LGD Gaming technically ahead of Falcons as of now. They have yet to find a 2-0 win. LGD sitting at 3-3. Falcons with 1 win and 2 losses after 2 days of group stage play. But why? I mean, it sounds obvious, Winter, but why would you assume that the team tied for last can be better than LGD as we take a look at the boys from LGD here?
Yeah, obviously Falcons have a rougher start, to the tournament. They played the stronger teams, whereas LGD, they kind of played the teams in the middle of the group. So, like I said, we'll probably see Falcons slowly climb up the ladder again.
We'll see about that as there's the boys from LGD. We'll be taking a look at more of them. Actually, right now here, we can see their lovely hero shots. We got to cast them day 1, didn't we? If I'm not mistaken. We had them, for their LGD Aurora series. That was a 1-1 draw, where unfortunately we didn't get to hear much of the interview, as I recall there. But they did very well, didn't they? I'm running through my notes here. Let's see. Game 1, they picked the Lycan, right? They've got some fun heroes.
They have a couple of draws now, right?
3.
Yeah, with the Lycan, with the Pango. They've been drawing games with Pango.
They've been going to the Coddle quite a bit as well. What else have they got here? SF Oracle. That's right. They picked an Oracle. Yeah, I mean, so they've been able to get some stuff going. Although, we did kind of argue about maybe this was the fault of the Bloodseeker, maybe it wasn't, maybe that was something else in that series now, trying to remember it a bit better. But I don't know. What I've got written down here is LGD, their early presence was very strong, and it has been very strong out of the lanes. Is that something that you can kind of agree with, or am I kind of just writing down Delulu things?
Well, I felt like they don't really prioritize the lane so much, you know. They prioritize more about like the team fight and later portion of the game, you know. And against their opponents, Falcons, I feel like if you don't prioritize your lane against Team Falcons, you're gonna lose very quickly.
That's true. I mean, especially with that lad there in the middle. Amar, the friendly guy, he will be giving you the business very quickly. I mean, he sounds crazy all those years ago, but it's almost like he's the guy that was really starting the tri-core build-up, wasn't he? I feel like before he was really playing all that time ago, on Creep Wave and in the Tier 2 Western European scene, and then, you know, very quickly on OG and some other teams.
He pioneered so many things, like saving skill points and like in the lane, how he was like just constantly pulling the waves to get the last hits, doing all the small little things, you know, dropping Lincolns when, remember the morphing patch where he would just copy with the agonist, copy the universal heroes and make you lose stats, so he dropped his Lincolns when the morph is trying to break his Lincolns and pick it up.
Yeah,
I remember that.
He's got not only brawn but plenty of brain, and there's the team brain itself. We saw him just there snaking. We're seeing OG start to do a little bit of jungling. If there's any team that I do think is going to also look to replicate that, it will be snaking. Back when he was on Tundra Esports during their TI victory year, they were running that quite a bit. On the Venomancer as well, I did tune into our OG game last night and saw them running that. So we'll see if that's something Falcons are going to be bringing for even more laning presence, even more cores getting activated as our first game, our first draft, that is now just getting underway. And we'll see here. Team Falcons with last pick on Dire side. I'm going to assume that LGD won the toss and chose first pick as a result.
Yeah, first pick seems to be the more favorable one. I mean, some teams have been prioritizing, I think, overall last pick. I mean, the nice thing about having the overall last pick, I feel like as a drafter, is if you don't want to play against a few heroes, like there's too many heroes that you need to ban, right? Because in the second phase team, you get to have an extra ban in your first phase. So maybe you choose that and try to ban out that pesky hero that you don't want to deal with. And they're banning out the Beast, which is I think one of the favorite heroes at the moment. A lot of teams have been prioritizing picking Beastmaster as an opener.
Sorry to cut you off. Falcons actually had priority and they chose last pick here. So maybe it's about that fourth ban. The tiny picks coming through here, Winter. I want to cede more of the floor to you here. But very quickly, I just want to get your insight. How would you kind of describe the meta right now for as far as like a captain's draft scenario, captain's mode scenario looks? Do you think there are still like a lot of really strong heroes that you can first pick? Or do you prefer having last pick for more flex heroes that may be in the draft? Where do you kind of see things generally speaking?
I don't know, you know. If I know, I would be playing the tournament. Yeah,
that's true.
My feeling right now is I kind of like to be on first pick more because there's a lot of inbound heroes that I can choose from, and I'm a person that likes to prepare a lot before a game start, and I feel like having first pick and just getting to dictate the draft, having the 18 pick as well, you get to set things on your own terms, you know. Whereas the second pick team, sure, you have 24, you have an extra ban in the first phase, but you're most likely going to be reacting in the middle 3 picks, you know, to what your opponent's doing, and you have to be really, really flexible to abuse that part. And then when you get to the 24 pick, you'll be able to use it well. Because if you have second pick and your players are not flexible, you don't have a lot of options, then it might not be so good for the drafter to have that to counter your opponents. You know, it might be better for you to just be on the first pick and just dictate the draft from there.
Well, LGD will be the ones dictating here in Winter, as they open up with a tiny Falcons with their second pick with Phoenix. Let's just remind ourselves, LGD will have they'll have the advantage here basically, right, in the second phase with 18th pick. Before, of course, Falcons will close things out with 24th. But yeah, I mean, and I just like Phoenix into Tiny. I'm surprised the Tiny gets let through, but it's not really that much of a surprise when you see heroes like a Doom, a Razor, and a Timber in the first phase, huh? Talk about the Amar effect.
Yeah, the Razor and the Timber kind of just, I think, Amar things, you know. I think Doom I could understand. I think Doom is like a rising off lane at the moment. apart from the Beastmaster, the Darkseer and everything, he's kind of like maybe slowly even taking over those heroes, you know. Initially when the patch was released, I think Darkseer, Underlord, they were like the go-to heroes, but right now after some changes, you know, to the meta, it seems like Doom is back again, you know, with the what's it called, Devil's Bargain facet, where you get your gold, your money's worth for your items. So initially I thought the Gluttony is the better facet, but everyone's taking Devil's Bargain right now. So probably have something to do with selling your Midas later, so you get back majority of the gold from the Midas.
Yeah, I guess so. That and like Gluttony giving you a shorter cooldown as well on your my goodness.
Devour.
Yes, thank you. It gives you 2 charges, so you can be more flexible, but it's like a longer cooldown. So
how can you not remember that spell, you know? Like every time I see you, you're devouring your food, you know?
It's because I remember the tooltip that Doom is still digesting that delicious creep. I can't, you know, the tooltip's just so good on that one. I gotta be honest with you. And speaking of heroes that are rising up, and quite a contested pick, I think we're going to start to see more and more as the tournament develops, at least for the group stage. It's this Snapfire. Not only is this a protection pick for the Phoenix, we should, you know, state that, but I also believe that this hero is seeing a lot more play in SA as a core, and even here out from the meta teams, perhaps as a core and off lane, or maybe even a mid.
It's a very flexible hero. I think he can be played on any role except for carry. That's me, yeah. just my opinion, you know. I don't know if that's gonna be the case, but I feel like he can be played as a 4 because of the strength you have as a hero on the lane. You can secure your off laner, and he can be played as a mid laner because he does a bunch of damage, you know, with the the split shot or whatever you want to call it.
Ricochet. No.
What's it called?
Ricochet. Glancing shot is it? Yeah, that's what it is.
Is that the facet?
Oh, it's called Ricochet too, right? It is called Ricochet. Sorry, because Valve, probably nobody even knows. That one probably had to have gone so unseen. Valve made a game like, I don't know, after Half-Life 1 that was not very well received called Ricochet. Valve quite famously likes making sequels of all their games. Portal, Counter-Strike, Left 4 Dead, Dota. But, you know, not Ricochet, and there's a very good reason for that. But here it is in the facet, and that does give you a whole lot of strength, a lot of right-click, a lot of scaling, because builds like Gleipnir, they just feel so amazing with that facet, don't they?
Yeah, heroes that buy Gleipnir just feel good right now. There's the Hoodwing, the Snapfires, the Monkey King.
Well, hold on a second here. We see quite the development. Bloodseeker?
Yeah, we see a Pango Enchantress from LGD after the snap. I mean, Pango is like something that they really like to go to for their off lane. Enchantress as well, just a good hero to secure the lane. I like how LGD is kind of like prioritizing the lanes, you know, like picking strong lanes here. Like Pango and Tiny. I mean, not the strongest lane, but you can kind of survive in the lane. It's hard to kill Pango. And then Falcons have decided to counter the Pango heavily with Bloodseeker and Primal, both really heavy counters in Rupture and the grab, the Pulverize, you know, you stop the roll. And now LGD just goes back for Ursa to kind of deal with the Primal, if Primal is indeed an offlaner, and kind of can also deal with the egg, you know, with your overpower.
Agreed. Sorry, Winter. I'm just catching up on a lot of heroes that are not banned yet, which is kind of incredible. We don't have, a Hoodwink ban still, and I don't think we will see Hoodwink at all in this draft, considering we have a lot of supports already picked. There's a couple other heroes.
Mid Hoodwink. Have you seen the mid Hoodwink?
Of course I've seen mid Hoodwink.
If somebody's gonna do it, it's probably gonna be Thompson, you know, but he's not here.
I think Malrain's got some weird picks too. I gotta be honest with you, but yeah, if it's gonna be someone,
Huskar, he's the Huskar player,
that's
man.
True. Yeah, that is true. Okay, but
alright, for LGD, they are looking for a mid hero here. What do they need? They kind of have team fight from Pango, catch from Tiny. I mean, Tiny's team fight is also pretty scary with the crash landing. You do so much damage in a team fight. That feels like maybe they need just another hero that can initiate for them, so they don't have to rely on the roll as much. Egg killer? They don't really need egg killers.
And Ench is okay at it. Even provides decent support. Are you Is there any chance? I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say, "Oh, well, LGD don't have last pick, so we probably won't see it." But any chance that they'll just last pick a support and then run this Tiny as a mid?
Tiny mid? But then you have to really cover your bases with the bans, you know, like tiny mid you can run into problems.
Oh, look, I agree.
Like the Huskar we said, you know, and you won't be able to play the lane.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
I think you need like a more balanced like hero, like that covers a lot of ground. I mean, there's kind of still like the Amber. I think Amber would be
True. Yeah.
okay as well.
There's Ember, there's Storm.
It gives you a small catch. Yeah, Ember Storm type of hero. All right, Dawnbreaker, interesting.
Yeah, Falcons have banned offlaners. So what? They believe this is.
They seem to feel like the Pango is mid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
seems like it.
I mean, they're kind of protecting the Bloodseeker. I think Dawn is pretty good against Bloodseeker in the lane. Bloodseeker doesn't like to play into high damage output lanes where he can die, you know, because he likes to play on low HP trading all the time. And against Dawn, you can kind of die against her 2 nukes.
Plus, I think you know, it prevents you from like killing super easily in Rupture. Right, when you Rupture someone, they're kind of forced to stand still. But if they're standing still, then Dawnbreaker is going to come in and heal them and then start a fight around you. That's not so ideal.
Yeah, but I feel like whenever I play Dawn, I hate playing to Phoenix, you know, I'm not gonna lie. It just feels like I don't want to come down, you know.
Because there's going to be an egg waiting
I come down from my... Yeah, I come down from the Solar Guardian, I die. You know?
I see what you mean.
I don't know.
LGD, their final ban, the Slardar, as they move straight into Coddle. So it's probably going to be the Coddle mid once again.
Yeah, that's nice. That's a good pick.
Well, it doesn't give you any initiation like you
overall
were talking about, though.
Nice Solarbind. He gives them a lot of damage. I mean, Solarbind can be decent way of starting a fight. It's long range. In the early game, it's fine. But mid game, obviously, you're going to have to rely on the Tiny and Pango a lot more. But I do feel like it's a good blind pick considering the circumstances. You don't know what you're up against, right? So you have to pick something that can kind of almost do well against everything.
Right, I see that. Well, we'll see. I mean, we've previously seen who was it that absolutely destroyed a Coddle mid?
Yeah, and one more thing, they also needed a Vessel hero against all this heal from Bloodseeker and Phoenix, and Tiny does not want to buy Vessel. Same goes for Enchantress.
Aoi, who's
So,
stolen the admin's chair now, sitting down during the draft. Coaching the team here, looking for that last pick, considering talking with Snay. Probably talking with Mallory and seeing what he's looking for now.
Yeah, who's gonna be playing the Primal? I feel like it's hard to say what they need here. They already have team fight, they have catch. I think maybe they need a little bit more damage, like more scaling heroes. The heroes feel like they need more scaling. Like Primal, Snap, Berserker can fight a lot in the early game, so they need more. I think they need more scaling for this.
What do you got in mind?
Pick a greedy mid hero.
TA?
TA maybe? Yeah. I think TA comes to mind. It's good against Kotal.
Not what I was thinking.
Alright, no. More fighting. This is crazy team fight, you know. Stampede, Bloodseeker coming in to fight. Then you have an Egg and Mortimer's Kiss. The two supports are going to be throwing out damage from behind. And you have the Primal and Centaur jumping in. It's going to be like a full-out brawling game, you know. I feel like both teams are... They have very, very fast lineups. Maybe LGD, you would say that they're a bit slower with the Ursa. You want to build battle free. You want to like jungle a little bit. You want to get your Roshan. So I think LGD probably on the slower side of things. But they do have really strong lanes with the Enchantress Ursa. I think that's going to go pretty well for them. Into the Snap and Centaur. I mean, they picked the Centaur into that lane. So maybe they feel like... maybe they feel like this lane is good for them, you know. But I mean, normally the Ursa will win in this lane. But maybe I don't know something about Snapfire which she can turn the tides of the lane, you know, for the Centaur. We'll just have to wait and see. But overall, I feel like I'm probably liking LGD's overall draft a little bit more. I think there's a lot more balance. Whereas for Falcons, they are just like kind of all-out aggression. They want to win the game early, win the game fast. And if Kotal can somehow slow things down and halt the advance of Team Falcons' aggression, I think they're going to be in a very good spot with the Ursa late game.
All right. Well, look, I think... Part of me, I think you make a lot of sense. I thought perhaps Amar was going to consider the Counter-Strike facet, which can, you know, allow you to do overwhelming damage.
Oh, yeah. Against Ursa, you definitely
But he's got horsepower. He's got horsepower right now.
Oh, he got...
Well,
okay.
he can still change it, but for now, you've got full bore and horsepower. Snaking has taken the laning facet for Dying Light. I'm just kind of, you know, we know Falcons are going to want to come out swinging from the laning stage, but as you say, I'm not sure. They've got new, very strong offlaner,
Yeah, I feel like Falcons, if they don't sort of like slow down this Kotal, the Kotal is going to be a huge problem. I think they need to like block out his camps, whereas I feel like if you're LGD, you're going to understand your lineup is all about securing this Kotal's game. You know, if Kotal can have a good game, he's going to slow down all of Falcons' momentum. So I think what you probably can do nowadays when you pick Kotal is maybe at level 1, you kind of smoke and wait for them to come, because everyone is like trying to block your camp, right? So you put 5 heroes there, maybe you put a ward, and then you smoke and you wait for them to come, you know. If they don't come, whatever, you know, but if they come, they die first. But because Kotal is probably going to win you the level 1 fight.
I see that. I think the only problem that you face there is that that's a fairly common invade point as well for Dire side. You know, like that's where they're going to want to run to as 5. So they might be kind of expecting you. It's like when you play tree, or you have a tree in your game and you're like, all right, we're going to kill the person who's going to try and cut his trees.
I don't know, man. For Treant, it's a bit more common, yeah. But for Kotal, I don't think it's actually as common, you know. Sometimes I feel like teams are not really doing that as much. So maybe you can still catch people off guard here.
We'll see here. We did have a...
I mean, you have nothing to lose, right? You just put a ward. Like, you're going to smoke, okay, you smoke out. Or maybe you delay to smoke out, you know. You wait for 10, 20 seconds, then you smoke out, you place a ward on the river, and you just wait on your high ground. And wait for them to come and block your camps, you know. And if they don't come, whatever, you know, your Kotal has camps, you know. It's good for you either way, you know.
LGD, they haven't smoked out, though. As Falcons all smoking out of the fountain, getting ready to go here.
They're walking to defend it. I mean, they're walking to defend it. Let's see if they place the ward.
Right now, they are currently holding that high ground position. Ward on ward action now as Mallorin, he will be scouted. Echoes expecting more there with the Illuminate, letting one rip, not finding much.
High ground defended.
30 seconds to battle.
Into the river. For now, into the Falcons river. Seem to be ready to go. Oh.
The battle begins.
A little fight, but runes will be 2 apiece.
It's just a normal start to the game. 2 runes. We'll see like how the lanes play out. It's going to be very crucial for LGD, especially the Kotal. You know, his camp is actually blocked. They somehow managed to block one of his camps at least.
Indeed. Okay, well, I think the most interesting lane to look at is going to end up being bottom, isn't it? I mean, seeing how level 1, I say that, but already we have a toss. Level 1 going to be the most dangerous point here for snaking. While he does not have that Icarus dive, then needs to be very mindful of that cooldown around the tiny lane. But down bottom, Winter, again, this was the last pick Centaur for Amar. Knowing him, he definitely called for it. But into this kind of a lane, interested to see what he's going to be able to get done there. Seems like a hard lane, right? I would expect.
Yeah, how about our mid lane? It's probably the boring lane. Kotal against Primal.
True.
I'm gonna get my farm, you're gonna get your farm. But Kotal's gonna get a lot more if he can actually unblock the camp. He has a sentry now, so he should be able to unblock it fairly easily.
And he's going to do that already here. Does unblock it just before the 2-minute camp spawns in. So that's going to be all fine and dandy there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's going to be the boring lane to watch as far as the actual lane goes. With these two heroes kind of just pushing waves, farming camps, maybe rotating away eventually. But I suspect the rotations to this lane for maybe the 4-minute water rune, into the power rune time, into the 6-minute power rune time, it's going to be something a little bit more. Speaking of spicy things,
yeah, I mean, if you have the Kotal, you're probably going to just look to react towards what the Primal's doing. I think the Primal's going to be looking more to gank, to get runes, pick up bounty runes, rotate to the side lanes, try to get a kill, and Kotal's going to be looking to, I guess, be more responsive to what the Primal's doing. I mean, Arma is definitely not having a very good time in this lane.
Down bottom, Shiro's getting chased away as they're fighting for the Lotus. They will be able to get the cookie now on top of Shiro with the Blood Grenade. First Blood. It's going to be mid-first, though. It's going to be mid-first. Stellarin with a solo kill here onto Echoes. Tips him straight back after the smiley face. This is a team who is not shy from the all-chat. Snake King on top lane, tops in the tower. He did have himself an Icarus dive. PYW doesn't have the damage for the kill. Doesn't have the damage for the kill.
I mean, PYW is actually kind of probably have to try to figure out how you can help this Pango. Pango's not really getting a lot in the lane. I mean, he's been pulling the waves, but maybe he has to try to stack and help him. It seems like the Pango's gonna have a hard time.
Even with this double jump, doing too hot here at 13 and 6 compared to the 18 and 4. It's not so bad, but there is another wave pushing in for Skitter here, so that figure will only start to stretch a bit more now. Another Abatos though, good for maybe a kill on a Snake. No, just barely lacking the damage, and Snake and getting even more aggressive. Consumes the Fairy Fire, fighting to his death versus PYW. Knew that he had the Icarus dive away. He actually still ends up dropping as Skitter trades down PYW in exchange. Ends up being a 1-for-1.
Yeah, he waited for the last moment to use his dive there. I mean, he almost survived there. Unfortunate, but it was still a good trade, you know, for Skitter. Skitter's getting a lot in this lane. Yeah, at the same time, Mori is just pulling waves, and he's going to be just jungling and clearing out the wave at the same time with Trample, and probably looking for opportunities here to gank the side lanes.
That's right. Seems like,
I mean, they have a ward on the bounty rune there, so okay, never mind, it's already expiring.
Yeah.
But they know he's around.
well, I think he's pretty happy to just start farming these camps. Right, these are essentially Echoes camps, and this is something that the Primal's going to be able to do that obviously a Coddle just cannot match. Top lane, he does end up falling. Echoes, he's going to TP in. He's got Solar behind Coddle. He's already found now this Icarus, the Snake King, who has no Icarus time because it's already been used there. Finds one. He'd love to find a second one here, but Skitter somehow will manage to escape here. PYW doesn't have the spells, so he's off and away for free.
Yeah, not too bad for them, you know. If Kotal TPs like this and you only lose a support, I think you're ultimately happy for that. If you don't lose your core. It's a very, very heavy, you know, investment to move, and TP and move like this, you know. Now you know the bot lane can be pretty safe. Kotal can come bot and up to the 6-minute runes here. So Primal's gonna get the shield rune. Maori's gonna try to maybe use this to, I think, gank bot, you know, because you know the Kotal can't really respawn now. So he should be probably looking to make a play. He's gonna TP top instead.
Skitter's kind of being dived right now. New doesn't have any spells, so they're gonna look for PYW, who doesn't have any spells, but does have brown boots. New, of course, as the Pango. Always got boots, but he's gonna be stuck inside the trample. Nice timing there on the interrupts, ensuring that he gets hit by the blood right kill. Goes Skitter's way. I was about to say, Winter, we've seen what was a very rare Bloodseeker game some time ago. We've seen a few more Bloodseeker games since then into a lot of mobile heroes, such as a Weaver or always against a Pango. Against a Storm, you know, Faceless Void. So it's a pick that's starting to see a bit more. But I recall in our game of a Bloodseeker, just a terrible time, right? Not being able to farm, not getting to get to the early levels.
Yeah, it wasn't his fault. That game was kind of, they have other issues, you know. I think the hero has some potential, you know, and you build Gleipnir, so I feel like in theory he should have a place in the meta if you give him the right game for it. and we're gonna see, you know, whether he has the tools to do well this game.
For sure.
Now we're gonna see another TP from Echoes. He's gonna TP top again. There's a ward. They saw his TP.
They saw him though. This time they've seen him.
But they still get the catch.
Toss back though onto Skitter, and the solar bind slow. Skitter trying to live here. Snake King can't offer much resistance here as he's pulled the side camp. Must back away now. He's also underneath the ward, but again, the rotation, they go opposite, looking for Shiro. Shiro, who has the raindrop charges, the Enrage now active, still has a healing Lotus, doesn't have a lot of support to fall back on, though, as Malrine, he picks up the kill there with the Pulverize, make that the Trample. Looks for the second kill here onto Y, but Y, not even with the overprotective Wisp facet, he's too tanky with the Nature's Attendance heal running.
Yeah, he's choosing to go for a more aggressive build with the enchant. I think they kind of feel like they have to. I mean, their lineup, you have to go late, right? So he's going for the more greedy build, which I think makes a lot of sense with their draft.
There's another kill there onto him. No. Not much required as PYW he goes hunting behind the tower. This ward really starting to pay off as Skitter does get off a Rupture. It's going to be onto New. Skitter speeding up, forcing you to apply the brakes where Malrine will TP in, and another Tranquil kill for him. Alongside this regeneration rune running, he might be able to go through the gate, look for a kill down bottom, and open up this game a bit more for Amar.
Yeah, he's going to see Bambi, you know, Primal Beast, one of the better heroes at killing Bambi at the start of the game with the magic damage from Trample. He's going to have his spells up
ready
soon.
to go again, set up by the stun from Amar, and another killer here. Amar, who, by the way, you love to see it with horsepower, 4 bracers. Straight into
4
the blade
bracers?
mount. Yep.
Holy. I remember 3 bracers was kind of the maximum that I've seen, you know, 4.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I remember
attack.
starting with 4 armlets, 4 gauntlets of strength on a Dark Seer. Imagine starting with 4
a huge investment. But if they want to just keep fighting, maybe the braces are just going to pay off. Here comes the contour again.
He's got this Vessel online now. Stampede allows Mallory to get right on top of Shiro. Shiro activating that Enrage, trying to get back to safety with a big heal. He's just fine. In the meantime, Amari, he's been focused by PYW and Echoes, who now turn to Snake King. He's already used the Icarus dive here, trying to go to the neutral creep instead. PYW tosses a horse on top of him. Snake King is going to be the second to get trampled here in this fight. Falcons, they find themselves a bit too deep.
Yeah, they just got too greedy, you know, for that kill, you know, and initially wasting the Stampede as well. They couldn't really make use of it that much. And now, another Vessel.
Yeah, Malrine, he's got Onslaught to get up to the high ground here at least. You can see how much work this Vessel is doing. Echo is still with 2 charges remaining. Does need to be slightly careful that he keeps charges in that thing ready to go. Haste Rune denied away. Malrine would love to get his hands on
the cores of Falcon. They're kind of doing well. I mean, Alma was kind of struggling initially, but now he's back on the top. He's on equal footing with the Ursa. That's really, really good news for Falcons. Now they just need to get their supports level 6. Snapfire is already level 6. Crit has his Mortimer's Kiss, and Snake King just needs to find his egg right now.
LGD will smoke up and sweep to the top half of the map. Currently only Skitter is the sole dire hero on this side. The rest of Falcons farming away in the triangle and down bottom, where they are still trying to finish off this bot tier 1 tower. Back on board with this smoke, LGD resisting the temptation. Nope, not for too long. They're going to pick up the bounty rune. Gold is good. And I believe this observer ward has probably scouted Skitter,
wow,
but Skitter...
They scanned them.
Good read. And again, isn't this... who else have we seen make that same exact rotation? Wasn't it 23? Didn't he also TP like from a camp to the tier 2 tower, as Skitter just has now? Am I crazy?
Yeah, I think the game... It was the game yesterday? Right. Or maybe it was the day before.
It was the day before. We didn't cast Aurora yesterday. But yeah. Impressive move all the same. As this time Falcons...
I mean, all these players... is that good at the game. They know, you know. They look at the mini-map, they take one peep, and I feel something, you know, the Peter Tingle, Spider-Man.
I don't think they call it the Peter Tingle. Usually they call it the Spidey sense. I don't know about you. PYW, nothing's really tingling right for him, though, as even with a good toss, it's Malrine who activates the Blade Mail, returns that nice toss damage, that crash landing bonus, huh? Doesn't feel so good, does it, Tiny?
No, I just can't wait for someone to pick Brute Mother, then I can actually use that, right?
Shiro down bottom. Malorina's got an Invis rune, like the jaws from Shark. He opens up now, looking for the quick kill onto Shiro, and this time the control is perfect. Damar collects the kill there with the Stampede buff running.
Yeah, the Ursa can't really play in this area anymore. He didn't have a Skitter's tingle, you know, like using the scan, TPing out, you know. He always stayed, he tried to farm and he died.
That's right. Skitter.
You probably have to just give, you have to give this lane to the edge of the Tiny, I think, from now on.
Skitter did use the Rupture top lane onto New. New did TP away, so that's what we've seen just now. That's why he's going to go hunting for Amar.
They're going to see him.
Looking for a TP away. New from downtown.
It's gonna be
Ooh, too far, and Amar hit him with the tip. He should have tipped him like mid-TP.
God.
He tipped him after the TP completed.
He wasn't sure. I tell you, he wasn't sure.
Do you think you think that's the face of a man who doubts anything? Maybe not. Who knows? But Amar, he gets out of trouble. He gets out of harm.
You're right.
As that's going to allow him to get this blink online even faster. He's now just 500 gold away. Closing the gap. And, well, we've seen Echoes come out of the jungle a few times to use that Spirit Vessel. It's netted LGD a few kills now, Winter, but he's back on farming duty, basically, until he's got his Ags finished up. Just another component missing, and then we'll...
I mean, they have to be really, really careful soon. After Centaur gets Dagger, Dagger puts double Blade Mail on the Primal and Centaur with the ultis on the Falcon support.
That's right.
They are going to hit a very, very powerful timing on Falcon side. And LGD, you kind of need to dodge, you know, when that happens. You have to try to maybe sacrifice your support to the incoming smoke gangs and make sure that Shiro doesn't die. You know, he can't afford to die. Out of the 3, because he's the one that cannot afford to die right now. He has 3 deaths to his name. It's really, really, really bad for him. So he needs to make sure he keeps the death score low from now on.
He's your parachute, right? He's your golden parachute to get you out of this game. And
parachute?
Yeah, you know, where it'll take some time to deploy and you need to make sure it's packed correctly and you got to deploy it at the right altitude. You know, it's a little bit of a sensitive instrument, but if you don't have that parachute, Winter, you're going to have a very hard landing.
I mean, yeah, tiny crash landing.
Exactly, exactly. Here we go.
Why all of a sudden you're going Tom Cruise on me, you know? Parachute.
I mean, you know. Good actor, isn't he? Here go Falcons.
Here
They're going to be
you know,
running up to the high ground. Blink number 1. The reveal onto the Coddle with the kisses now raining down onto Echoes. Stampede activated to secure this kill, and there's just no way out as Malorine, he goes hunting up to the high ground. Pulverize onto the Tiny to try and set things up. Skitter is even connecting here. New in the vicinity doesn't have mana for the Pipe of Insight or the Rolling Thunder as he's just going to swashbuckle away. The slowest auto attack of all time now out onto Y as they will dive this tower to collect that kill. I believe they even ruptured him if I'm not mistaken, but it's going to be the Phoenix caught and killed. That crash landing. Wow, they blow him up even through the raindrop charges, Winter. So it's something for LGD despite losing, what, 2 heroes there.
I mean, they actually kind of had a small little timing as well on LGD. That pipe on
right.
So he's able to block out a lot of the spell damage, but they weren't really together, you know, at the same time, so he can't really abuse it as much. They need to stand together, pipe, and it's going to block out the Phoenix and Snapfire's damage a lot. You know, even the Centaur is majority spell damage right now. Same goes for the Primal.
What build do you want to see New continue to go? Do you want to see Greaves now after pipe?
Greaves. Yeah, just go Greaves and tank up.
Well, here we go.
I think they don't really need him to get a
this
dagger.
This is dangerous.
He has
pipe. PYW with his own Blink Dagger trying to blow up Snake King. Doesn't quite get the damage done. They're jumping onto Amar now, but they've triggered now the Supernova as New. He is going to get shot down here by Crit. Y, unable to deny the rune in time, allows Crit to cookie up his own illusion up onto the high ground. Bunch of slow auto attacks come out, but most importantly, Vision onto Y, where they will stop chasing now. Thought they were going to onslaught in. Malorine thought better of that. So a few ultis forced, but the tower defended here in favor of Team Falcons.
Yeah, Neil kind of overestimated how strong he is. Got punished, you know, standing in front, just felt like he couldn't die, you know. And now he has to be a little bit more conservative and respect the Falcons' damage, you know.
And the team fight, right? They're just all strong when
yeah,
they
if he gets focused and there's no role in the team fights, they're gonna have a hard time. He's their like big team fight spell, you know.
Is here. Shiro, he's going to try and farm the car, and you know what happens when you farm the car, Winter? You get enraged.
Yes, I know. You die.
Not this time. Not on this occasion. Just spooking him back.
Radiant's top tower.
How many times I've already yelled at you for farming the siege
I like
creep?
farming the car.
Did I yell at you?
No.
Wasn't you?
No.
Probably someone else. then.
we were parted with. You're just always yapping.
Like, how many times did I tell you don't kill the siege creep?
And
You
then
know.
the pings start coming out.
Stop.
And then you start pinging. I think someone should purchase Mantle of Intelligence.
Yeah, pinging
I know
now.
all your moves.
Tiny's
PYW, he
going
blinks in. That's a decent will-o-wisp, but it's actually only really good to catch Amar. As in goes Mallory now. The cut snaking here shortly, but with the Stampede buff, he's away to safety. Is stuck and trapped inside the river. It's Echoes. That'll be his resting place here as Y. He'll get to die at least outside of the river. Less wet death for him, but Amar, he's going to cleave through him all the same.
Yeah, they're just really not respecting the fact that Falcons, they are really strong right now with their heroes. With the double blade, man, all this magic damage. Even with the pipe, they're not really that, you know, formidable, you know, in the team fights. I guess maybe if they were ready enough, they have 5 heroes there, maybe they could win the fight with your pipe. But I still feel like Falcons are just like way too strong with their timings now. They're gonna catch a Phoenix.
Really good job there on the chain
They use the
stun.
roll.
That's perfect.
That's a lot of gold for that kill. 600 gold.
Bad.
Pretty nice.
Not bad. And yeah, I've got to agree with you. I think Falcons, they just have the overwhelming team fight. Are LGD running up against what you could describe as a natural urge to fight with their timings? You've got a Coddle who just got Ags.
But they have a slower... They have a slower
I
lineup,
get it, but let me
me
come to their defense a bit, right? You've got a Tiny with a Blink. You have this pipe. You have Coddle with Ags Vessel.
They are gonna die soon.
I mean, but you could see where they're coming
Okay,
from, or
never
no? You just think they're incorrect here on this assessment. They need to go for some edits.
I mean, if you're losing the team fights, sometimes you're gonna just have to, you know, realize that you were wrong, right? They lost two fights in a row.
Yeah, well, that is true.
It's either you just don't have your timing, or you don't have enough heroes at the same time.
But
you know, it's either one.
When the director wants another retake, you do the take, right? You listen to your director, or no?
Oh. Someone's going through the gates.
Oh, this is awkward. It's Shiro. It's Shiro. He's coming through the gate next. Actually, I think he's going to stop PYW. He doesn't really have a way out, but they're going to try and fight this. Mallory straight onto the Coddle. Coddle surrounded by 5 enemy heroes. Even with the Vessel, he is just quickly killed off. The pipe barrier doing absolutely nothing. As new, he can't even leave.
Roll?
He doesn't have roll. He can't TP away because of the Pulverize being ready a second time. He goes down. Amar, he's TPing in. As they find PYW, he's killed off as well.
Yeah, I feel like all these fights are just so confusing, you know, from LGD. They just don't have the right heroes in front. I think Enchantress just needs to be the body and stand in front, and she should be the one taking the fire, you know. You can't just let your Kotal and Penguins go in on the Tiny and nobody's like frontlining for you. I think Ursa is like probably gonna be the last hero to arrive in the scene. With your dagger battlefield, you don't really want to be the first one. So I just feel like they're not really on the same page, you know. They have to figure out, Mr. Director, what is the script, you know, before you lose this game and then you go to the post game and you get yelled at, you know. So before that happens, you need to figure out the actual script and just make sure you do the right thing.
For me, I think, you know, they got to lock down these call sheets. The call sheets, they're all over the place. They're showing up on set when they're not needed. The main actor's not out of his trailer yet. He still needs more time. Catering's not even set up. We need craft food and services here. Where is the gaffer? It's all gone wrong for LGD. The director, I don't know what's going on here, but I agree. And for me, it's wild, Winter, because it's not like Falcons are pushing objectives. They're not pushing high ground. They're not really contesting stacks or triangle. This is like LGD a lot of the times looking for fights, isn't it?
I feel like they are looking for fights when they got the pipe and the mech, you know. It's not exactly a bad timing to fight. It's just the way that everybody was playing on the map was not really, you know, directed towards the mech and pipe timing, you know. I feel like Pango was kind of urgent. He felt like it was really urgent for him to go abuse those timings, you know. I think the Pango and the Kotal, they felt the same way. But Enchantress and Ursa probably feels like, why can't we just split the map and farm, you know? So you can see like the Pango and the Kotal moving together and Tiny maybe trying to connect. But Ench and Ursa, they're pushing out the other waves, you know. I feel like it's not my business to come, you know, but I think that if you're committing to this mech and pipe timing, you have to bring everybody. You need to bring the numbers. Otherwise, just don't commit to your timing.
Well, Shiro, he's just about to finish up his own BKB, so I think our title actor is going to get ready to come out of his trailer at last. But what are the items he's fighting into? Right, let's take a look at this real quick. You've got a 2 Eternal Shrouds, by the way, right now. Hold on, is Shiro just... No, right? They can't just kill him like that. Nice job interrupting the Pulverize. Shiro, he's going to be able to just leave now. But a scary moment for him all the same. So You have a double Blade Mal. You have double Eternal Shroud now, by the way, on both Malorine and Amar. What else are we looking at here? Full Guardian Greaves for crit. That Gleipnir for Skitter is pretty big. He's starting to come online a bit more.
The Yules on the
for
Phoenix
and
a big counter to Ursa.
And what is it? The Whisper's Dread? What is that neutral? Whisper of the Dread, sorry. So even more spell damage for him as well. So now this first Aegis timing, it's going to be kind of a big one here. But let's be honest with ourselves and kind of, take account of the situation. Yes, it's looking good for Falcons. They're up 6K. They're up 10 kills here 22 minutes in. But LGD, they're playing the long game here, right? What do Falcons need to accomplish with this Aegis, maybe the next Aegis? What's their game plan, do you reckon, Winter?
Get all the outer towers, I think. After you get all the outer towers, you secure the outposts, you slowly find for pickoffs, place very, very deep lane wards and try to kill the Ursa. I think Ursa is the #1 target on their list. Right now he's actually I think he's getting away with too much, like the lead is actually not really extending because of the Ursa.
Because check out that underneath the Aegis power play there, 3 minutes left on this Aegis. Not really a whole lot of net worth gained here for Falcons. And in fact, you have LGD looking for another fight. And this time, are they being Delulu?
Oh,
the misblink here onto Shiro. They're going to try and set up. Can they burst through Skitter on his first life? Indeed they can. The Yule Scepter as well. Catches Malorine in the middle of his onslaught as New TPing on in. Just a casual little Rolling Thunder. He's now going to go ahead and eat that Rupture, but all things considered, not a bad fight there from LGD. Shiro, he's showing up to set, and now he is ready. He's acting. He's the director. He's the producer, starring.
Crownfall.
He's here. and what a waste on that Aegis, I have to say. Not really a waste, is it? That implies that they kind of, I don't know, denied it or whatever. Not exactly an SEA moment at TI.
Good trade for the Aegis,
but, not a good trade.
They traded. They traded a role for that. So if you're LGD, you're happy.
Indeed.
40 seconds when they have another role. I think they'll be looking to fight after this with the BKB on Ursa. Pretty strong.
I mean, exactly. And they're gonna look for another fight. As our Falcons, though, they will smoke up. They've scouted New here in the mid lane. Malorine, his smoke will break as Amar makes the jump in.
Nice dodge.
Catch New on the stun, but he'd already gotten the swashbuckle out in the meantime. It's Y who's up onto the high ground now.
Bait,
In the triangle,
bait.
PYW, he's jumping in, protecting the bait. They've sprung the trap now, but Shiro, can he get on top of anyone? The control comes through until he pops the BKB now as New, without a Rolling Thunder here for 10 seconds, isn't really going to be able to offer much in the way of lockdown. So a BKB charge forced out for the Kisses. Okay, it's another confusing fight for me here to follow. Winter, who's come out on top there?
Falcons. They forced out the BKB. I think they're happy. The rest of the heroes didn't really use anything that big of a deal. I think the Kiss is whatever, at this point. They can just kind of wait a while, wait 1 minute, farm a little bit.
They're gonna head down bottom here. Crit, he shows, doesn't quite show. Instead it's PYW who shows on the ward. Crit's just planted. Triggering some rotations now from Falcons.
And then I try to get this tiny.
Oh, yeah, indeed. PYW not playing too greedy. He's not going for the car, but he is going to lead them to Shiro. Shiro, okay, nice job. You can directional move and get into the, the twin gate from the low ground with Snaking. He finds him. Shiro trying to TP away, but he's got no chance now. Caught and killed. PYW inadvertently leading them straight into the Bear's Den.
He didn't realize that they were in such a dangerous position, Like, I feel like PRW knew that he couldn't really stay long. He cleared the wave quickly, then he went to the gate. But Ursa went to the lane, I want to push out another wave, and probably Tiny is telling him, no. No, bro, come, follow me. Let's get out. We are way past our bedtime, we need to go home.
PYW, in a way, does put down an observer, but that's going to be swiftly removed now. Bit unlucky for him. That is going to make taking the next fight a little bit more challenging. Yeah, and I mean, it's tough, right? Because it's not like Ursa even showed on a wave. The only mistake that I wouldn't even call it a mistake. It's just Falcons.
I think he made a pretty big mistake there by he cleared the cam in the jungle and then he went to the lane when the Tiny already cleared the wave,
Yeah.
So he didn't need to be there.
But I think the only reason Falcons are in
level,
that area
that is a mistake.
And this is why I want to give them credit, it's because Crit puts down a ward. He gets aggressive, he puts down the ward he's standing next to.
Yes, they saw the Tiny, but the Ursa shouldn't be pushing out that wave, because if you are on LGD's vision, you see nobody, So when you're in a position of where you don't know where the opponents are, you don't use your important heroes to push out dangerous wave. You know, you just let the supports do it.
Thinking, by the way, just had a 1 versus
And now
1
Shiro,
for a Wisdom rune, huh? Against a Centaur Conqueror.
Street Fighter. You play a lot of Street Fighter.
No, I have not been. I am not very good at Street Fighter. I have sworn off fighting games. I can barely play Smash Bros, and that's my one fighting game. Which I'm sure people will say it's not a fighting game, especially because I don't play Melee. But it's okay. We don't need to repeat that. Tormentor time. I was going to say Tormy, and then decided to go, you know, call him by his full name. Mr. Tormentor taken down now by Falcons. What are they going to get? Phoenix? No, they're going to get crits. Also pretty decent, this Fire Snap Cookie upgrade. Gives you a decent farming mechanism.
I will rip you apart.
It's okay. It's fine. I mean, Phoenix shot is, in my opinion, just way better than the snapshot.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. Basically, a refresher for one of your items, allowing it to use it in your ulti. That's amazing. It's just like such a crazy upgrade, honestly, for the hero.
Yeah, I mean, this game is just going to slowly turn into like a farm fest where teams are going to be dodging and jiving, and you're probably going to see like a Ursa against the world setup.
Yeah.
In the late game, you know, he's gonna have to do everything on his own. Oh, almost everything, you know. Like he still needs the Tiny and Pango to initiate and start the fight for him. But ideally, the way LGD wants the fights to start is Enchantress is the bait. You know, he needs to be in front.
Probably not starting the fight here as New is gonna get jumped. However, Falcons, they're not eager to go on in. They're running up and down this cliff with the Stampede buff. They'll just let Amar walk himself out, and that'll be that. Okay. Snay was getting jumped on the other side of the map. He's walking out of the jungle with a bunch of Fury Swipes on himself. He gets out of there. As Mallory, I think he's just caught a glimpse of Bambi. Yes, indeed, he has. Once again, they are chasing into Shiro's path, but this time Shiro preemptive on the TP. He gets out safely, which will leave Bambi to die.
That is an acceptable loss. Bambi is allowed to play in the dangerous areas. And now Marine has the gem, so he's going to make even more areas on the map dangerous when he removes all the observer wards from LGD.
How dangerous do you reckon Skitter's going to be late game on Bloodseeker? Are you scared of a Bloodseeker late game?
No. No. If I'm an Ursa, no, I'm not scared of him.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. What about Blood Mist? Is that still good these days? You see anyone going for a little Bloodseeker cocktail these days, or not really?
I think against their heroes, probably not so great.
It's kind of the only avenue you really have super late game, isn't it?
I mean, I feel like you only get it once you run out of slots.
New. UIW up from the high ground, immediately cancels Pulverize. That was very well done. Skitter chasing after now. BKB, Manta, Gleipnir ready to go into the butterfly.
I mean, they might be lured into a false sense of security when they saw Malrine retreat.
They smoke immediately. Malrine, he's going to blink immediately over the high ground as Echo's activating the BKB. They don't have a pulverize for 2 more seconds as PYW, he's been lifted, but in goes Shiro. Shiro looking for a target here with a Stampede buff perfectly timed. However, the stuns onto Skitter. Skitter in danger. They pick up Fuzzy Wuzzy, slam him to the ground as New hit by the rupture. He's forced to just jump around, still alive thanks to all that shield crash as PYW trying to collect more kills, will be able to set up for that kill onto Snake King. Crit as well falls in the wake of that Illuminate. And LGD, you were right, Winter. Full sense of security there for Falcons, who were not expecting a full 5-on-5 fight to kick off from that blink in.
I was kind of saying LGD is going to be lured into the one.
Oh, were you? I didn't think so. Obviously, you predicted this, right?
But
you're the best co-caster in the world.
I mean, it was just a really bad idea for them to run up the ramp there with no vision. But I felt like when they ran up and Koto placed the Will-O-Wisp there, it just immediately means that you can't go up, you know. Centaur didn't really want to run up. Like, Ama just stopped in the steps, you know, the staircase, and then he just tried to finish off the Pango, but he couldn't. They didn't have enough damage because they were kind of all split up, focusing different heroes. And with the Will-O-Wisp in the middle, blocking the path it just became very difficult for Falcons to fight there.
Definitely.
It's a good play, you know, from Ecos. That's a good placement with his will always.
Wasted no time popping the BKB as well. I mean, there was no pulverize either from Mallory, right? They just failed to get the kill on Tenyu earlier.
Yeah, and you see in that fight as well, the Ursa against Birdseeker matchup. The Birdseeker cannot touch the Ursa in the team fights, you know. Just can't.
Nope. And it's going to get worse when the Butterfly comes out. Or actually, no, sorry, that was for, that's for Bloodseeker. I mean, does Butterfly change it? That's the question I meant to ask. Wait, hold on, what? He was taking an oath of non-aggression. Pango Nation with with the Centaur cart pulling union. They you know, they're on good terms these days.
Yeah, they are family, you know. You don't want to hurt family.
It's true. Amar setting a trap here on the amplified damage rune, but it's LGD smoked up, and we'll move into the river here. Will they actually get baited onto this rune? Seems like they're just going to give it...
PYW, he's going to start.
Yeah, but in the meantime, they did secure the double damage rune. They don't have enough there. Yule Scepter in time, and that means Shiro's not going to be able to break through the egg on his own. New, he's going to get the Rolling Thunder off. Has not been ruptured, surprisingly. Shiro instead just man-fighting here, trying to get through Amar. The bash onto the high ground now as Skitter running around in this fight. He's already let loose on that rupture, holding onto the BKB charge. This is a losing fight for LGD. They've lost two. Shiro's been picked up now by the pulverize, sent back and killed. That is only the Aegis, but what do they have on the second life? Not much. No teammates, no BKB, no enrage, as only even the Abyssal's going to be on cooldown. Skitter easily cleans up as Falcons, they don't lose a single hero.
Yeah, they kind of overcommitted for the Phoenix there. Like, he wasn't burst down in time. He got his use off, then his egg, but the egg kind of didn't feel like it was a problem initially because they all were able to retreat away. LGD, they retreated away, but I felt like the fight was just kind of like really difficult at that point because they were split up again, you know, and Centaur and Primal came in to pick off their heroes after that.
Right. Yeah, I now...
I mean, the difference in this fight is the two supports on Falcons were able to get off their ultis off compared to the previous one.
Up to the high ground they go now. No buyback on the Ursa Warrior. Is going to be at least one lane of racks. We'll get another fortify as soon as those melee barracks mid-fall. They can't get the megas because the top tier 2 is still alive. So Falcons, not wanting to push their luck, will settle for the full melee sets. Or just about, as LGD, eager to try and catch anyone sticking around too long. It's still a 5 versus 4 here, by the way, in favor of Falcons. But Falcons, respecting the strength of that high ground, respecting the potential toss backs, not having any ultis, they're going to go ahead and just take a step back.
Yeah, which is a reasonable call. I think you have to expect maybe the Ursa buyback, you know. So you kind of have to play your cards right there. Don't overextend. And you don't have your egg, you don't have your spells, all your spells up. So you don't really want to overstay your welcome, you know. You already killed the melee Rex. I think you already got what you came for.
Here's that last fight again, by the way, in the replay. You can see the bash. Oh, the toss was actually really bad there, wasn't it? It was kind of a fight-losing toss. Toss the...
Yeah, but then again, I feel like the Pango didn't commit the roll onto the Phoenix.
Yeah.
You know, they land both disables. Then the Pango didn't roll onto him to finish the kill off, and he got the yields and egg off.
I feel like he probably wasn't expecting the Tiny to toss the Phoenix away. You know?
Yeah, I guess that's also true.
I don't know. I just.
And here the fight, here's like the tail end of the fight because they were like so split up, and Ursa and Tiny kind of overextended with the Pango, and that's it. You know. They have to stay together with the Will always fight in that area when Ursa wants to go in for a target, pop the Will always there, and they need to take the fight there. If they are split up, it's gonna get very messy, you know, for their heroes.
First butterfly this patch for the Bloodseeker. That is now ready online, good to go. On top of the Elven Tunic, he is rocking a casual 45% evasion.
Yeah, the evasion is definitely going to be a problem. Ursa doesn't like building MKBs usually, but I think he has to this game.
I hope he builds it over the Octarine core. I understand the strength of the Octarine, don't get me wrong, but hopefully once he scouts that item, they will be able to make an adjustment, because I just don't see how else you take down Bloodseeker if not with Ursa auto attacks, right? Oh, okay, smoke breaks. Mallory, he's got an Invis and an Arcane Rune running. He's going to be caught by the Will-O-Wisp, but there's actually no detection onto him. Either way, they've spooked him and Falcons into taking a much more defensive position deeper inside the triangle of LGD. With the smoke from LGDs, not going to quite find him a fight. as we are
Yeah, just back to farming now for LGD.
just under.
Have to try to get buybacks on Shiro.
True. And I mean, Roche is going to be probably the next big objective, I'd imagine. Falcons eager to get this last tier 2 tower to be able to threaten for the Megas. But Roche up in just under 2.5 minutes. Well, as fast as possible spawn, I should specify. But all of a sudden, it's a 14k net worth lead here, huh, for Falcons. One bad fight, and well, here we are. Wow, Dota Plus says 96 to 4. I don't know if I buy that. I reckon LGD got a much better
I think
chance.
80 to 20, probably.
All right.
80-20, or at least like 75-25.
Yeah, I would say so.
I don't know. It seems a bit harsh. I think they have a lot of avenues of winning the game still. I think the tossback, when it comes to high ground, and Ursa, you can maybe live through a couple of spells with your Enrage and then you turn the fight around. There's a lot of ways that I could see the game still turning
Hold
into
on here,
LGD's
though.
favor.
Maybe it is really 100 to 0. Because you know why, Winter? One particular item has been picked up. One item, the very strongest spell in the entire game,
Shiro.
which never loses. It's Amar. He's got himself this workhorse available, and they've caught Shiro. Shiro picked up, pulverized, not reduced here by the Enrage, as suddenly reinforcements coming through from LGD. Can they actually turn this fight? The Will-O-Wisp here in the Tormentor area. Is this going to be good enough? They get Shiro back into this base successfully, as New still bouncing around in the fight, looking for more stuns. It's a darn good hold here from LGD as they manage to recover, but now what? Amar, he gets a cookie over the defender's gate as there's a buyback from PYW. LGD trying to hold as Amar with the workhorse. It's out, but PYW doesn't find the toss. The Yule Scepter instead saves Amar as Malrine jumping into the base. There's the kill that they wanted. Amar with the stomp, putting down the business, puts down the bear, and they're straight onto the high ground just like that. What a fight.
Yeah, for LGD, they would have maybe regretted not fighting
PYW, a
earlier.
nice stun there. The Will-O-Wisp onto all 5, snaking a bit low, but he still has that Supernova as the Yule Scepter onto Tiny, trying to buy a little bit more space, trying to buy more time. Amar, he throws his Bloodseeker into the wagon. He says, come on, my friend. Mush, we hit the tower. Look at that damage, actually not bad at all as New jumps in. Another Yule Scepter here is going to remove that shield from Shield Crash as the Blinding Light is making him a bit of space. They're onto Y, giving chase with that Untouchable, making things difficult. Amar under tier 4 towers makes enough space for New to get focused down and killed. Mallory on a killing streak as I think Skitter, yeah, indeed gets the kill onto Y. That's GG, just like that. Falcons, they win game 1 here as they get closer to 50-50 with a game 1 win over LGD.
I mean, LGD just got kind of outcast, when it came to the team fight department. I think in the last fight near the Tormentor there, when Ursa got engaged on, he got jumped by the Rupture and he was like standing his ground. And the Pango rolled in with the pipe and the Greaves when he got healed by the Quarter Wave. Felt like he just needed to stand and fight, how can he just run away like that, I felt like if you run, it means that there's no way your teammates are going to get out, because you're your main source of the damage for your team. And if you pop BKB and Rage and you're running away, then what? It's a really bad mindset. I felt like they had no way but to try and fight and maybe win that fight and get back into the game. Because Falcons, they were kind of grouped up in a very bad area and they got caught by the Cortal's Will-O-Wisp with the tiny combo and the Pango roll. I felt like it looked good, but Ursa decided to run. And there's no way you can win the fight anymore after your carry decides to run.
Yeah, ended up being a bit tough there. Just taking a look at the team cams that we can still see LGD. A bit pensive. Falcons, as always, doesn't matter if they just win a game 5 or if it's just another group stage win for them. Crit just kind of sitting there, looking at the post-game stats, thinking about what he could have done better. But overall, very strong game here for Falcons, as you say. As you take a quick look at our highlights from game 1, just to wrap that up a little bit more. I gotta agree with you. I think, Winter, another thing that really stood out to me was a lot of the early game fights where I guess overall the moral of the story here for LGD is calculating their strengths and committing to fights a bit better, right? Because early on when they hit their timings, they thought they should have been fighting and the results didn't really go their way. Later, they didn't really want to be fighting even though maybe they had no choice, Maybe there could be a little bit more calculation done there.
Yeah, I think same can be said for Falcons, they also didn't really feel like they played very well. I think that it was also on their end quite messy and they gave LGD a couple of chances. I think this was one of it when they ran up the the high ground here with no vision, and they were trying to take a fight with a smoke, and they paid a huge price here. I think losing like almost the whole team in this fight. Just not a clean game, from both teams, So if they want to go far in this tournament, both teams have to look to play better. And then here again, with the not committing the roll onto the Phoenix.
Right, and I can't get over that toss away on the Phoenix, honestly. Like that, I'm not gonna say that was game losing. It was fight losing though, for sure. Unfortunately,
Yeah, but at the same time, I still think that the Pango just needed to roll. He just needed to commit the roll. Like,
Sure.
Why are you saving the roll? Phoenix is an important kill. You can't just say that, oh, it's a support, I don't want to roll. But you're going into enemy territory. You don't really have vision on the other hero. So I think rolling in to ensure that you're going to get the first kill and see if you get ruptured, and then deciding how to take the fight after that. I felt like that was the correct move, And if you don't really want to commit, then it means that you're not going for that kill. You're just backing up, If you want to do it, you just commit. You don't, 50-50 and you just commit half your spells, And then it ends up being really bad for them because they were holding the Aegis on Ursa in that fight.
Yeah, I just can't get over by the way, that Falcons look every time that they win a game. They almost look like, like your friend after you play him a song on your headphones and he's like, okay, that was a song. Like, they just don't look, it's just another day at the office with them, another group stage win.
I don't think they should be happy about how they played this game. I think it was not a very clean game, like in a lot of ways. And for a team as skilled and as good as Falcons, they won championships. I think if they play like this, they are not going to get away against the better teams. Like Spirit, you're not going to win against Gladiators. Maybe Entity even, so they really need to play well if they want to claim silverware in this tournament.
I see. Well, still time for them to turn things around, as we are going to be hitting the halfway point for them here after this series. We are going to be going to a quick break, but when we return, we're going to have game 2 of Falcons versus LGD.
Team Falcons are a very young team in the very long history of Dota 2, but when you build a team with some of the best players in the world, you get results. The roster is a wild mix of regions and varying levels of experience, and it has come together into one of the strongest teams in the world. Team Falcons started their EPT season by qualifying for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, but as a first test of strength and first land for the team, they didn't show their full potential and got knocked out by Team Liquid. Not deterred by their loss, they went on to qualify for Dream League Season 22 and ended up taking first place, beating BB Team 3-0 in the Grand Finals. Following this, it was time for ESL 1 Birmingham. This event too looked easy for them. Despite playing the first part of the tournament with Sumail as stand-in for Malrine, they managed to achieve another first place, as well as beating BB Team 3-0 in the Grand Final once again. The last EPT event before Riyadh Masters was Dream League Season 23. This time with a massive patch dropping in the middle of the event. Team Falcon, seemingly the quickest to adapt to the new changes, unsurprisingly took first place again, this time a 3-0 against Gaming Gladiators in the Grand Finals. As you could see, Team Falcons are a team that have spent virtually all their time at the top of the very competitive Dota 2 scene, taking home first place in almost every event they attend. With a secure hold of the #1 spot on the EPT leaderboard, Team Falcons are going into this event as the strongest team in the world.
Falcons are used to spending a lot of time at the top. That may be true, Cap, but for now, no team yet is guaranteed through the group stage into those playoffs here at the Riad Masters. Thanks for joining Winter and myself here, Seeking Strike, for our Game 2 coverage as our second draft is about to begin. Winter, you seem to be... Well, let's say this. We saw Falcons not looking super happy at the end of last game, and you think they aren't happy. You think that they're not playing to their level here.
No,
I mean,
not at all.
About that a bit.
They look like they are playing at maybe 50, 60, 70% capacity right now of their potential, and a lot of the moves they are making on the map, I felt like they were not really on the same page as a team. It wasn't as smooth as it used to be, and they definitely have to iron things out in the next game and as the tournament progresses. Maybe it's still good enough for them to beat LGD, but if they play against stronger opponents, we've already seen them play against the stronger opponents. You know, they lost their first 2 series against Spirit and what's the other one?
Gaming Gladiators, I believe.
Spirit and GG, yeah, GG, Gaming Gladiators. So they should probably already know that something's already off. You know, yeah, with their own gameplay, or maybe it's a draft or whatever it is. They need to really try to fix it. You know, for now they can kind of still use a band-aid and temporarily try to find short-term solutions to just get over this series and the day, but for the tournament they have to really find out the true problems and try to go to the root source of the problems and try to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, if you even look to last year, right, it was Gaming Gladiators who were in a very similar position to Falcons, right, winning all the majors, winning a lot of the Dream Leagues, winning basically almost everything that they entered, and then when it came to Riyadh, you know, there were some doubts when it came to TI later for them, second place, right? Not really being able to complete what was a almost capstone year for them here. For Falcons here in the group stage, I mean, if you're going to take a stumble anywhere, the group stage is the time to do it, right? Fail early, learn early, and start to kind of remedy some of those mistakes. But I have to agree with you. I mean, this is the team that is completely untouchable, making grand finals boring, even for a lot of the times, right? It's just with how much they dominate.
And if they're struggling against LGD, I mean, no disrespect, for LGD, it's just they're just on a different level, If Falcons play on their A game, bring their A game, they should be able to get past LGD with no problem. But as of right now, they are not, and the LGD definitely has chances to win the game. They were also really sloppy when they had kind of the windows, to come back into the game or at least take control of the game, especially with Shiro feeding away a couple of really bad deaths in the game. I think the first one in the laning phase, and he had a few more later in the mid-late game where he actually played in wrong areas of the map where I felt like he shouldn't be playing there because it's the dangerous area and he's the carry. He's the most important piece of the puzzle for his team, so he can't be afford to risking his own life for farm. And he just needs to be able to recognize that in the game, Easier said than done, because with players sometimes you get the wrong game sense because you're playing too much pubs and you feel the way that the game should be playing out based on your pubs, and not on high level play. And you're doing the wrong things in high level play because of your habits you get in pubs.
Definitely. Yeah, no, I want to just focus a little bit more on LGD here, Winter, as our second draft. Now, just getting started. We have LGD on Radiant side with last pick. So I do want to talk a little bit more about the things that LGD did well, because they almost had an opportunity there before the mid-fight went awry for them. What are things that they can do to pressure Falcons where they have looked at their weakness to try and seize this opportunity to get more games in the group stage? What would you be focusing on?
Themselves, I think they should be focusing on their own plan, just screw what Falcons are trying to do. They just need to make sure that they follow the script, look at the director. Director is telling, hey, this is your job, this is your dialogue, just make sure you say everything perfectly, you do everything correctly, and that's it, I don't think they should be worrying about other things too much. I think at this point, when you're like the underdog team, I feel like it's always good to just focus on yourself instead of just trying to emulate what the better teams are doing. Just do what you feel good, for what you're comfortable with, and just follow your captain or your coach's plan.
Look, I completely agree. I think that's always, in general, in life, going to lead you to success. But this is a competition. You're competing directly against someone. Aren't there cases where sometimes you just want to really hone in on a particular weakness of your opponent? You don't really see any glaring opening here for LGD to kind of just stroll through, or?
And you're talking about in the game or in the draft, because it could
draft on.
I feel like in the game, their opponents played sloppy. I feel like there were a couple of like disconnects between, especially Snaking and his team. He wanted to fight and his team wanted to back off. He fed a couple of deaths, and if you look at how they are playing the map as well, I think some of the fights Falcon wanted to take, they were not really ready as 5. So you could kind of maybe take advantage of that, try to build a lineup where you have superior team fight and you try to abuse the fact that Falcons are not really, on their A game today in terms of team fight. Yeah, so maybe
we'll see what they go for. As our opening is already out here, Falcons with the first pick, they will take Weaver. It's LGD who had a priority for game number 2 as they move in for the Beastmaster. As a response, once again, LGD having to ban out the Timber, as this time they will remove Tiny, since they didn't have the first pick.
Yeah, they're really scared of the Razor. Yeah, they didn't ban Razor, so they value Tiny a lot. So now they ban Tiny, and they still ban the Razor in the second phase. I mean, Razor, I feel like it's not really that scary of a hero. I'm sure maybe Arma plays a scary Razor, but there are just a lot of other heroes that I would be more afraid of right now. And they do have the Beastmaster plus Hoodwing lane, which is a very, very terrifying lane. The Acorn shot with the Wild Axe spam is just very difficult for most of the carries to deal with. If you don't have a position 5 that can kind of heal and keep you top up in the lane, you're gonna be pushed out of the lane.
If I'm not mistaken, Crit's got like a ton of games on Hoodwink as well, so it's a very value steal from him. Don't want him on a very comfortable hero or like Amar on his Razor or anything like that. As Falcons will respond with the Snapfire, plenty of magic damage, a little bit more burst.
Yep. No Chen, no Enchantress, so nothing to steal the ball as well for the Beastmaster. They go for the Snap, which is going to be good at killing the Beast in the in the early to mid game when he doesn't have a BKB, you know, or a pipe. So it's gonna be a decent answer. Like against Beast, you definitely have to draft heroes that deal a lot of magic damage, or you have to draft a hero that buys Vessel that can stop him when he has Aghanims. Okay, so for LGD right now, they are looking for, I guess, a potential egg killer. They need someone to kill the egg, and you already know that maybe the Weaver, actually no, Snapfire could be carry, could be a core as well, so Weaver could still be a support. So everything is still up in the air, you know, for Falcons. It's very ambiguous what the Weaver and Snapfire is gonna do this game.
Speaking of ambiguity, here is a Sven, which may or may not be flexed here with the 17th pick that LGD now have.
You're probably gonna know now.
Right.
I feel like they're gonna leave the mid for last, most likely. And they're gonna have to decide to pick another position 5 hero that works with Sven. I mean, with this type of lineup, there's still ET, I guess. There's still, I mean, if you're looking for a range that you want to play fast pace as CM Sven with Beast Masters sounds like if you get the ball rolling, you're gonna play really fast. I mean, if you want to play with the ball of the Beastmaster, then maybe like something like a Treant Protector.
What about a Jakiro? We saw that be pretty fast, right?
Yeah, that is actually not bad. Yeah, and you have the double hit for the egg. Can be good.
Some follow-up stuns onto a Weaver, long range.
Yeah, it's a strong lane. Strong lane with a Sven.
Just kind of thinking, I don't know if you necessarily go all out for Liquid Fire as we've seen before, but I mean, maybe, right? Now Earth Spirit instead.
Okay, so this means the Sven is still up in the air. Can be a support or carry. They want to keep everything open now, so they don't want to get countered too much here. I think it's also a smart move here by LGD. But on the other hand, because you're revealing your mid here, so it's gonna give your opponents the opportunity to counter your Earth Spirit. I mean, the other day when we saw LGD won with the Earth Spirit, he kind of also lost his lane. You're Earth Spirit, right? So you get bullied in the lane, but he still did a lot later. So maybe LGD feels like it's not really that important for Echoes to get a good lane if he's Earth Spirit. So we're just gonna try to play for the mid and late game, and you know, hope that he just gets as much as possible out of the lane, even if he's countered.
I agree. I mean, I think you're great at rotating naturally on an Earth Spirit, and you have 2 great targets to rotate to on the Weaver Phoenix. I mean,
3 targets as well, you know, for the silence. The Phoenix, the Snap, the Weaver, they're all very vulnerable to the silence from Earth Spirit.
So perhaps a troubling pick now. We'll see how Falcons look to answer, as they have now the 18th pick. They'll go to a Sand King. This is an up-and-coming hero, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going to win the mid lane very hard, Sanking into Earth Spirit. I think this is the plan here for Falcons. They're going to try to bully Earth Spirit a lot. I mean, with the Stinger plus Barrow Strike, because with how the mid players are scaling the hero right now, you just max your stun and Stinger. You max Stinger first, then your stun. So it means that you're clearing out crit waves really quickly with Stinger, and you can clear stacks as well. You don't really get Sandstorm initially, but because you have stun and your Stinger, you get an early dagger, you're just making plays all over the map. You're pressuring and you're winning your lane, you know, so it's a very, very scary hero, and you're gonna need like pipe on all the team items to kind of deal with this Sanking Phoenix Snapfire.
Right. It's
I mean, same can be said for Falcons, you know. You want to build pipe against Earth Spirit and the Beastmaster, the Footwing.
Absolutely. And it's more team fight, right? The Sand King from Falcons on top of Kisses, on top of the Supernova, something to protect the egg.
Yeah.
I do like this pick quite a bit. It's pretty nasty. We've seen successful teams against Sand King kind of contest stacks once again, right? This is a hero who, even in some losing lanes, he can always get himself recovered just with the strength of the Sandstorm. So we'll see what LGD look to do to put a thorn in his game, in his side, one of his many claws.
Yeah, so for now, Falcons gonna have the next pick. They have to, I guess, pick Amar's hero here. They are lacking. What are they lacking? I think they can pick a more greedy hero, like something like Doom available. Or Doom's not available.
Yeah.
They can pick a more scaling hero, because the other heroes are not so greedy. I assume they're gonna do Weaver carry here with Phoenix and Snapfire support duo. So you want a melee hero to pair with the Snapfire lane. I mean, there's still the Centaur again if they want to go back for that. I mean, you know, it might be laning into a carry Sven or a support Sven. And there's also a Dark Seer still available. I do think that they need someone to buy all the team items. I think Dark Seer is still kind of good here into the Sven carry or Sven support.
I was thinking Mars, but that was just banned. What about Avenge? Oh, no. What? Huh?
Huh?
Snake King looks surprised. He's
Not
the guy
off
who
lane?
picked it. He's like, huh? Slark?
No, wait. So what is happening? Snapfire's mid. It has to be Snap mid then. Snap mid, Sanking off lane, Slug carry.
Yeah.
I think that makes more sense. So it'll be a Sanking plus Weaver lane. So I guess they just wanted the Sanking to lane into the Sven, if the Sven is carry. Not really sure, but so overall they're gonna have a Snap mid with a Sanking off lane with Slug carry, Phoenix and Weaver as support duo. So that's gonna give them a lot of scaling, a lot of map control. If you do well in your lanes, you have a Slug running around, killing heroes, and it's a very fast drop, you know, at the end of the day. And if you're LGD, you're gonna be thinking, if we do a Sven carry, it means our drop is gonna be very slow again. So are we gonna be doing that, or we want to pick like maybe something like a Bloodseeker, you know,
again.
against the Slug, and then just pick Bloodseeker and fight, you know.
It's good in the Weaver, another egg hitter. I can't believe it.
I don't know. It's felt like it's like could be a good option here again.
I agree. But it's the Lina, the first Lina as well at this event, Winter. I believe that takes us to below 20 uncontested
Okay,
heroes.
Lina carry with Sven support. Okay, this is good. Lina and Sven lane. The Lina carry works amazing with Sven support because of the heavy plate. So you get the physical damage reduction and you get armor. Shiro's Lina is going to be using it and abusing it as much as you can in the lane. Because usually when you pick Lina with Treant Protector, I think Sven position 5 is actually better than Treant Protector with Lina. Because Lina's weakness is getting burst, right? So with the Sven, with the Shard and with your Warcry, the Lina is always going to be protected in the team fights, and you can play around the ball with Beastmaster in front. Earth Spirit is your initiating magic damage with the Acorn Shot and the Hoodwing doing damage from the side. I feel like it's actually pretty strong.
Yeah,
I like the idea.
Yeah, but I need to correct you on something here, and I don't know.
Oh wait,
yeah,
what?
It's a mid Sand King. Look, I was on board. You
okay?
You said
confused
we're setting the sail for this destination, and then now I'm Captain, we're going the wrong way. This is a train, not a boat. This is a Slark offlane. What is this? Wow.
I feel like it's terrible. Slug off lane into carry Lina with Sven. I don't know. I feel like it's a bad idea. So they have Weaver and Phoenix against Beastmaster plus Hoodwing. Okay, that lane is kind of, I think maybe they can do okay. And mid lane, you're going to have Sand King against Earth Spirit. Okay. They have two lanes at least that will go really well for Falcons. I imagine, you know, when I think about the matchups in my head. But the off lane Slug into the carry Lina is not a lane where I feel like it's going to be doing
right.
good.
If we're doing the chess notation for this draft, you're putting 2 question marks next to that one, right?
Well, I'll be nicer. I'll put a question mark and an exclamation mark. Dubious move. You know? Double question mark means it's a blunder. It's a straight up mistake. You know?
I understand. Look, I don't know. I don't know either. I have to be honest with you. I'm not sure.
Didn't you get the memo, Richie? We've been told to give the players the benefit of the
no.
doubt. They are the ones playing. We are the ones watching.
If I was better, I would be in these matches. Just being honest, you know. I wouldn't. I'm only good here because I'm halfway decent at yapping, not at my Dota. So I am in no position here to stand before you and say that this Slark offlane is
You need to be way
bad.
better.
However,
you need another 10,000 MMR.
It
Richie.
is 10,000. Come on now.
Okay, 9,000. 8,000.
Don't do me like that. But I don't know. I just don't know about this Slark. It's what Amar is going to go to for game number 2 as Falcons. This could be the game that leads them back to being 50-50 to try and get themselves off the very bottom, off the floor of those Group B standings. They lost 2 of their first 3 games. Here they are up 1-0 now versus LGD in game number 2 at the Riyadh Masters. Thanks for joining us, folks. We've got a Slark offlane, the Amar special. Or is it? I'm not so sure. We will.
Is it still a special now that everyone already knows it's coming?
I don't know if anyone saw this.
I mean, we've seen it so many.
Slark?
Okay, maybe not this game. Yeah, not this game.
Good ward. LGD, they managed to get over to the high ground. Crit is going to realize what's going on. Stun is going to be thrown now onto Crit. LSA connects with the Boulder Smash on through. Crit turns and burns with the Scatter Blast, but he's going to drop first. New, he may be next to go, as that's going to be a nice
double
stun through. Very good. Skitter with the kill onto New, as it's a full 5v5 level 1 fight. PYW, another Acorn shot. Doesn't get lucky on the bounce. Doesn't bounce back onto Mallory, but they do catch Snay again here. A second stun is good for the kill. Double kill now for PYW as Skitter. Oh, Skitter, the last auto attack. He's safe and sound, just out of range of the sentry. Ooh.
I mean, snaking again, you know, like just not respecting the fact LGD had better heroes, like turns back, tries to get a right click. And now you see the power of the hoodwink Acorn shot just decimating Team Falcons.
Just ruining his game. That tree bounce trick shot. This Acorn shot is nasty.
Please.
And Skitter, he's already needed to use a healing salve.
Needs to be nerfed.
So he's a bit behind the 8 ball as far as his regen up top. He bought it, and Snaking was able to deliver it.
Yeah, so who got the first blood? Was it mid hero?
No, it's PYW. He got both kills.
PYW, yeah. So he has what? Did he buy boots right away? What did he buy? Oh, Blightstone and Blood Grenade stick. Okay, I like this.
Against this
zero
armored hero here into the Phoenix Snay. You better get ready, sir.
Yeah.
All right.
This is not a fun lane for the Phoenix. No. I mean, he has the Weaver to kind of protect him. When Weaver gets level 2, you have a power spike, which can kind of mask the weakness of the Phoenix being a weak lane.
Look, I mean, you're right about that, but one auto attack or one Acorn shot in Phoenix is down to -1 armor. I mean, it's not good. New is stacking up these axes. This lane could get ugly fast. Speaking of, oh my goodness.
Oh no, Skitter. He took so much damage from that double bounce on Acorn shot.
What a one charge is, but he's out of regen.
There goes yourself, bro.
Mid lane is also, we expect to be hard for Echoes, don't we? Although he does find a kick now onto Mallory, puts him under the tower. 2 tower shots come through. 30 HP, turn around for that last auto attack onto the creep, and he gets it. That was close, wasn't it? Back up top lane. First Icarus dive, the level 2 power spike now onto New. He turns around for one more set of axes, but he's going to fall. PYW throws the blood grenade, which will keep Falcons at bay, but they've got the kill that they were looking for.
Wait, how did they not get level 2 faster? They got 2 kills on the hood.
They all shared it, I guess, honestly. I'm not too sure. Winter, I wanted to point out mid briefly because really the lane that I want to be watching, that I think we need to be watching, is this bottom lane, this off lane. Slark, he's saving his skill points again now on Amar. First point in Essence Shift. He's gone for the Pound Supplies Essence Shift stacks when striking enemy heroes. I mean, it's still early.
I mean, he's playing into Alina and Sven, you know, he's not going to be pouncing on anyone soon. I'll tell you that.
Look, that's true, right? That's true. And let's just remind the viewers, in case you're now just tuning in, for you Slark heads out there, you guys set up your push notifications that a Slark's been picked, and you're like, why is he in the off lane? Look, we don't know either. It's 23 Slark make it with a 24 Lina. That was the order of operations here. So let's see if this is a master at work. You know, you can't judge the final painting by its initial sketch, or if this is something that we won't be seeing.
Wow. Are you into painting nowadays, yeah?
No, not at all. I wish I was.
And do you like the painting LGD has here? The Sven Lina save thing?
You know, seems very strong. I just don't know if it's going to be enough into the Slark. Like, the Dispels seem very good against Alina, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, just the lane, you know, but if he can survive the lane, because you would look at the matchup and you think that the Snapfire should be having trouble in this Sven Lina lane.
He's doing fine.
But he seems like he's doing okay,
He's doing just fine. So I'm wondering where this is coming from. Is it just the high base armor on Slark?
He's just good at laning, you know. He does a lot of small little things, the way he pulls the wave and the way he manipulates the
Okay, I mean, he purged the stun. He precast the Dark Pact, knew that they were going to try and punish him for going for the last creep auto attack there, and then he dodges the LSA. So I mean, he's just kind of dancing around them right now.
He knows he's going to be left alone because Creed went to pick up the rune, so he needs to use it to make sure he doesn't die in the lane, you know, the Dark Pact.
Good response by Earth Spirit. Echoes in the mid lane. He drags the wave, and then he's going to roll back to try and get back as soon as possible. It's not as good as like a Kunko who can just X mark and be back into lane, but it is something. Amar, he is going to bait Y away from the lane. Crit is returning from his venture towards the mid lane. Cookie is going to connect a stun. LSA only onto one. Will at least force Amar off of his mark, off of his quarry. Y barely lives here. In fact, consumes, I believe. Oh, no, he's going to die.
Oh, he got
him. Snaking in the meantime up top lane. Takes down PYW as they turn back onto New. I don't think they can quite dive him, even with the Beetle minus armor. Snake just barely lives by the skin of his teeth. Back down bottom, Crit under vision here by the creep wave, but he's just fine. These raindrop charges keeping him alive. He turns and blasts Shiro.
His full ball facet is also very absurd in the lane. It's just, you don't expect to catch you. You know, it's very similar to the Pudge facet where it's longer. The hook in the lane, you just don't expect it and you die. You've been playing Dota for 20 years and you learn the way a spell works for 20 years and now everything is different.
Right.
And then you have to change your muscle memory.
Because you were playing Dota 1 and you were dodging those Snapfire auto attacks. Snaking, he leaps through the tree. He's still going to die, dodge the bushwhack, but they commit for the kill. It's New falls here at the cost of the Phoenix.
Well, Dota 1 does not have Snapfire, I'll tell you that much.
True. That was
the
joke. I didn't know that much. Okay, nice dodge there on that smooth board by Shiro. Sidesteps that very quickly and neatly. We're approaching the 6-minute mark. You have, at the very least, the Hoodwink in position to contest here, but Snaking threatening to deny this bottom rune now. Sorry, top rune, make it as the rune spawns bottom. Invis into the bottle of Mallory.
Yeah, nicely done. Gets the D-ward as well. So more mid lane control here for Falcons. They get the rune, they get the D-ward. It's perfect. And now they're gonna figure out maybe if they can steal the Wisdom rune at 7 minutes. It's kind of a nice thing to do as Phoenix because you can dive in and steal it.
We can see here the mid lane stats. I think as expected, Echo has not come out nearly as well as his opponents.
Yeah, he did okay initially because Sanking was low.
Shiro, he's in trouble, but Amar's not going to dive his tower. Instead, PYW will rotate. Has caught Amar here, but he's a tricky kill. Instead, we'll keep our eyes on this Sand King, this tricky little Scorpion with the cover of the Invis rune, just diving the tower here casually onto New. He's only level 4. TPs are incoming as Mallory, he missed the stun. Echoes, his TP didn't last actually long enough. Now magnetized onto 3 heroes. In goes Y, Snaking, falling low now as he's going to turn and try and do as much damage as he can, but it's not going to be enough.
He's going for the Wisdom.
Skitter trying to steal the Wisdom rune, forced away. He's got another magnetize on him here. He's going to be fine ultimately, but
he's fine. He still has time.
Exactly. He didn't.
He's
yeah,
fine.
That's true. He still has time lapse. So, Wisdom rune.
One
apiece, right? Yeah. Crit got the Wisdom. All right. One apiece. Amar.
Oh, bot lane. Oh, it doesn't land the Scatter Blast. Unfortunate. I mean, we're going to probably see Falcons try to be aggressive because Magnetize is down now. Maybe they can try to look for a play in the bottom area, and they're going to bring Skitter bot through the gate.
I thought maybe they would have wanted to contest Beastmaster stacks to try and delay the Ags. Either way, Shiro will receive absolutely no assistance.
Again, Shiro, wrong place, wrong time, my friend. You gotta abandon your spot, you know. When your mid laner doesn't have ulti, you can't stay in the lane.
I agree. And I think right now, again, LGD, they're much more intent on contesting and defending the stacks. Holy moly. Did you see that damage there? Stingers, man, they hurt.
Oh, what, the Stinger? Yeah, it's... You clear stacks so quickly. It's crazy.
Up top lane.
That's why Sanking is a very strong mid now.
There's a blood grenade back towards Snaking. I feel like he's been throwing blood grenades all game. As New, he might have found himself slightly overcommitted here, and by slightly, I mean he's just fine. For now, PYW, he will be focused and killed instead. As from the mid lane, Echoes TPing in the tower. Sorry, the TP to the tower from Shiro allows him to pick up that kill. That wasn't an amplified damage rune. That was just his thermal runaway active on top of Shiro, in case you have not seen a lot of this hero, which I wouldn't particularly blame you for, especially if you've been watching all of the Riyadh Masters. It's first Lina of the tournament. That's a very nice kick under the tower now as they've almost got Mallory, but that level 4 Bro Strike allows them to break vision. They hit him now. There's going to be that tree trick shot on the Acorn as Mallory, this time he's bit off more than he can chew. Great rotations, great map play here by LGD. Is that going to be enough for them to stabilize this early game?
It's a start. Sanking is a big kill. They're going to need a couple more of those, but I feel like at this point of time, they just have to be patient and slowly play around the Magnetizer. Magnetizer is on cooldown now, so they need to be defensive and try to avoid confrontation. Just try to get runes, clear your stacks, and avoid big fights. And just wait for Echoes to find another pickoff for the team, you know. And at the same time, Lina's just power up, farming his jungle
Little
stack.
smoke now by Falcons. Most of the stacks already been cleared, at least for LGD. As Skitter steals the Ancient Black Dragon. Skitter, sorry, make that Snake King, rather, just shy of level 6, but crit. He still is lurking in the Fog of War with Mortimer Kisses ready. Plants down this Observer. That is going to scout new, starting to stack this second part of the Ancients. Really good vision by Falcons. They see everyone that's rotated to this top lane, though. And Crit is still behind the tower here, still trying to find a move. Mostly alone, though.
Yeah. Falcons have a very big part of the map to farm here. They have the bigger map control. Slug is like free farming bot. They have 3 heroes pressuring, and with the ward and the wisdom rune there, they see a lot of the top area and they can pressure.
Snake leads
with
level
3
6.
heroes.
He'll get it from this creep wave, I reckon. And now they're going to start the dive. New underneath the tower. He gets off the roar. Oh, but it's blocked mostly by that infused raindrop charges. Skitter, he's totally fine. Uses the time loss back to full HP. Echoes goes for the rolling boulder, but just a second late now on to Skitter. They won't find anything there. And Crit is still behind the tower, threatening to take the stocks. You can see how, I think that was New pinging them. He's like, guys, don't let him steal my money. I need my eggs. And this entire time, very quietly farming away, by the way, Amar down bottom. He's about to get his Diffusal Blade online. We've almost forgotten about this Slark with the way that Falcons have been playing all around the top lane right now.
Like, how is he actually almost top net of like, among the 5 heroes on Falcons? It's crazy. Like, he got so much space to farm. I think a lot of it stems down to when Echo used his magnetized top, and then they moved Skitter through the twin gate to the bottom, and they got the kill onto Lina, and that kind of gave Slug a lot of room to play with. After that kill, he got the tower, then he had like the whole bottom jungle to farm. You know, that's how he got his net worth.
I have to say, I am surprised that Slark is in Amar's wheelhouse. It's not unusual to see Amar play a lot of mids in the off lane because he used to be a mid laner back in the day. That's why he's like got a very mean Huskar. Sometimes he plays like a Void Spirit off lane. Razor obviously used to be a mid laner for a long time as well. But Slark is one that does surprise me a little bit more, not gonna lie. Either way, they've scouted the Diffusal Blade.
I mean, it kind of suits his.
Okay.
All right. Just
don't mind me if I do. That's me when I try and zap the cockroach, but it scurries away too fast with the spray.
Yeah, I mean, back to your
Skitter
on Ahmad. I don't think it suits him in a way where he's a carry. You know, the heroes that he play kind of can be the secondary carrier of the team or third carrier of the team. And at the same time, because he's so good at the lane, it makes it work for his team.
I mean, that's how he's gotten away with the laning stage so well, right? So especially when Crit was rotating mid and starting to mess with the Earth Spirit. You had Amar just dodging spells and able to get away with things because of Dark Pact. Now, speaking of mid, Mallorin is starting to push. Takes down the tower, but Echoes, he's going to roll in. A very nice rolling boulder. Sun on a 3, and the control is perfect on the Mallorin. He dies. Crit. Oh, he actually dodges the rolling boulder. Echoes is a bit deep, but he's got a haste rune. Chasing now more with the Blade Mal active. Wants to kill Snake King here. Snake King, who's a bit worse for wear, eventually forced into using the ultimate. There are enemy heroes here. Can they focus down the egg in time? Absolutely. Crit dies as a result underneath the tier 2 tower, as even Skitter, he might not be safe and sound here, although he's on to Shiro. Another quick time walk away. This cockroach is just going to be too darn annoying.
The 2 carries are here, Richie.
Amar, the carry, he shows up. PYW, he avoids the pounce, but Amar still has him within reach as Skitter collects the kill here. 2 in this fight. 2 supports for 2 cores and a support on the side of LGD. A very strong trade. I guess
that was a perfect ending
King as well,
for Falcons there. After they chase with the Earth Spirit with haste, they were kind of... I think it was the right move to chase to finish off the 2 kills, but they needed to just figure out how to minimize losses there instead of like losing so many heroes.
Right.
But then again, well played to Falcons, you know, just TPing the core heroes at the right time. Just getting the trade, getting the counter kills, which is so important for them.
Meanwhile, and live, News farming another big stack, and Amar's just going to walk into the triangle, take your Watcher, and now what? Now what do? Absolutely nothing. Mallorin's stolen your Wisdom Rune. He's also killed PYW. That almost feels like an afterthought.
Yeah, this is bad.
And Amar's just like, go ahead, lower the HP for me. Please help me farm your stacks. Please. Give him a
Bot lane Shiro again. He might be in too deep here. It's
too
not
deep.
his
Winter,
territory to
this is
farm.
his tier 2 tower. Certainly, that's not too deep.
I mean, he could have been killed there if they were able to land the cookie.
That's true. I mean, I replied.
Or he could have actually just started with the Mortimer's Kiss. You know, maybe they could just long range artillery and just kill him.
And have the Weaver dive and then just time lapse out, right? True.
Yeah, because I feel like if he's top, right, if he's farming the Ancients, they can't really abuse and bully PYW out of the Wisdom Rune there. You know, they need, if they had more heroes in that area.
Winter, I mean, LGD, they just can't seem to get Falcons. They're just like ticks. Is Amar going to block this? No, he's not going to block it, but Echoes is going to end up blocking the camp anyway. He rolls on in. They can't boot him out. LGD, they don't have anywhere to farm. New's still 1,000 gold away from his Ag Scepter, as they've just killed PYW for committing the crime of trying to walk into his triangle. In the meantime, the control onto Snaking is good enough for the kill, but Falcons, they might just keep diving as Amar. Oh, he does end up catching Skitter now on the roll, but Echoes, he's still going to end up dropping so much damage return with that Blade Melt, but there's so many heroes here to spread it. Falcons are just fine. Another 2-for-1 trade in their favor. And New...
Yeah, Snaking kind of didn't expect, you know, there to be two heroes on top. He wanted to just initiate for his team.
Look at this game sense. Amar's like, someone's been here. Someone took this Watcher, and New... Oh, he's going to be fine. The Pounce misses ultimately. But that was close. The only hint Amar had there was the Watcher was taken. What game sense for him to chase for a kill? I love that.
Yeah, he knows the Beastmaster is going to be trying to find whatever leftover farm he can on the map. And tries to farm on the edges there. So he kind of reads like his mind, you know. As Beastmaster kind of didn't have anywhere to go. Now he TP's back. And here we see another initiation. Maureen gets a kill, solo kill.
That amplified damage rune was... Wow. Why disappeared?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It was like a little magic trick. Oh, and here he goes again. He'll make it a twofer, I think. Oh, Echoes, he rolls in. He actually ends up catching the Weaver, but it just puts him in position for a two-man stun up from the Cookie. Okay, really good bushwhack from the high ground. PYW charging up that sharpshooter. It's pretty good, but Skitter, the silence just doesn't last long enough on him. Easily gets off the time lapse. Now you've lost PYW on the high ground. News TP'd in just to die. Still 300 gold away from the from the drums of Slam. Not the drums of endurance. And Amar, he still is playing aggressive with the Shadow Dance active. He blocks the roll away now from one. That's a 3-man stun, but there's just no follow-up. LGD, they're getting stepped on here by Falcons.
Radiant's middle tower.
They're getting ran over, they're getting trampled. Even there's no Primal Beast in the game. They're just getting like stepped on, like you said, over and over again, losing heroes left and right. They have nowhere to farm, they're not able to defend their territories. I don't really feel like they're that weak, you know, if they stand together on a ward. Because Falcons have been invading their Ancients time after time again, and they have done nothing to defend that area. I think Lina just needs to come over with a team to just fight with the Raw, you know. If they don't do that, New is not going to be able to finish his agony. You know. He's going to get it now in 100 gold, but it's been so severely delayed.
This is just as bad as the one game we were casting. What was the other game we were casting where it was an 18-minute ag?
Was it worse?
No.
Yeah, was it worse?
This one is actually maybe going to be worse, because I don't know if he gets this in 18 minutes. The other one was 18 minutes. I remember I looked at the Dota buff for the match, but I can't remember the match now. But it was a game we casted day one where the enemy Hoodwink just completely messed up the Coddle and the Beastmaster core, right? I can't remember the game for the life of me, though. But hey, this is not a good sign, right, for the Beastmasters. We've seen what an 11-minute Beastmaster does to an offlaner. It's all smiles, and then, you know, the guy on the other side of the bus, it's 18-minute Ag Scepter time in there for Beastmaster. It's rough. It's not been fun.
Yeah, look at Amar. He's using the vision. He's going to get another kill here.
Looks that way. Oh, pretty much a certainty. Snail almost dies to the tower. He's fine. He's even got a full vessel completed. In the meantime, Gleipnir from Skitter. They're going to try and roll onto him now, but Mallory here to disengage or counter-initiate rather on Shiro, who throws up the ultimate, but it's just not changing anything. Y from the low ground gives Echoes the heavy plate. He is still going to get tagged here by that smooth or scatter blast. Underneath the tower now, another nice kick on that boulder smash. It's just not changing anything. It's just a full team wipe, Winter. 15k the net worth lead. This is a lot more of the Falcons that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, this game is definitely getting out of hand right now for LGD and looking much like the old Falcons we've seen the last couple of months winning tournaments. just connecting from both sides of the map quickly. They push out the lanes and they invade the jungle multiple times together, landing their spells and just making sure that LGD has no real estate to claim, you know, on this map.
Do we have the heat map? Can we see like a heat map for snaking or a heat map for who's, you know, something like that? Maybe even for Crate, because they have not been on their own side of the map maybe for like, I don't know, 6 minutes in a 20-minute game.
They've been hitting their own.
Look at this.
Their own ancients,
Look how aggressive
like
they've been. This
minutes.
is a Phoenix in a sub 20-minute game. I don't know what this is. Maybe like the last 6 minutes or so, but it's just been ridiculous. And here we go again. We're just gonna fight. Mallory, he gets set up by a 2-man Gleipnir, snaking, holding on to the egg out of the high ground because they don't even need it for the kill. Onto Mew. He just got his Ag Scepter. He barely banged that drum set once before the neighbors complained and took it away from him. Nice fight. Nice fight.
Oh, wait, that's
pros don't die to Tormentor.
I mean, he would have died if it wasn't for the mech.
Yeah, I know.
Oh boy. Pros don't die to Tormentors, yeah. Us BBT that.
Yeah, well, you know, that was old Tormentor. Old Tormentor was OP.
Okay.
You are right, though. They did have a proclivity to die into Tormentor.
Well, you are also right, you know. I think in my recent games, or at least the games I've been watching.
Oh, here's Amara. Sorry to cut you off. Just look at Amara's heat map. I mean, his jungle, your jungle, my jungle. That's basically what this heat map says. Holy. Oh. Okay, sneaky TP away just in the nick of time there.
I mean, this is just a classic slug heat map, I think. Whenever you're winning, you're snowballing from the early game. You just get to play wherever you want. You're removing vision because of your slug. Because you're slug, you know where the wards are.
I hear you. That makes sense. I don't know if I've ever seen, well, first of all, an off-lane Slark, but a Slark in any position who's just been able to stand in the enemy triangle, though. Like, that's crazy talk to me. The fact that that's...
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, he just got... I just feel the same. He got way too much out of the lane. He should have never gotten so much from the lane, you know. A slug and a Snapfire getting away against a Sven and Lina.
I don't know what to say. I mean, I agree. I don't know what to say about it.
I mean, if this is how the lane should be played, then probably Lina shouldn't be the pick, you know. I just don't understand. But like, a lot of the result of Slug being so out of control is because of the lane. He got out of the lanes with too much advantage. They killed the tower. I mean, imagine the Slug killing your tower before the Beastmaster kills your safe lane tier 1 tower.
Yeah, it's still up.
That's really, really bad.
It's still up. Boars are hitting it down. As you can see, Amara's planted his creep wave banner down here. For many years, Amar has still had the creep wave appended.
It's dear to him.
Of course.
Because that's where he was started.
That's where he was forged.
That's where he was born.
That's where this was forged. You have all, I think, the creep wave boys. What, you got Mallory, you've got Fishman, BZM. They're all here. The game's all here, really.
They're all forged in Rivendell. All the best elven weapons come from
forged
there.
in DPC Division 2 and all the Tier 2 tournaments they played in.
Oh yeah.
That's what they were forged.
Oh yeah.
And now we're seeing historic orgs, historic names, you know, test their mettle against them.
Wait, every single player on that team is on the top team now, right?
Yeah. The carry's name is escaping me from that team at the moment. I must admit.
Yeah, it must be at least everyone. I'll check for you.
But they're just, I mean, they've run away with this game right now. LGD, they're going to smoke up. This feels like it could already be the last fight. Any big items for them? Recently, I suppose a mech on Sven is certainly something. But we're still... Oh, no, it's not a mech on Sven.
It's okay, nothing is happening yet. I'll tell you the carry's name, Crystalis.
Oh, yeah, that's right. How could I forget Crystalis? Okay, smoke breaks there by Echoes. Not happening. Nothing's happening there. And now, oh no, Skitter, he's just not afraid. They'll hold him down at the very least with that bushwhack, but he will give chase with Shikuchi Max. He is very speedy.
He has 3 lives, Richie. That's why he's not afraid.
That's true. That's true. Okay, that's a decent jump, but look at that, the 4-step into the cookie. Great saves by Crit, and now there's just no chance in this fight anymore. Earth Spirit, he's already down. Mallory, he's gone hunting up to the high ground. He's missed on a few. A nice 3-man stun might allow LGD to get away with only a few losses here. Why? He's going to sacrifice himself now and become Amar's 10th stack of permanent agility. But the rest of LGD, at the very least, able to escape. I'm not sure how much it means at this stage, Winter. 23K, I mean, nearly a 1K net worth lead advantage. It is just... It's a shellacking.
Yeah, they just got completely outclassed this game. Last game they had a chance for sure, but this game close to 0. They got dominated from, I think, from the lanes. They kind of got owned by the rotations. Marin kind of did a really good job in the early game, taking all the
He's
runes.
hunting. It's a Beast Master, but this is a creature of the scene, and you don't stand a chance against him. You don't have a roar. You don't have a team. You can't TP away. He's just dead. 11 stacks of permanent edge, and the egg scepter there. He's not going anywhere. Amar with the tips. In the meantime, your team, his team, is winning. Shiro at least able to turn. Look, he's just not taking any damage. He just doesn't care. Barry didn't care for that Lina ultimate. Laguna Blade? Thermal Runaway? I don't think so. Who cares?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
My goodness.
Here comes
And
Amar.
now,
He's
and now
gonna be
Amar's in
carrying
the fight.
for
He's
the
already
KDA.
he started the fight
More
with
kills.
30 Essence Shift stacks already, and he is stealing all of your stats here. Why? He's getting chased into the fountain. They have kicked him in, but they've missed the roll that they were needed to be able to kill him, actually. So he just escaped scot-free. Shiro's bought back. Mallory's in with a stun. Snake King threatening for the Supernova. He's going to let it rip. That's going to kill off Y. Echo's just trying to get back at his base, but it's too ugly. Throw in the tower, LGD. Falcons, they're back in form here in Game 2. Will we at least see them crack a smile? No, they're all stone cold killers, all 5 of them.
And that's when you know that's a team of champions, They are not really satisfied at any time until they bring home the gold medal or the trophy, The job's not done, Can't relax.
I thought they were shaking hands already. They just dive underneath the desk. Mallory and Amar, they're ready to get into their next pub. Amar, he's starting to cook now. And he wants to do more of this offlane Slark, I reckon. A flawless game from him, 5-0 and 12. A flawless game for Skitter at 12-0 and 13. I mean, how could you get much better than this versus LGD? Well done, as finally we see Snake King smiling at least a little bit as he stands up. Good game out from the boys of Falcon.
Yeah, and unfortunately for LGD, it's just, again, back to the drawing board, and they kind of got exposed, by a better team for their fundamental weaknesses. I think the glaring problem is like the map placement, like who's supposed to be playing in which area. Which I feel like is a very big problem when you're playing against a better team. Maybe against a middle tier team you're gonna get away with it, but against a better team, you have the wrong hero in the wrong place in the map. You're on the wrong side, you get punished. And I would say that in high tier Dota, there's always gonna be one person getting punished and getting the bad farm and feeding for it, but it should be the supports, and it shouldn't be the important hero like Alina. I think Shiro in this game and in the previous game on his Ursa, he also showed that he kind of lacks the understanding of where he should be playing on the map, and this is a problem that it's gonna take time to fix. It's not like one series in between the coach comes to you and tells you, oh, you should be playing here and there, and it can kind of magically fix it, because it's the fundamental understanding of the player on where he should be playing on the map.
Yeah, no, I hear you there. I mean, it fell apart. I think I don't know what to say about this game too, other than, I mean, it sounds cruel, but this safe lane, it just didn't deliver whatsoever for LGD, did it? I mean, Sven, Lina, look, we aren't seeing a lot of Lina. Maybe it's the hero, but just allowing the Slark to get away with all of this, I don't know. And like you highlighted, Shiro, the game sense, compared to other heroes, I mean, even in this series in Game 1, we saw Skitter rotate away from the smoke gank, having that recognition, that game sense, it's just not there really for LGD here when they need it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, just unfortunate, You're gonna need to go back and look at the games and really talk about, against better teams, you're not gonna be able to get away with plays like this, and you have to really try to find, I think at this point, maybe like a band-aid. You need like a short-term fix. I would say maybe drafting in a specific way which allows certain things to be done in the game to mask that weakness. I feel like that could be a solution for them. But either way, the director has a lot of directing to do after this.
Yeah, he's going to need to get in there with the editor, have a late night, you know, leave some scraps on that cutting room floor. It's called that for a reason, of course. String together some of that tape and try and get things going a bit more their way, as there's that way Skitter having a little bit of a good time, it would appear there. Oh, wow, we actually already have our interview ready to go. I'm not sure who it is, but it's definitely someone from Team Falcons. So let's go ahead and welcome them to the stream. Oh, it's Snaking, man. How's it going? Congrats on the 2-0 win. Thanks for tuning in. Or thanks for joining us.
Hello, everyone. It was a easier series than our first day. We had a tough start, but, you know, happy that we were able to win the series 2-0.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to actually start there, if you don't mind, maybe elaborating. Obviously, a very tough day one, right, for gaming and both Team Spirit. Was there anything you guys were able to take away together as a team after looking over those replays a little bit more, and you know how things will look different into the group stage, or what can you tell us about that?
I think first day we just came in probably not in our best mental mindset, partly because I think we had a few tough losses in scrims before the tournament started, and then I think the mood wasn't the best. I think people often have expectations coming in because we did so well this whole year. And I think we kind of just have to, you know, after the first day, we just throw it all away and we shouldn't have had those expectations to begin with. And I think it relieves a lot of pressure, and then it helps everyone to play better.
Yeah, I like that. Winter, any questions here for Snai?
Yeah, on your answer about expectations, but wouldn't you say as a team of this caliber that having expectations is also something that would help everyone play better at the same time, instead of like making it unreasonable for players to have their own expectations?
The thing is, I think expectations in general doesn't have any upsides, only downsides. Because if you always expect to get top 3 in a tournament, and suddenly after a couple losses, like you might start going crazy. The morale might be really down, and instead of focusing on what's important, of the gameplay, of the communication, of the teamwork, you lose track of what is important and what is helping you win. So I think the expectation generally always is good to have it when you're thinking you're always going to get last. So then everything is gravy and upside. So I think that's the best way to look at expectations.
Very insightful answer. Thank you so much, Snaking. We do have to let you go very quickly, but just very quickly, I need to ask, speaking about expectations, should we expect to see more offlane Slark out from Amar?
It is definitely a signature hero of his. We always make fun of him because he almost never wants it picked, even though he's like a master tier on the hero, and he has like a lot of ideas on how to play this hero. So I think it is definitely something you'll be able to see more in the future if it's a good game for. But I think teams will start banning it as well. This is something actually Team Spirit banned against us in Wallachia Season 1. So,
okay.
You
know? Yeah. Thanks so much for your time. We do already have to let you go, but it's good to see you guys back in. Hopefully good spirits now for the rest of the tournament, and best of luck further tonight. Thanks for taking the time.
Thank you so much, guys. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
See ya.
See you.
It's good old Snaking. That's why I wanted to talk to him. You know, I always feel like when you're looking for some insight onto the team, as far as someone who has been through a lot in Dota, you know, Snaking, he passed on a professional career a long time ago, 8 years ago, back in the Join Dota League days, to go, you know, back to uni. Then he came back to it, and then he's won a TI. He's been through a lot as a pro player, you know, and playing with now the younger generation, playing alongside Crit, you know, I just think it's always great to hear his side from everything here. And of course, playing with some strong players such as ATF, who is, I believe, our MVP for the series, Winter. The Slark, bit of a signature, huh? Maybe we're going to see it a bit more. That's not something I was particularly expecting here, but hey, if you can get away with it as Amar did here, it always looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think for this hero to work, it's always going to be getting away in the lanes. I think if you can get away in the lane, this hero just becomes like an entire different beast, because he takes away the map. Like how you saw the heat map of Team Falcons, they were able to control the vision and pressure and just always be playing on the opposite side of the map, the enemy side of the map. It's all thanks to the Slug, right? Without Slug, you won't be able to do plays like this. And I think like what Snaking said, is definitely a lot of potential with this hero, and in the right game, you can do a lot.
Absolutely, and Amar did a whole lot right, not only in this game, but in game one, you know, taking a little bit look at some of his higher highlight-worthy moments. I think this is just from game 2, it would seem. But I mean, by this point, he is just a fed machine. There's just nothing stopping him. And just so brutal, huh? Just it's tough to play into a game like that when.
Yeah, he's a very oppressive hero slot. Whenever you get away with the lanes and you can, snowball your team's able to farm the whole map. It's one of the hardest heroes to play against when you give that hero an advantage.
Absolutely. Sorry, I'm just watching over this replay, seeing how well he really played that game, and I mean, my goodness. And the rest of Falcons also coming in to cover him. They know what he wants to do. They know he wants to get into that fountain, and they're there to back him up. Falcons putting some very high expectations on them, as I assume lots of fans and a lot of opponents also did, and struggling in day 1, seem to have kind of acknowledged where those emotions were and are going to be looking to address them, and have addressed them here, at least so far, in their first series of the day. We'll quickly, catch up and take a look at our standings just to see how that's impacted their standing now here. And they are already much better, although with the caveat, Winter, that not many other teams at this moment have finished their complete fourth BO2 series. So we're still waiting for results for plenty of other teams, but they have at least gotten themselves off the very bottom of that Group A chart.
Yeah, 4 wins in a row after 4 losses in a row.
Sure feels good for them, I'm sure. It seems like Aurora and LGD Gaming, though, will be in a bit of a tougher position here, especially if Aurora continue to lose. Falcons, they will move on to play later today, I believe, Blacklist International. So make sure you guys catch them there. LGD, they move on later today to play Spirit. Spirit actually have a lot of hard teams left. They've got Gaimin, they've got OG, and they've got Spirit later today. So a very, difficult path forward for them, I would say, Winter.
Yeah, but it's Team Spirit, We know that they're not afraid of everyone. They are a very fearless team, They'll just bring any of their strats on the put any of their strats on the table, and they'll play well, and they'll be able to beat anyone. It just depends on the mood that they're feeling on the day, But which I can tell from their previous games, from their last couple of games, they are in a very, very good mood at the moment.
Absolutely. That wraps up our first series here already, Winter. But coming up next, we will have PSG Quest versus Beastcoast. Still a little bit of time, as we had a very fast game too, so we're going to go ahead and give the team some time to get set up. But a bit of a preview for this series, Winter. What are your expectations here as we have MENA clashing with South America?
A bloodbath, I think. It's gonna be chaotic, it's gonna be bloody, and it's gonna be exciting.
And it's 2 teams who are actually tied currently in 6th place at 2 and 4. So they're both going to be scrapping and playing hard for any of those points, folks. So make sure you don't miss it. We're going to be going to that match in a little bit of time. We're going to a bit of a break. So go ahead and grab a snack, get comfortable, and join us back after the break for Beastcoast versus PSG Quest.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Between us, ain't nobody have to know. Give me a reason. Why is it so hard to let go? Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings. Let's find out if you fly. I'm in another world, out of body. No one around, but I'm not lonely. My heart's racing, I don't know how to feel calm. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Ignorance is bliss, I live like this, so what a mistake. I guess it was better to feel numb than to be wide awake. Wide awake. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it
Hello, everyone. I am joined by TA2000 of PSG Quest, or should I say, naive, because I want to know about your origins as a Dota player, because you're pretty young, but you've been grinding out Dota since like 2017, and I want to know how that journey from you picking up the mouse the first time to here began. So take me back. How did you first start getting into just playing Dota 2?
Oh, I will create one more nickname to confuse
Oh,
you more.
perfect. There's more.
How I start to play? I don't know, as usual.
Your teammates are having a very good time with slacks over there.
Mine?
That's fine, it's fine.
Mine? I think I start like everyone else. I was just grinding MMR for fun and...
No, wait. Even before that, though, how'd you even start playing Dota 2?
Oh, I remember. I was playing... I used to play Heroes of Numerous before. It's like a similar Dota game. And in PC Club, some guy goes smoke and he asked me to finish his game Dota. I never played, and I'm like sit and do random stuff, and that's how it was my first game, I guess.
Really? Okay. I didn't know you were Han trash before this. Wait, who were your Han heroes? Who were your go-tos? Were you a Bubbles player? I don't know Han very well, but I just know a few of the heroes.
I like Dampir, Monkey King, you know, all these scary players. But
okay.
I liked Han more than Dota.
Hopefully, rest in peace. One day, maybe they'll bring the heroes over. So you played it. You were very confused by what was going on. But then, what? You were like, Han is dying, or did you jump to Dota 2 even before Han died?
I think I started playing Dota since that time. I was splitting it with Han. I was playing Dota, Han,
Okay.
Dota, Han. So then, when I get rank, like 2K MMR, I was starting grind with my friend. I was taking Dad's working laptop and playing on it. So I burned like 2 of them. And he was mad at me.
Very efficient.
I was playing all night and day with my friend at his house.
So then at what point did you see how you were grinding rank and you were like, oh, maybe I could be a professional player?
I think I start thinking about it when I get like 5K MMR. I start joining local tournaments and I meet new friends, my first teammates. We still chatting, talking to each other. We're friends in real life, so that's how it started. We started playing not for money, for time in PC clubs. I had no PC at home. I mean, I had, but it was bad. And I remember 1 month of membership in PC club, and I was playing non-stop this month.
Wait, you won it?
Yeah.
How'd you win it?
Tournaments.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Wait, so these local Kazakh tournaments would have like a competition, the PC club would be like, yo, if you win, we'll give you a month.
It was a long time ago, and they was suggesting for winners like 24/7 access to PCs and like $30-40 per month.
Wow, that's pretty significant though.
Yeah.
Especially because at that point you would be like, what, 15, 16?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, getting paid.
It's something.
It was something.
Yeah.
That counts.
When you get $0 and $40, it's a big difference.
And then you made the most of it. You're like, I have a month. I'm going to be here 24/7.
Yeah.
So then
Like
that's
this.
probably why you stuck to Kazakh teammates for most of your beginnings, is because you were just kind of playing for, I guess, the love of the game, being able to hang out with your friends, as opposed to making it a career. You were just like, yo, I'm playing video games with my friends. This is great.
Yeah, but most time I was playing alone, just solo matchmaking. But then when tournaments comes, we was practicing and playing like everyone does. It's like casual.
Were any of your friends taking it as seriously as you were to grind the leaderboards, or you could tell that you probably had more motivation than your friends?
I think I had a lot of more motivation because first time I was playing with my classmates, they was like playing for fun, obviously. I was grinding, and then I found like guys who really motivated as me, and we start to make some first semi-pro team. And we was losing everything.
Yeah, that's like a weird middle ground, because like you're too good to play with your casual friends, but you're not good enough to play with like the top tier.
Yeah.
So you're like in this weird middle area.
Yeah, when you should like beat yourself, beat your limits,
Right.
and go up.
So then you're grinding out these local tournaments. Eventually, it seems that you got good enough to get noticed by other teams, because there's a long list of teams in your Liquipedia history. So what was the first team that you were like, oh, this is like a serious thing now?
I think my first like serious team, it was, I don't remember how it was. It was M1 or M5, some professional team, and it was my first contract. And I was like in high school, maybe 9th grade or 10, and I started get salary. It was awesome.
Dude.
Because you never had money, now you had salary. It's like, wow. In school, it was fun.
How about the environment of that team? Did you have like scrims? Did you have like a schedule?
Yeah, I think we was playing like 2 months, scrims and small tournaments, and the team disbanded. They just closed Dota 2 roster. If I remember correct, but it should be like this.
Sure, okay. The first serious team that I would have considered you to be on, though, was Empire. I think Empire was your first, like, almost tier 1 team.
I think it was literally tier 1 team, because they just come back from TI and they got top 6 or top 8. It was huge.
Yeah, I remember.
CIS team on TI. Yeah, I was so nervous playing. I was scared.
How did they approach you? Were you like, did you know any of the players on the roster, or you were just high on the leaderboard? They were like, yo, this naive kid, let's get him.
Yeah, I was like top 2 in leaderboard, something like this, and they invite me after VESC. It was international tournaments in China.
Okay.
Wait.
I call it WESG. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, but those are like national teams, though.
Yeah.
So you were playing with
For Team Kazakhstan.
So you were playing with Team Kazakhstan, okay?
Yeah. And we did good run for new team and we kind of weak players, and they invite me after this to Team Empire.
And you were
Corbin.
very intimidated by the idea, because I know one of your teammates is Miposhka on that roster, which it's not the Miposhka that we know now, but still, like, these were even veteran players back then.
Two different Miposhkas.
Two different Miposhkas.
Yeah, it was super scary to play in this team. I was super young and new player, and I took mistakes like very seriously. And I was really scared to make them again, and I think it affects a lot on my gameplay. We could easily win the squals on TI. They invite me on TI quals, and we lost them. but I felt it was so easy. But I was just playing bad because I was scared.
You got to go to a few lands though. You went to Epicenter, didn't you?
Yeah, it was our first games. We took last place, as I remember, and then they kicked +4.
Oh no.
Insta, yeah, because I think he didn't want to play. And they have some problems in team, like decide who captain, like all the stuff. And I make some role problems in teams. I wasn't sure what role should I play, one or two, and I was like complaining all the time and swapping roles. So I made really hard time for this team.
Oh no. I mean, you were like 18 at the time. No one can blame you.
I mean, yeah, but it was fun at least.
So you at least have fond memories looking back. Do you think that it helped your growth as a player, like that exposure to the Tier 1 team environment?
Not really. I think it's just time passed and you just grow as a person. I didn't think it helped. I just ruined some stuff for Team Empire.
You slowed down Miposhka. Yeah. He could have been a TI winner like 4 years ago.
This year, yeah, he could be. And yeah, something like this.
So then, what was the transition from that being a Tier 1 team to a lot of Tier 2 teams in between? You had your No Pangos, your Uniques, your V Gamings.
No, in Pangu was showing good results.
That's true.
But
you were good on that one.
Yeah. It's just, I think all this time we had no leader in teams and some sort of coach, because it's really important. We was playing like for fun, I don't know, like what you do. You're not growing, you just do whatever you can without explaining of mistakes, like all the stuff. You was just playing. And I think if we would have this a bit boost, we would be much better team than we was in No Pango. And we had a lot of visa problems. Our, on this moment, best player, Zayas, didn't go to major, and we took guy who didn't play like for a while from weekends, and he like was playing first time in his life.
Oh no.
We took last place again. Oh my god, to major last place. It was tilting.
Listen, at least you're going to the majors though, all right?
No, it's useless if you're just going and take last place. Better to not go at all.
I don't know if I agree with that. Would you rather look back at the qualifiers and be like, oh, we always got second place at the qualifiers?
No, I mean, if you know you will go last place, I wouldn't go.
Really?
Yeah, so the cost engine.
Would you find that those placements would affect your motivation as a player, where you're like, oh man, we got last place again? Or did you not let results phase you?
No, it's not. It wasn't ruining motivation, because you still want winning, right?
Sure.
And it was just sad. And after, when it's happened, usually I'm 1 week super dead, like mentally. Then I'm fine as usual.
Okay.
But when you're captain not going on tournament and you took random guy instead and you're playing major, it's so annoying.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's like, why it happens?
You were just cursed. But listen, all of that stuff made you the player that you are today, because eventually you land on Urdu Thunders, which becomes Quest. So could you tell that this roster had more structure than your previous ones, where you're like, you know, you have a captain, you have people taking initiative, owning up to mistakes? Or not even at the beginning of that team?
Riyadh Thunders, before we come with Kaori.
That's right, yeah.
I came with Kaori. This team was kinda nothing. Well, it's true. It's like they was playing open quals, but I don't know, we go up like really fast, and I didn't understand why. I think we just stuck as players these days a lot, and everyone was motivated, and we go. We won open class for second division, but we face some huge problem in second division. I don't know. It was fun to tell, but how to say, it's not good.
Okay, fine.
So, some inside problems. But
sure, okay.
They was big and unrealistic. And we somehow beat these problems, go Division 1, and we was playing against like tier 1 teams, and we only exist like 2 months or 3 months in our roster, and we was beating strong teams and lose to weak teams.
Yeah, I remember.
It was fun. And we was playing, I remember, for Major already with OG. But we played so bad, it's insane. We should have won 3 maps of this game, but we lost 1.
But you didn't get last place at this one?
Yeah.
Okay then, that's progress.
Better.
That's right.
It's better, for sure. But we should have gone Major. I didn't press 1 button in last fight.
No. Oh god, you remember the moment?
Bro, I remember every huge lose. Like what happened. Yeah, it was like 80 minutes game. We killed draw without buyback.
Okay.
Oh, we killed draw, Beast, they bought back and they're running to fight. I was fighting someone and I didn't see how Beast coming and he roared me and they killed me.
No.
Yeah.
Oh man.
But it was intense, of course.
I can imagine.
In this fight.
Yeah.
Now it's
80 minutes in.
Yeah, and we lost. And we sit at home.
It's okay then, because eventually that team goes on to come to last year's Riyadh Masters and also go to TI, and that was your first TI, right?
Yeah, and we took last place again.
I feel like you're really focusing on the negativity of these moments as opposed to hooray, I made it to the international, hooray, I made it to Riyadh Masters.
No, on Riad Masters we took good place.
You did, I remember.
But we should do better.
Yeah, I remember there was some connection issues in your game.
Yeah. It was so unfair. Bro, I was crying like 2 days after that.
Oh.
It's so unfair. We was fighting, it was in middle of the fight and only our PCs disconnected.
I remember.
For like 5 seconds. And they're like, oh, it's nothing changed. Bro, how it's nothing changed? It's in the middle of fight. And we was complaining like 2 hours and we started playing when we all dead.
You're cursed, TA2000. What's going on here?
I don't know.
Well, you're back here at Riyadh Masters. You made it through the play-ins.
Yeah,
so you didn't get last.
Yeah.
And now what? Don't tell me and now something bad's gonna happen.
They said Slacks will protect our servers.
We got our best man on it. The IT specialist.
I don't know what he will do with them, but...
He'll sabotage for the other team. But then before I let you go, what is the third nickname? Because you said you have 3 nicknames for me. So I know TA2000, I know Naive.
No, I will create.
Oh, you'll create a third one after this, a new era. Wait, so then what was the era change between Naive and TA2000?
I mean, it's nothing big, I don't know, people taking it a bit serious.
You changed your whole name. You've been using that name for like 4 years.
I mean, you can change it for fun.
No, you cannot. You have to have a reason behind it. You have to have a story. You have to have logic.
You don't should.
Well, whatever your name is, for right now, TA2000, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to me. It's over. You're free now.
We're back now live with the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. Thank you for joining Winter and myself as we're about to kick off our second match now. Into Group B we go, Winter, where we need to travel down all the way to 6/7th place to find our 2 opponents here. We have PSG Quest taking on Beastcoast. You could hear TA2000 there in that interview, in that long sit down. Sharing a little bit more about what had happened last year, right? Their disconnect on the main stage, a heartbreaker for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just life of a pro player. It's always ups and downs, and you have to deal with it. When you're up, you're gonna have to try to keep the boat steady, keep everything going in the right direction, and when you're down, you have to figure out how you're gonna get yourself back up, and they're kind of on a downward trajectory right now, and they have to try to figure out how to go back towards the right way.
Yeah, they need to, start getting things right. It is about that time for them here. as they are just about to hit their halfway point as well for their tournaments. We'll see how they can do, or if it'll be their opponents instead. Beastcoast taking a little bit more of a run at them. Beastcoast, the second team to qualify out of the SA region. They also made it through the play-in phase. They also qualified to TI 13, it is, over in Copenhagen later this year. So by no means an easy opponent, but it's certainly going to be a tough one, right? I think this is not going to be make or break for either of these two teams this particular match, but just because of the timing of this match for the teams, the where it hits, it might be pivotal for them to try and find some more success later on, right?
Yeah, both teams are kind of like looking for an identity right now in the patch. I look at their draft and they are like drafting so many different heroes, and sometimes not working, sometimes working, and they're kind of really unstable, in general, both the teams.
You're predicting perhaps a bit of chaos here for our second series. Well, if you want to predict the winner, you guys can all check in at stcplay.gg to predict for all of the games that we have here, but especially for our stream, where I'm curious where people are voting, and it's mostly for Beastcoast, 77-23, so heavy favorites right now are Beastcoast as we check in before game one. Winter, would you agree with that? I mean,
Yes.
80-20 is pretty heavy, isn't it?
And no, I think it's 50-50. Maybe 60 to Beastcoast. I think it should be a close match. I don't think it'll be like a one-sided affair. It'll be just like our lunch and dinners every time we're arguing about who ordered the better food, It's just gonna be just like that, this match.
That's true. Well, Winter, just like how we argue, sometimes it's not always about the quality of one particular dish, but about how everything goes together as we take a look at how our team rosters are going to be looking together. Starting off with PSG Quest. These guys, again, through the MENA region, have made some small changes since last year's Riyadh Masters, but a lot of them are still the same. Yeah, I mean, what can you say here? TA 2000, wasn't he up there back when he was naive as far as some of the most highest ranked players, right, as far as particular skill goes?
Yeah, he was actually really, really highly regarded back then, like he was touted to be the next superstar. But somehow the train stopped, it kind of hit a plateau, and he's still a good player, but he just didn't have the same aura with him compared to, I think it was a year and a half ago. Was it the beginning of last year?
Did you say aura?
Yeah,
wow.
The aura of a super carry.
No.
There's this thing about like carry players. You can sense it from them. They're like so confident. The game might look all but over, but they see a way. They see a path back into the game.
Yeah, no, I'm just shocked because that's like a Zoomer term. That's what all the kids are saying now. Instead of vibe, it's all about the aura. But you're completely right. He's kind of had that one dispelled, so to speak. And I don't know if he's really gotten it back since. We'll see if their opponents can continue to dispel that myth about Naive, aka TA 2000, as we take a look at the boys in blue for Beastcoast. They have had a bit of a quiet year, haven't they, overall? I mean, for SA, I would have to say no one having an outstanding year. This team getting through in the second slot as they couldn't beat Heroic in the Riyadh quals nor in the TI quals, but do manage to get a second place. But it's been very quiet for these guys overall, hasn't it? They haven't really done much. Their most recent tournaments, the one-win series, where they placed 5th and 6th, which sounds good, but there was only 8 teams there.
I think as a team, they are kind of like immature still. They need time. They need a lot more tournaments to grow and learn things and get better as a unit. I just feel like you don't really look at them and say, oh, this one guy is the problem. It's just the team is just not really working out that well, compared to their opponents in South America. And I feel like at the end of the day, they just need more time. They have like an experienced captain, Moose. He's been around for quite some time, and maybe a couple more tournaments, things are gonna click for them, and we're gonna see a totally different team.
I'd like to see that. I mean, because they do need to turn things around. They've got a very young carry 18, born in 2005, which is, really kind of makes me feel.
Why are you making me feel
Dude,
old,
you're
man?
you're telling
Why?
me that's madness. Born in 2005, already playing here at a big international LAN. And is it his first big one? I think it is. Just running through Pike's recent results. He might have gone to some small national stuff. But as far as like big lands, I mean, what a land to show up to, huh? As here we are in game 1, our draft. Just about to get started, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in for game number 1 between Beastcoast here on the right and PSG Quest.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very, very tough one here for both teams. Both teams are stuck in the middle of the table, so gonna need a 2-0 either way to be able to catapult themselves into a better position to qualify for the main event. And right now we have Quest on first pick. They removed the Monkey King, Ember Spirit, and whereas for Beast Coast, the Brood, the Darkseer, TA, and the Hoodwink. So Quest needs to figure out what is the opening pick here. Are they gonna go for some Tiny or some other hero?
It'll be Tiny. SF is the ban. Good call, sir.
Tiny is here again. Are you gonna get bored of Tiny? Like I think this is one of the few years where I look at it, and if it's an OP hero of the patch, I wouldn't get bored seeing the hero because the hero is fun.
I agree, actually. I think there
are just some heroes where you just look at the hero and oh no, this hero is OP. You get that sinking feeling, you know.
I'm 50-50 with it on puck because I think strong pucks themselves are very fun to watch, but the puck counters are a little bit boring because they're all like really lockdown heavy, like AoE.
Yeah, but I guess you can also say Tiny was kind of part of the meta for the last couple of years.
Yeah,
you know, so
and I think
he's been thrown into the dumpster for a while, but he's back.
And the Tiny counters, like I feel like the way you counter him is with like a lot of team fight. You want to naturally clump up against this guy, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, this hero is good in a team fight now because he doesn't have to commit. He's tossing things in, slowing you, setting up without actually committing with the blink. Because before you go in, you're like, it's a one-way ticket. You're gonna die for something, so you better make sure it's worth it. Now you're just tossing stuff in, slowing and trying to set up for your team, you know? So it's different. The hero is a lot more reliable.
I agree. I mean, there's that aspect of playing him, but I still think team fight is really just as strong, to be honest, against him. I think that's why you tend to see a lot of snap fires, for example. It's just you need to make it as dangerous as a one-way trip as you can, right? An uninviting toss area. It's like getting tossed into a bee's nest, you know? I'd rather be tossed into a foam pit.
You need heroes that can instantly stun him like a Rubik and steal his toss, you know? I think we've seen a couple of games teams go for the Rubik or the Morphling to take the toss for yourself. And Rubik's always nice because you can instantly live him before he tosses your teammate over.
Yeah, and you have a save there eventually,
so right?
Counter. So certainly can be very good. What has Beastcoast been playing here so far this tournament? This is the first time we've
everything.
done a cast.
They are all over the place. Look at their games. You know, they've been picking so many different heroes. Their last couple of games, they have like 10 different heroes. On the last 2 games, I think, if I remember correctly.
That's wild, actually.
So it's telling me that they are either they are trying things out or their way of looking at the draft is they are always reacting to what the opponent is doing. So they're always changing their structure of the draft.
All right.
Which can be a good thing or can be a bad thing, you know. Especially if you're an up-and-coming team, you're new, you're players that are not really familiar with high-level Dota. I feel like this type of drafting doesn't really help them as much because you need them to be in a recognizable environment. They're always in a same spot, so they get to learn and get used to the habits and what they need to do in the game. And if you're constantly changing the heroes in the game, everything's always different, the environment's different, the timing's different, then they'll get lost in the woods, you know, and it's going to be really bad for your team, especially for a young player.
Well, we're starting to see a few repeat heroes here at the very least with the Tiny and the Jakiro. This will be the 3rd Jakiro game here make that the 4th Jakiro game for Beastcoast. They played it in the 1-win series as well, so this does seem to be a bit of a comfort pick for them. We'll see how they want to draft with it, as out comes the Willow. Huh.
Yeah, Jakiro, Willow for Quest, so that's like a very strong team fight combo already, so already cementing the Tiny into a core position unless something out of the ordinary is happening
Yeah,
here.
it's the
with a Jakiro off lane.
it's the first time they've played Willow. I have to say.
I guess Jakiro off lane is not too crazy, but yeah, Willow is still really good into the the Pango. If you can catch him, cast your roots on him. And this hero still does a lot of damage. It's just you lose a lot of reliability with not being able to use Bedlam on your teammate.
That's true. That was a pretty big nerf.
It's a pretty big nerf, yeah. Because the hero became relevant because of that buff. And now it is gone. So you have to figure out a different way to use the hero.
Still like it into the
I
Weaver
think you
Pango.
kind of have to. I think you kind of have to think more about like buying items that will allow you to be in front, because you need to be in front to cast your Bedlam, or you just try to focus on using your spells from afar and using Terrorize to help your team in the team fight. So it's a different way of playing the hero. But like you said, for their opponents, Beastcoast, they have a Pango, Weaver, very annoying early game heroes, and now they're going to go for the Pugna, which is probably hinting a Storm coming. You want to be a mana battery? Nope. Just a casual Pugna.
What are they thinking, that there's some illusions coming that they want to try and prevent potentially?
Not sure. Maybe they just want to have a very strong lane with CK, and they feel like Pugna is good for that. Or they are also maybe thinking about abusing the Nether Ward, because Willow and Jakiro have very high mana spells. So maybe they are thinking about that. But other than that, it does seem peculiar that the Pugna is picked here. Because you're not really that great into Tiny. You don't want to see Tiny in the game with your Pugna. He just kills you every time before you can get your spells off. You're an easy target, Richie?
Oh yeah. He dies quick. I mean, he can be annoying with the saves, right? The decrap and everything like that. But he can also, in the wrong moments, also be bad. I mean, again, it's back to the point that we've been building on. This is the first time Beastcoast have played Pugna this tournament.
Yeah, just changing things up again and again and again. So hopefully we'll see a better plan this time for them. Whatever they round out the draft with, they're gonna have the Aurora last pick, whereas Quest, they have a pretty straightforward draft for the patch right now. Tiny with Beastmaster, with Jakiro, those are heroes that are really strong. Question mark about the Dark Willow, but I'm pretty sure it can't be that bad of a hero now. It's still a pretty relevant hero. It's good against the Pugna as well. You can cancel his life drain, helping his teammates. I think overall they just have a very solid draft for the patch,
indeed.
and they just need a carry that can match up well into the CK. Someone that can deal with the illusion.
I hate looking at these coaches' notes, but something I just have to say since it's in frame. DP Winter, a hero that I saw in bold. Is that a hero you think we might end up seeing?
DP?
Death
Death
Prophet?
Prophet?
I mean, do you know any other DP in Dota? I don't think
That's the only
we'll
one.
see it here, to be honest, but just pointing that one out. That's something interesting that PSG Quest might be cooking.
If they do that, it is a Tiny carry.
I reckon we won't see it here, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't think so though. I think they'll pick some other carry. I mean, there's Morphling. Morphling's strong. I kind of like Morphling. They need the I'm gonna do it all hero, that can kind of tank. I was also kind of looking at Terrorblade, because I know Naive likes to play Terrorblade, but then the Pugna might be a bit annoying to play into. Terrorblade kind of doesn't care about Pango, Weaver, CK. They are all physical damage heroes, and Terrorblade has high armor.
Tron.
I think those are probably the two heroes, Morphling and Terrorblade.
How do you feel about Phantom Assassin as a hero these days?
In this game? For
Yeah.
PES? Not so much though. I kind of don't like it when you are playing into a lot of kiting
Yeah, that's a good
spells like
point.
Pugna, Weaver. It's hard to kill them.
Yeah, you're right.
And you don't have a lot of buffs on your team. I think PA likes
That's
buffs,
true.
like the buffers that can help you become like a
I kind of just like a
crazy
some
monster.
PA like hero here, like a hero that's just able to jump in after you find like a stun on an ice path. A hero that you can jump in, and connect and try and punish a good
I mean,
terror.
I'm sure Ursa can't be that bad for that.
Yeah, that's true. I just went. My brain went to like a burst hero, and I was like, ah, Phantom Assassin, right? But I get what you're saying. There's a lot of kite here against her. Well, if there's that much kite, what about a Faceless Void? Is the Pugna too big of a problem?
Yeah, Pugna is also kind of annoying
I
for
agree.
you.
And so is this Weaver.
And then there's a
Yeah.
Weaver.
Yeah, but you also counter, yeah.
With ad games later. Yeah, but time dilation is good against
Yeah,
those
you're
heroes.
right.
Yeah, sure, maybe.
Right.
But I feel like the hero is not really using the Beastmaster and Tiny's timing because Void is very slow. That's why I suggested the Morphling or Terabit, which can kind of be more in sync with the Beastmaster and Tiny's timing in the game.
Wow.
Okay, that is I think a Venge carry, which is very, very strong with the Beastmaster's timing. You get the Agrims, you front line. It's very, very strong. This is a very timing-based lineup, and you have a Jakiro to push down towers. Maybe you're gonna see a Liquid Fire game to push towers. High armor hero and also another counter towards the roll. You have the Raw and the Swap, which is gonna be very ideal.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Good against Pugna as well. Swap, get that Shamble of Bones out of the game.
Get the vision on him as well, right? At least with the Terra Waves, to set your team up for success there. I like it. I like it. And Swap is basically a finger of death. It's kind of crazy how much damage Swaps does. You get swapped by Avenge and it's just like 700 damage taken. Oh boy. An Underlord.
Here is the slowing, the halting, the hero that will halt the quest momentum, the Underlord. I mean, he's gonna try, but the train might be too fast, and it's hard to catch a speeding bullet train and push it out of his tracks.
Oh yeah.
That's what I feel
You
right
gotta
now.
derail it, right? But I mean,
yeah, you have to derail it for
I
sure.
see the point behind this pick, right? I see it. It's a hero that can keep waves shoved out globally, always rotate into fights on top of the heroes that he wants to be on top of, who is like probably this Jakiro, you know? And try and create enough chaos. Strong passive here. I like the aura a lot.
I feel like they have to do so well in the early stages, and I don't know if that's possible because if you look at the lanes on the safe lane and the off lane, you're gonna be up against Beast, Dark Widow, Jakiro plus Venge. Those are very, very strong lanes, and I don't know if they are gonna be able to do very well. Maybe they can somehow find a way to even things out and try to kind of hope for the Pango to destabilize the lanes later with rune control. But apart from that, I feel like the side lanes are gonna, on paper, favor Quest, and mid lane Tiny against Pango, probably a 50-50 matchup depending on who gets the runes. But if you have the side lanes that are gonna be advantageous, and that means that you're gonna be able to have support from your side lanes. The supports are gonna be able to leave the cores alone, so that's gonna help the Tiny a lot. So Beastcoast, they have to keep the supports shackled down to the lanes. Hopefully not lose the lanes too much so that they can actually help their mid laner a lot. So I think that's going to be the key thing to look out in the early game. Can Beastcoast stabilize the lanes and hold down their position and slow the game down?
I'm showing this as possibly the 5th game of Underlord here for Beastcoast this tournament, which is pretty impressive for a team that have been picking a lot of different heroes. So they've gone to this a few times. There's G2IG once versus Entity. So the 3rd or 4th or 5th game.
It's pretty good here. It's good with their draft. They need an Aura carrier. It's good against Beast and Bench. You lower down their damage output. You get Crimson Guard. You get Pi. It's always nice, against their heroes. And I think that's what they needed here. A beefcake that can slow things down. Hopefully enough, for the Chaos Knight to come online.
Taking a quick peek.
But then again, I feel like Jakiro is also a pretty big problem for Chaos Knight later. You clear his illusions pretty easily.
Yeah, and you also slow them here. He's taking Liquid Frost, which I think is actually really, really brutal against that. I'm also looking at the facets. I think the 2 most interesting ones is the throwing shade for the Willow. We used to always see the bramble one. I forgot what it's called, but it gives you the extra ring of brambles with a delayed activation time. And the other one that's a bit more interesting is Pugna's Siphoning Ward. I think this is mostly the one that you end up seeing, to the point where I can't remember the other one off the top of my head. But we'll see how good it is this game, so he gets a little bit more regen off of his wards.
That was actually a pretty nice attempt by Beastcoast to go from behind with the smoke to get the first bird, but Didn't work out, so it's going to be 2 apiece, but it was a good attempt from Beastcoast. That's one of the few smokes that I really like at level 1. Sometimes you see like an attempt and then you're like, this is not going to work, you know. And then sometimes you see some moves, then you're like, oh, this is interesting, this is nice, it might work, you know.
You can see here down bottom as they're going to do a lot of damage to the wave. Vitaly was initially looking like he was going to body block this wave, but decided against it upon seeing Avenge carry and a Jakiro safe lane, ready to beat into him there. A lot of damage in this bot lane.
I mean, all they need is to try to get the creep equilibrium near the tower for Underlord to get levels. Once you get levels on Underlord in this lane, level 3, it should be fine for him against the bench. I kind of feel like maybe they should just pull the lane. I mean, Weaver's going to get a courier, so he's definitely thinking about it as a ward behind the tower.
Yeah, he sees the other courier as well, so I'm sure he won't let that one get delivered too easily. Has the regen for TA2000. So that could be problematic as El Misho is going to delay delivery of that regen. He sees it now. He's got Shikuchi. Oh, little courier. Oh no, run little courier. Get out of here. Oh, poor guy, he can't hear me. There goes TA2000 left without his tangos. And
yeah, that is pretty big deal. Jakiro has no tango.
I was gonna say, yeah.
This is big. Yeah, they're just gonna out-sustain them in the lane. TA2000, he's already so low. And it is really, really good play from El Misho, getting the regen out of the picture.
You can tell Winter and I, we're scarred by this because we've been yelled at so many times for not having any tangos by our carries in this position, right? Where's my tangos?
Yeah, it's a nightmare, you know, especially against Monkey King Weaver, the mobile type of position for heroes, and it's always on your mind, you know, you see your courier coming and then the hero's out of vision, and you know some deep ward behind the tower is placed, but it's too late.
Too late to really do anything. You try and get a sentry sent out, and well, that's not happening. This is certainly going to help Vitaly here early on, amass a nice amount of damage in his Atrophy Aura. So we'll see how his lane continues to go on through. Let's look top lane and ride along for this Pugna a little bit, shall we? He's got his point now in Nether Ward. Nice to combat the Axis span. It's the idea in this lane.
I mean, the Beast is actually having a very good time here. I mean, the partner, sure, maybe the Nether Wall, it's going to be annoying, but
Omar.
I feel like the lane is just not really going to be able to pressure the Beast that much.
He's going to get ran down here. I think they've already thrown the stun his way. Oh, just kidding.
He's fine, I think, though. Yes, stick.
Oh, let's see, Omar. No, he dies underneath his tower. Malik now looking for
might
revenge.
not be worth it, though.
Yeah, he's going to get the return kill there easily. Full HP is down bottom.
Not worth it.
Misho hunting after Ducalis. Lovely little picture-in-picture here is Ducalis. Oh, thinking about turning. Does connect there onto El Misho, who has a Fairy Fire, but most importantly has an Underlord now, meandering his way slowly towards Ducalis, who will try and trade himself away to Roche, but a nice... Hold on. A nice skitter... I can't say it. He stutter-stepped on the skitter step to pick up the kill with the Shikuchi. It broke my brain trying to say that, but that was important.
You did a good job, Richie, as always. It's a pleasure to have you around with the tongue twister.
We do try. Down bottom, Vitaly. I mean, they're starting to get really aggressive down here, aren't they? But hey, at least with Ducalis dying, he's able to finally deliver that bracer that TA2000 has been lacking.
And the tangos. The tangos above everything. Needed that regen.
That's true, yeah. But his lane has gone okay, right? Actually, 21-9. I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it's been going really well, despite losing the tangos.
Yeah, Vitaly's 12 last hits to 5 denies, so currently is struggling a little bit. We didn't really talk about this, but this is actually a mid pango, isn't it? We don't really see this hero go mid too much these days, do we? Especially in the tournament, at least.
Yeah, it's been preferred more on the offlane. I mean, sometimes it's okay mid. I think we saw... Gladiators did. Quinn had at least one game, I remember.
Does that surprise you?
Mid.
I think he's contractually obligated, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's his hero, you know. the hero definitely still feels more of a more suitable as an offlaner because you want to build the greaves on the hero. I think it's really strong. You combine that with your
double jump,
shield crash, you get a lot of barrier. Yeah, the double jump. It's just very nice to be a frontliner with the greaves.
I'd agree. What's the other facet? Doesn't it give you like more range or something on Swashbuckle? I believe. Bottom. They're putting their level advantage to use here. That level 2 dual breath slowing Vitaly to a crawl, and that's Liquid Frost.
Yeah, I mean he's struggling, man. Like the Weaver is like just killing careers in the lane and not exactly helping him in the direct confrontation.
Ducalis tips him, gives him a little smile. He's like, "Yeah, man, kill the couriers. I'll kill your offlaner. That's a good trade, right?" El Misho. Oh, he sees the courier. I think they're trying to... No, this courier is going to die, unfortunately. Kind of a big one there.
That's what, career number 5? Was it 5 or 4?
That's a big kill on that courier. That would have been the Wraith Band and the Belt of Strength for the phase boots. Sorry, the power treads, rather. So, yeah, not exactly helping the Underlord a whole lot, but he is at least making the the Venge a little frustrated. Lumpy, he's running on over here. Check out these body blocks onto Ducalis. Swashbuckle, we have a Rolling Thunder, but it's the Shield Crash that gets the job done. Shield Rune, by the way, in the inventory for Lumpy, as he is going to try and continue to rotate here. He's going to be successful in forcing TA2000 out of the lane. Let's look top lane where Pyke, he's going to very quickly have a big wave under his tower, so they might make a go at him. Might have a go, I should say. TA2000. Hunting.
Yeah, this is what you have to do with Venge. You can't jungle, so you have to use
the courier.
the to
Sees the courier. Courier sees him.
Revenge!
Oh, that's funny. He's a melee hero, right? So he one-shots the courier. He doesn't need 2 auto attacks there.
Oh, here comes Lumpy.
Yep.
The
They come through the twin gate. El Misho down bottom as well. We have the shield crash, and well, we don't even need the Rolling Thunder by the looks of things. Malik in far too deep. He dies. Moose is clearing the wave off of the tower. They will successfully defend here. That's a huge turnaround for Beastcoast.
Yeah, now they're getting back bot.
That they are with Ducalis. Uh-oh. Yeah, tip me more, El Misho says, as he's going to be able to assist and help get that kill onto Ducalis. Noob, pretty static so far in this mid lane.
Very nice. Very nice play by Beastcoast, just using the gate to just move around and to kind of fan off the aggression from Quest, and at the same time get a tower here in the bot lane.
Yeah. Level 3, another blast will do that. The other facet for Pugna, I forget, is the one that increases your spell lamp for every structure that's destroyed, so that one is not going to be preferred in this game. And it's more room for Pyke to continue farming up top, isn't it? I mean, it's a big move. He might even get his full armlet online here pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, they needed Noob to actually kind of participate. Like, he's just, like, not really moving right now, just wants to farm his stacks and use his soaring. And I'm not sure if that's the right move here for them.
Rolling Thunder.
It's going to be in trouble
the triangle. You've also got the Underlord looking to connect. Vitaly comes through the gate, and that's, well, the perfect spot to get stuck there for Lumpy.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect play by Lumpy. Very nice.
The stack is going to get stolen. A very rude interruption to Noob's day, who was otherwise having a pretty calm and uneventful game. He's just taken a death now and had a stack stolen, not found at all.
Yeah, Quest, they have to try to get something going with the Tiny. I don't think they should be static farming like this.
I mean,
Venge shouldn't be the one only moving, you know. The Tiny needs to participate.
Right, TA2000's now just got level 6, by the way, so they do have a little bit of counterplay as far as stopping this Rolling Thunder. But he's not had... well, I mean, after he got booted for the lane, he has been farming for the past few minutes, it's felt like. He kind of needs to get recovered. Okay, but the progress for the Malik Beastmaster eggs, it's not bad. He's halfway there already. So it's not all doom and gloom for Quest right now. They still have their items coming soon. Relatively.
Yeah, but someone has got to do the dirty work, right? Somebody has to run around the map and create some distraction. Now, if everybody's sitting in the lane farming, somebody's gonna die. That's just not how you can make it work.
Yeah, that's true. And by the next time you show up to fight, there's going to be like...
You need to take shifts, you know, just like us, you know. Somebody has to do the first shift, then you have to trade, you have to move around. You can't be the same guy doing nothing, you know, or doing everything.
Doing nothing, right? Uh-huh. That's what we call being a co-caster, Winter.
Oh,
I
come
know,
on.
it's
I
a
always
joke.
compensate you
It's
after,
a
you know.
joke.
I get you some nice dinner, some nice lunch.
Hold on, check out this move, Beastcoast. They know that it's time for this stacks to be just about completed, so they're interrupting at just the perfect time. They get the reality rift, a short, low, 1 second stun onto Malik, but it's Lumpy cutting off reinforcements. Who is nearly enough to kill onto Malik? They're diving at tier 2 tower here quite aggressively, aren't they? But these illusions doing a good enough job of tanking up. However, mission failed. They didn't steal all the stacks. The decrep is not going to help enough, and in fact, amps the damage coming through from that crash landing. Vitali, finally, he's going to be joining this fight as they're onto TA2000. Roar under the tower now will catch Lumpy. He's got at least an illusion rune, but they're onto the real one. No way out for him. Moves now on a double kill as he does at least get through TA2000. All in all, not a terrible fight. I don't know though. It's 2 cores down.
Yeah, it was. I guess it was. They still killed 3 people.
He didn't steal the
They killed the
stack,
carry
though.
and the 2 support.
So,
yeah, actually looking at the gold change is actually favorable for Quest, even though they lost 3
yeah,
heroes.
well, especially for Malik, he's going to finish farming this. You've given him a little bit more gold because he got the assist there. He lived through it all. I think it's...
Yeah, somehow he actually didn't die. They thought he was dead. I think they didn't commit the Pango to kill him, and he kind of lived with 150 HP. And they paid a huge price for that.
Nice job there. Let me show able to get the observer. No, I mean, I agree. I agree.
I mean, he has to thank his brother TA2000 showing up to save him, you know. Venge is the one doing all the work, so the shift is over for him. It's time for Tiny to do the work.
He's got
next.
to clock in. It's time to go into the mine.
Oh boy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
1 hour, you have to show up 1 hour earlier before your shift to get ready, right? Just like us.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm afraid you can't finish your dagger, noob. You have to show up
I think
early.
it's time. I mean, he's 500 gold away, but he might have to get it through fighting.
Yeah, he has to go and defend the
It's not
ancients.
happening.
Come on,
It's
bro.
not I mean, Malik, he's doing a good job. He got a lot of the CS before Lumpy went in to steal the 2 lesser of the ancient creeps.
Yeah, but you can't feel nice when your enemy is stealing half of your stack, or at least some of it, you know.
Yep. I mean, just kind of look at the map and the aggressive posturing that Beastcoast is able to take relatively uncontested, it feels like. Farming aggressive down bottom, farming in the enemy triangle. I mean, they will just be farming flat out better, especially because Vitali, I failed to mention this, he's actually got Demon's Reach, which gives cleave with the more atrophy aura that you have. I thought it was the summons one, which I see more.
The Necro book, just call it the Necro book.
Necro Gates. Yeah, we'll call it that. All right, but Tiny, he's punched in. It's his clock. His clock's been punched. He's getting ready. Punch some enemies.
Is it too late? Is it too late? We'll see. 5k deficit.
He's punching in, you know, halfway through the dinner rush already. All the tickets are already fired, Tiny. What are you doing here?
He needs to pay for his dinner now. Now, noob. There's an interest per minute. You know, every minute you're delaying your payment, it's gonna be interest on you. Compounding interest, you know.
Oh
Richie?
yeah, just like my good old student loans. Yeah, that's that's a good one there. Yeah, indeed.
Oh,
well,
no.
he's here.
Right, here we go. Tiny Airlines.
He's ready. No, I mean, look, it's just like any airlines. They're always a little bit late, you know. It's just really makes you wait for it, right? Makes you appreciate that little cheap economy seats and all 25 inches of legroom that you get.
Yeah, it's probably hard on you. I'm okay with the 25-inch leg room, you know.
I'm like 6'2", so that's not so great for me. Give me an exit row, please. But not an exit row on Tiny Airlines. Maybe better than a Boeing. We'll see. Noob getting ready to try and contest here. They interrupt the Rolling Thunder. The Avatos into the Ice Path. A perfect kill into the Drums of Slom. Ain't nobody coming through that Fiend's Gate.
All right, so he has paid off his first installment now.
Very good. First flight completed.
All right, more to go. 5k deficit still.
He's still a bit on that budget airline grind, though. I mean, he needs to make these initiations count, right?
No, he's not on the budget airline grind. Come on, he's on first class right now.
Not yet, not yet. He's turning himself into a pig pole to save a little bit more room, fit 2 people in the same seat.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think he has 2 seats. He bought 2 seats for himself.
Tiny, you know, he wears all of his clothes, so he doesn't have to check a bag. He just has like 8 coats on. All the strats here. But Roche is going to be started up now by Quest. This is going to be a significant turning point. Beastcoast, we'll see if they're going to be able to contest this for now. Everyone, well,
nice.
Yeah, good kill.
Finishing a kill with Neta Swap. You don't get to see that every day.
Well,
300 damage with the talent.
300 damage is a fair amount, isn't it? But they're going into the Roche pit. Slowly but surely. 20 drums of Slam.
So that, by the way, we have to keep count, yeah? So that was Tiny's second installment paid.
True.
4K deficit.
Yeah. Tiny Airlines is growing its fleet. Lumpy. It's going to get out of the way of that crash and landing.
Needs the budget for his second Boeing 747.
Uh-oh, he's been caught though.
Oh no!
Oh, but the
bank is here.
They cancel a TP. He's been cleared for takeoff, and he's out of there.
They don't have a court order to hold him down.
Yeah, that's right. They need the NTSB to step in, but that's not happening.
Okay, bot lane bench.
Uh-oh.
She's TPing
This could
down.
Be, this could be trouble. There's a lot of heroes around.
This is a party.
We have a Rolling Thunder. We have an Amplified Damage Rune. And most importantly, we have the Orchid. So that's what we're going to use to kick things off here. Fiend's Gate and El Misho also connecting. Where's the damage, though? There's the damage.
He's tanky, though.
There's the damage. But now, Quest from behind, looking to counter-initiate. The Terrorize onto 2. It's good to set up to Lumpy. He's standing in the Macropire. Don't fight in the Macropire. He's killed off before the shield crash and give him that all-important shield. A 1-for-1 trade is what it's going to be then.
They're not done, Richie. They're still around. Phantasm. They're ready.
Yeah.
They're not gonna see it. They think with left.
That's true. And you did use Roar there, didn't you? But it'd be aggressive.
Yeah, he used
Respawn
Roar.
timers are short. Venge is up soon. I mean, I say that, but they think that
no,
noobs
Sir Tiny,
too far.
They found you.
Straight.
You can't escape the IRS.
Yeah, there it is. They get the kill there. Ice Path isn't going to catch a single thing. Tiny is here grounded again. 1, 2, and 4 as he is trying to get off the Echo Saber.
Probably have to cut back on the budget now, you know? No more second Boeing 747.
I don't think so. I don't think so. He's going to have to change something here. We'll see what that'll be.
Yep. Okay, they still have the Aegis on Beast. He's actually rushing the BKB instead of getting the dagger. Okay. So he feels like he's... I guess he's going to have trouble standing in the middle of team fight because of Pugna and the Pango. There's too much magic damage.
That's true.
Maybe the Firestorm also does a fair bit.
Yeah, percentage based as well, right? So it's going to scale alongside you. This silence is also really annoying. I don't know if you mentioned that besides the Pugna, right? That Pikes have been holding on to. It's very much the mid lane Pango build, though. We didn't really mention it, but obviously he's not going to be going for the Guardian Greaves on the core Pango, as he's going to... Oh, he will get caught here, actually. I reckon he's fine. Yeah, just shield crashes away. Still in the Macropire, but does get the Swashbuckle. There he goes. Yo Misho completes his TP mid as the tower falls to Malik's boot. But top lane. The Soul Burn does the job. TA2000 with Ag Scepter, though. His base, I mean, you've just refreshed him, but do you have a way to cancel this TP? Can you reach him with the Roar? Not in time. So a free kill there onto TA2000 by Pyke. Nice.
How did he get away with that? How? That's illegal. Basically, just killed him and TP'd in front of his face.
Well, he used the stun. He used both of his stuns, basically. Swap, of course, issues a stop command, so it is essentially, well, a mini stun.
And Beastcoast is just completely outplaying Quest right now. They have the Aegis, but they're not able to do anything with it.
They're going to fight around this ward. This could be excellent.
Yeah, pipe. Mac done on Vitaly.
Yeah.
He's a boss.
He is. The Roar is committed only for Moose. Do they even have vision on him? It doesn't look like it. And now the Rolling Thunder to counter-initiate Pyke. He's pulled even further by the Reality Rift. He is not anywhere he wants to be in this fight. And just check out the control. Lumpy throws Ducalis on a cliff. He'll join him up there. All of a sudden, he's going to be swapped on down as Pyke is killed easily on his second life. Now Beastcoast bringing in the boys underneath the Tier 2 tower. Down goes the Tiny. A triple kill now for the CK as somehow TA2000 is back on the cliff. Killed again on the mega kill streak as the illusion will not last much longer. A 4, kind of 5 for none trade. That's Beastcoast in style here. Look at them go, and look at that cleave, by the way. Holy moly. That was crazy.
That has to be the most satisfying thing in the game right now. The cleave of Underdog.
Look at this. Look at this fight. It's Lumpy plays this almost perfectly, doesn't he? Just perfectly isolates, stops any reinforcements. At Beastcoast, it's just their fight to win from there.
Yeah, good setup with the ward and everything. Just became really easy when they see the enemy team running in, you know. It doesn't matter if the Beastmaster had an Aegis. Just a very easy fight in the end for Beastcoast. Good setup, good patience, and it paid off.
I'm not a Beastmaster specialist, so I don't know the answer to this question. So maybe it's a bit silly, but are your
I'm afraid
are
now.
your drums
What's
of
the
Slam
question?
charges, are they dispelled upon death? I know it says cannot be dispelled, but sometimes death is the ultimate dispel. Like I say, Dota is a game of rules, but it's mostly a game of exceptions.
Alright, you gotta hold that part.
Oh my goodness.
Smoke,
Oh no.
incoming,
Oh, the thieves,
incoming.
they're incoming. Dire, they take the Tormentor as well as Omar and Ducalis' life. How much more will these thieves get away with? Beastcoast, they steal the Tormentor, they take down the carry. The body block's coming through as well. CA2000 has the swap, but Reality ripped it back into a bad position. That'll make it a 3 for none trade on top of Tormentor.
How many times have you given Beastcoast the get out of jail for free card? How?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, they got away with murder again. They stole the Tormentor, they killed them.
What timing on this roll, huh? That double jump. Oof. That's a big one. Ilmisha all of a sudden coming out of this fight now. As you could see, that was going nowhere quick for PSG Quest, who are all of a sudden staring down a 17K net worth lead. All the flights are delayed from Tiny Airlines now. They're all showing up as delayed, even though we really know they might not be taking off again. But here they go. One last-ditch effort. They get the swap out, but the time-lapse in there.
No.
The toss. All right, they've got it, Ilmisha. These planes can still fly, these old bucket of bolts. He's okay.
Yeah, once they clear out the cockroaches from the flight, sure.
No more snakes on that plane.
I mean, they're gonna have to get a couple more of those to start their operation again.
True. That is true.
Or restart their operation. This is big trouble right now. I mean, they're supposed to be balling together at this time with this Jakiro, Beast, and Bench hitting their timings, and right now they're just grounded, you know, like you said, they can't take off. They're stuck. There's a huge storm incoming, you know, you can't take off.
I mean, I don't know if you saw this, but the Venge is going for a Midas. I don't know if this is normal for the item build, but it's almost online, I guess.
I mean, this is like I'm cancelling my booking.
Right.
I don't want to be on that flight anymore.
He's taking the train.
Oh. Train. I don't even think he wants to go on the journey now.
Oh, it's not about the journey. It's about the destination, is what you're saying. Tiny Airlines had nothing to do with this, huh? Well, I mean, I don't know. It's starting to look a bit dire now. A kill on Ilmisha at least buys Quest a bit of time to move around the map and get some items online. You're fighting now with a mechanism for your Jakiro. You've got a blink on your Dark Willow. Hey, by the way, how do we feel about Dark Willow this game? We haven't really spoken much about Omar's hero.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, he can't join the flight, you know. The pilot's AFK.
That's true.
I mean, pilot has gone on for a personal vacation. I mean, and now he's back from the vacation, but there's a lot of work left behind, you know. There's a lot of work to catch up on. 18K worth of previously left behind work when he took a vacation.
All right, and 1,900 gold until he actually has his BKB, which I think is necessary here. But you've just hit 2 item timings.
I mean, how much is it gonna change though? With the BKB? Even with the BKB,
you'll have a double BKB. You've got a blink now on Malik, the Midas, you know. So you win a couple fights now, and this Venge all of a sudden, bada bing, bada boom. She's your top investor, reinvesting in Tiny Airlines.
I'm not sure if I'm the bench if I want to continue investing in the Tiny Airlines this game.
No?
She went out of her way to help the Tiny, but the Tiny didn't give her returns, no returns, It's all about the ROI.
Oh, and look at this, Il Micho, he breaks the smoke. He is going to get stunned up. Good prediction here from Quest. They'll kill him.
Oh, that's a pretty big kill. A lot of gold.
Yeah, that's true. Why is he worth so much gold?
1,200.
He's but a mere weaver.
Oh, they're behind 18K.
He does have an Ag Scepter. That might have something to do with it.
So you reckon how many more of those do they need on Quest? Like 10 more?
Yeah. 15 maybe, I think, if my math's correct. Hold on, they might just find one top. Ooh, not quite. Malik is, I don't know how, but he successfully managed to get the biggest model in the game around those brambles. Now, you've got Lumpy connecting here. Smoked up. Joining the rest of the squad. Gem in his inventory. Blink Dagger and Diffusal Blade ready to go. Pyke, he's seen at least a target. Unlucky roll there with the Phantasmagoria on the Manta style. Only 2 illusions.
How about the Roche? Is this a lucky roll? They're going to have Roche.
Well, we'll see how many illusions he gets if he uses Phantasm here. He might not even have to. Doesn't seem like Quest are going to be in the neighborhood of trying to contest this.
The team fights are going to be pretty difficult right now for Quest to head on team fights. The Pugna and the Weaver, they have like a lot of ways to keep their cores alive with the Agalims on Weaver. Pugna can just Glimmer, heal.
Yeah, decrep, yeah, true.
And you have the Pipe, Greaves, and Crimson coming from Underlord.
My goodness. Yeah, Crimson Guard, wow. It's quite the popular item these days.
Very good against the bench. And here we go. He spot a stray dragon.
Just, I didn't know it was a no-fly zone down here.
It's definitely a no-fly zone, They're losing all their airspace right now.
That's right. Noob. Oh no, he's still under a ward though. That was a half-decent blink, but they just got his number here. Ooh, PKB and TP away. Okay, that's something. It's something here for him. At least he doesn't die. But it's not looking that...
How are they supposed to execute the team fight? They have to, I think, aggressively swap someone into the tier 4s.
And then you toss him into the fountain.
Yeah, why not? Swap, and Jakiro is like standing like way behind, you get a toss. The Tiny is standing next to the vent, swap, toss back.
Oh,
it's possible.
Well, they need some of that now. Ducalis is back into the TFR zone as he is killed off again.
Yep, poor Chimera.
And Noob, he pushes one wave top. Vitali doesn't see him. So Noob's going to be able to pick up his 28-minute wisdom. It's not bad, gives him a level there as he closes into his final level of grow. For Beastcoast, not in any big hurry here. No tienen prisa, as we would say. They're not in a hurry. They're not feeling under a lot of pressure. They scaling better here, Winter. This CK backed by a Weaver with the Underlord accumulating now all the auras, or you reckon this is about as strong as they're going to get now that the Crimson's completed? How are you feeling here?
I think the longer the game goes, it might not actually get easier. If you're getting Tiny, Beast, like even the Jakiro, like if you give all these heroes more farm, I don't really feel like the game is going to get
There's the
easier.
aggressive swap. It's a start here. Noob as well, immediately on in. Oh, and that's a nice kill. No chance to get off the Pipe or the Crimson Guard, let alone the Guardian Greaves. But now Pyke from behind, kicking off this fight. Malik, he's already used the Roar here. It's a decent terrorize to try and reset this fight. As TA2000 just TP'd away, but bashed!
Oh, they got a bash.
On the swashbuckle there with the basher. Oh, I would say unlucky, but no other creeps around to soak the swashbuckles. It was almost guaranteed there.
Yeah, this should be at least a high ground attempt for Beastcoast. Underlord can connect with the gate in 30 seconds.
I think Noob's going to cut a wave here, but they still have a wave mid, so this is not going to be a be-all, end-all. And they will just go straight up to high ground here. A big lead. You have the toss back available. You don't have Roar for 24 seconds, however. And well, in just a few moments, we will not have a 2-3 tower up for PSG Quest either. Rolling Thunder being pump faked back there as Noob. He is going to be initiated on Pyke. He was decrepified, so he actually didn't get any auto attacks off, but it's just fine. Noob, he's activated BKB. Lumpy. He's going to be supported now by Vitali, who comes through the Fiend's Gate. In the entire time, though, Pyke's able to take down that tier 3 tower. So a slow siege, but so far so good for Beastcoast, who are still with 1 minute left on this Aegis power play. They've already got themselves a 5k net worth lead here, and they could still very well be looking for another fight as the team smokes behind the CK. Getting ready to go. We still have that 9-second BKB charge, and now a full Bloodthorn operational for the Centaur. We'll see what they can do. Noob, he's already expended his BKB charge, so this is it. He's already in. Do they have any more tossbacks? They don't. Lumpy, he jumps in as well with the Basher, gets roared under the tower. There's going to be the Macropire on top. Lumpy, though, he's so tanky because he's got the Crimson, he's got the Pipe Barrier, and he's just walking around tanking tier 4 tower shots. He's totally fine. In the meantime, Pyke, he's just gone straight onto Ducalis. Ducalis at least with a quick buyback here as Pyke, there's the tossback we were looking for. Aegis up in 19 seconds as he's still safe for now. Does manage to get time lapse back, I believe. TA2000 all of a sudden with the aggressive swap. He's taken down in his first lev. Can't he do anything on the second? He's being focused. Swaps in Omar. Omar goes into the shallow realm instead of Ducalis, who's taking the beating. But now Pyke, he drops. But just as this Aegis was about to expire, it's a perfectly used Aegis for Beastcoast. But can they continue the fight? The toss back. This time it's good for the kill into Lumpy. He drops. But Pyke, you still need to deal with the CK. And he's had a BKB the whole time. Ducalis, a dieback for him. Noob, oh, trying for the toss into the fountain, but he's grabbed the wrong one. Vitali, a huge bit of malice on the 4. There's the rampage for Pyke. Another buyback for Quest. Pyke now realizing he's gotten the YouTube moment, looking to back up as Beastcoast. They're TPing. They're looking for more, but Beastcoast reinforcing now. They've been bought back as well. A second rampage now for Pyke. Lumpy, he bought back to be in this fight. They want to finish this game here and now. TA2000 is swapped into somehow still being alive, as they're going to get another one. It's triple rampage for Pyke. Feed him more. Feed him more, PSG Quest. He could go all day. Round 8, in they go again. This time they get him into the fountain. Can you finally kill him? There's going to be the Phantasm fighting through the fountain. Again, the time lapse saves him. Pyke, he's like, put me back in there. I need my 8th rampage. What an absolute maniac here. Vitali's nearly cleaving them from the he is cleaving them off the tier 4 towers. Just an incredible game now. What a way for Beastcoast to end this series. This game 1, pardon me.
Yeah, Pyke has been served like some Quest buffet, you know, non-stop free-flowing buffet.
It's been too much. Here they go again. A swap in, the toss back, into the fountain he goes, but he's got Ogre Seal Totem. Now he's got the rest of the team here to save him. Il Misho, time lapse in just 1 second. You're not taking down this guy. He's gonna kill the rest of you. Still, of course, beyond godlike, as if there was any doubt. You gotta give it to Quest. They played this one out. They got the toss back, but they just didn't have it in them. Beastcoast too far up, and they take down Quest in game 1.
Yeah, when you are not killing with the swap and toss and you already execute it perfectly, it means that you have already no avenue left in the game, you know. Just have to tap out, you know. Like, good play by Beastcoast with the Ag-Limbs on Weaver, just recognizing he just needs to prevent Quest from getting the combo off and killing off a key hero with the Ag-Limbs on the Weaver. That actually kind of stops everything Quest is doing or attempting to do in the team fight and just game winning, you know.
Yeah, pretty much, right? I mean, for me, it's almost not the... I don't think this was like decided from the laning stage, but I would say it was decided out of the laning stage with the way that...
Yeah, no, it wasn't decided by the lanes. It was decided by the macro movements, how they're using the gates to move around the map, and how the Pango and the Tiny, they were moving around. Pango was like moving around early without farming dagger, whereas Tiny, I don't really think he needed to farm the dagger. He just needed to help out, you know, defend the stacks when they were invading. And that would have actually made a huge difference for Malik, and Malik kind of did have a very, very good start to the game, you know. Imagine if he got some help from the Tiny, he would have a really quick Aghanim's this game.
Yeah, I felt like by this point, game was already pretty hard, right? This was the second Tiny Blink Dagger kill. I mean, it wasn't even really that crazy of a Blink Dagger timing from Tiny. It wasn't amazing. It wasn't the worst I've ever seen. But like you say, it's just all these macro movements by this point. Beastcoast comfortably moving around the map, taking fights, and already with numbers advantages here, you can kind of see what that really adds up into.
Yeah, it's just difficult, you know, in their position when the Tiny just doesn't really participate. I don't think there's much you can do on the Beastmaster and the rest of the heroes. I think TA 2000, he made a couple of good moves, but to help his team, like sacrificing his own game because he understands that he needs to be able to help the Beastmaster get his air games before the team can kind of have a point of target to play on. And without that, they just kind of are lost in the game, you know. They don't really have a hero to go around and just group together to play the game. And I think after he moved to the top, he went to the gate, he moved top, they tried to pressure top, and it kind of failed because the Tiny didn't connect to that fight. He was like farming mid. Imagine if he connected to that fight, if he changed the outcome of that push, they killed heroes and they got the tower. I think we could have seen a completely different game, you know, with the Beastmaster already halfway to his Aghanim's at that point. If he won that fight, he killed the tower and he got his Aghanim's at that time, the whole game would be completely different.
Yeah, right. I completely agree. I was kind of wowed by those highlights. It was just team fight victory after team fight victory, a lot of outmaneuvering, and just a strong game from Beastcoast, a strong showing in game. Number one, Quest maybe needing to reprioritize just a little bit on where they focus their heroes' attentions and when they start showing up to fights to make sure that they can stand a better chance for game two, right?
Yeah, a lot of discussing to do, but not a lot of time, you know, for them. You know, hopefully they're gonna be able to figure something out soon, yeah, and give us a fight, you know, in game two.
Yeah, certainly agreed. This game one looking easy for Beastcoast as they even get by a triple rampage, I believe, 8 kills straight for Pyke because they just kept buying back, not including these Venge illusions, by the way. So well done for Beastcoast in game number one, who will now move ahead of PSG Quest and out of that elimination zone, out of those bottom twos momentarily. We'll see if it's going to be a 2-0 for them or if PSG Quest will rally and well, even up after a quick break. See you soon.
what you read, not all words are the same. Not everything you say you can't trust anyway. All the thieves dressed as sheep tell you they know the way. So bite the hand that feeds you to the wolves as prey. Get out my face, try to stab me with the saving grace. Fool me once, never twice, now I got the knife. You try to cut off my conscience, bake me a cake full of nonsense. You eat it too and I got deja vu when your words are up, you got you nauseous. Your shit belongs in the driveway, don't know nothing but you wish, babe. Took out the trust like I used to have rest, but all that's in the past, now I upgrade. Shit in the past like I used to have. Snap the sea on the pictures, they flash on the page. Now they're pleading on the fifth and last mistake. But I know that dirty secrets the game keep us hold the keys to the gate. Only open for the pawns who sell their souls just to play. I don't keep up with the fake. We are not the same, so go take your lies. It's plastic and products left in a box with nothing to promise. Get out my face, try to stab me with the
I'm joined by Moose of Beastcoast. I was hoping to go back into the history books on your career, Moose, because you've had a long and illustrious history in both North America and South America, but I want to know what the baby Moose was all about. When you first picked up the mouse and was like, Dota 2, I think this game might be up my alley. So what was the process like? How did you first start playing Dota in general?
Well, it was because of my brother, like his influence. I was like a little kid, 11 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He joined college, and it was pretty popular game for back then. And he was playing like in my house, And I watched him play, and it was interesting. I sneak up, at the nights, because we share the room.
Right.
So I sneak up to his laptop and start playing, 1v1 SF against bots without him noticing, because I wasn't allowed to.
You're right, yeah.
Like every brother, So that's what I did basically a lot of nights.
Wait, what's the age difference between you and your brother?
It's like 5 years.
Okay.
It's a little bit, a lot. He was like 16, I was 11.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like that until one day he found out I was playing Dota.
He was like, why is my MMR so high? Who's been boosting me?
No, it wasn't MMR back then. It was
that's true.
Dota 1.
Oh, okay.
It was Dota 1.
Wait, so what year is this?
It was like 15 years ago.
Oh, wow, okay.
It's a long time ago.
You going from pub player to, did you try to get yourself scouted for teams, or someone approached you and was like, hey, you're really good, you should come play professional?
I remember I stopped playing for 1 year in that time because I knew that I didn't see the opportunity. Because I remember back then it wasn't a slot for SA.
Yeah.
It was a slot united for America, and the competition was like really rough, not even SA players. So I was very, very realistic about my opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
And back then I was like, there is no shot I'm gonna make it because I don't have much time to put on this. And with the amount of effort that I'm putting right now, I don't think I'm gonna even become close to get the opportunity. No? And that's what I thought back then. And I stopped playing 1 year. But then, remember, after 1 year, they opened a slot for SA.
Okay.
And I'm started thinking like, okay, maybe I have a shot at it.
Uh-huh.
Maybe I can try this because this is more realistic. So I started, I download Dota again. And I start playing again. And then, I was getting a high MMR again. And then Gorilla Sprite called me just to try out.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, okay, this is, I'm gonna try some teams, I'm gonna keep climbing, I'm gonna keep getting better, keep improving as a player, and eventually I'm gonna get a good opportunity.
That rebuilding process paid off because now on Beastcoast, you made it here to Riad Masters, you're gonna make it to TI as well, so that time you spent working on yourself seems to have paid off quite well.
Yeah, it's been times that, as you said, you think that I'm not gonna make it again, or is this too hard, or you have this uncertainty, This is the scary part. When you have this uncertainty about your future, that maybe, you're not gonna achieve anything anymore, it's scary. It's a scary, man. It's a scary moments. but it also fills you with motivation to do what you have to do every day, you know. So yeah, I'm glad it all worked out. You know, installing myself with good values as discipline, you know, hard work, humility, empathy, understanding, listening. So all these things that I think a good player needs to have, and a good leader needs to have. So yeah, I'm trying to still, you know, be better every day. You know, be a better person that I am. Sometimes I don't do that, but that's the goal, you know, trying to achieve that.
Well, it seems like you've always had a very good head on your shoulders, Moose. I can't wait to see what success it brings you here on this Beastcoast roster. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to me, and best of luck at Riyadh Masters.
Thank you. Thank you for the interview.
Lovely interview there with Moose. Thanks for that, Tsunami, and the Contact team, of course, as we hear a little bit about how he got started playing 1v1 SFs versus the bots. Winter, does that take you back? Well, actually, you probably started playing before they were bots, huh?
You don't want to know what I did. I'm not going to tell you. I feel embarrassed now that I think of it. How did I practice when I was at home before Dota 1? But needless to say, we are here. We are playing Dota 2 now, so we don't have to dwell in the past of Dota 1.
True, and I think for PSG Quest, they don't want to dwell in what that game one was, right? Maybe you want to try and upset Beastcoast to have perhaps found something that works. Winter, did it have much to do with the support Pugna they ran? Was this a little bit more with the mid Pango? I mean, speaking generally,
okay, let's
what
put it
worked?
simple. I made it simple. They look like a team, but Quest didn't really look like a team, you know? That's pretty much about what happened that game. I felt like both teams had draft that could function. One just made it work, one didn't.
Yeah, well, when you put it that way, it does sound mighty simple, doesn't it? But I hear what you're saying.
Dota is a simple game, Richie. Why do you have to complicate it all the time, you know?
Well,
Why?
Sometimes in...
Sometimes it is just like your roti canai. It's just flour and egg, you know, and it tastes good, and with some curry, some dal on it, you know. It's just that simple.
Is curry a simple dish to you? I would say it's quite complex. It's steeped in flavor, stewed even, some would say.
Okay, fine if you put it that way. But all I'm trying to say is just a humble dish, you know. Sometimes Dota is just humble. You have to look at it from the basics, the fundamental. If you know the fundamental, you know the basics, you know what to add to it, you know how the team works, it's going to be easy, you know. So that's what Quest needs to figure out.
Right.
They have to try to overcomplicate things and just try to create a draft that's simple, a recipe that they will remember forever.
Oh.
Okay, just for today. You know.
Hey, maybe till the end of the group stage, right? Because
yeah, till the end of the group stage.
they only play one game today, being in Group B, but they will have, of course, more games to be played as we continue through our group stage run. For now, they need to focus all hands on deck as Order fire one draft for game number 2 for PSG Quest. They are going to have second pick and last pick on this dire side. Beastcoast over on the Radiant as we swing on over to see what Quest are going to be cooking up here. Any surprise in these bands?
Yeah, I feel like Quest should just try to keep things simple and draft supports that can initiate. I think they shouldn't really draft supports like the last game where they're like Dark Blue and Jakira, right? They're both like just waiting for their mid laner to move, because right now the off laners, a lot of it don't really want to buy daggers, so you kind of just get auras and you sit in a lane and you're the anchor of the map, so you need to really move on the mid laner. Your noob has to kind of do it, or they have to just draft a position 4 that can do it, like a melee hero that can initiate.
Wow,
or maybe pick the tiny, but just don't put it mid, you know, put it on a 4 row.
Monkey King 107 bans. That's certainly saying
the
something.
True king. He's the true king.
Beastcoast, they wanted a first pick. They got a Templar Assassin with their first pick, Winter. How'd you rate that opener?
Maybe it's good on Radiant? I don't know.
Fair enough.
I feel like it's probably got something to do with Radiant because they didn't do it the last game. it's easy for the Roche. I always talk about the 15 to 20 minute Roche on Radiant side, nighttime Roche. Easy for TA to abuse. She's not exactly like a very strong hero, and he's still good, but I wouldn't say that I want to first pick the hero. If you get what I mean, you know, it's not like I need to snatch the Templar assassin right away.
Right.
Lanaya is the pick here, you know. It's not how I feel about the hero. It's good, but you need to build a draft around.
What's interesting for me is the DK ban. Do you think that was particularly to prevent a first phase DK? I mean,
not really sure. I feel the same for DK. DK is not really that high up in my list of heroes, you know.
Maybe the Poison Dragon's
Maybe it
really
has
good
to be
against
a bit
Lanaya.
to do with
I don't know. I just
not really though. I feel
Alright, well, fair enough.
like DK is weak in a lane, so I don't know if it's still good against TA. I mean, Brood and Beastmaster, those are two common bans for the current state of the game, current state of affairs. And Quest, they have to kind of figure out what to pick after the Willow here. They need to pick a lane that works with the Dark Willow. Something that fits Malik's play style.
The Dark Willow, you mean the Hoodwink, right?
Oh, the Hoodwink. Yeah, the Hoodwink.
Guys, bringing us back to last game.
I'm in love.
All good, all good.
I'm in love with the Dark Willow.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're thinking of Dark Willow, aren't we all, right? And her geographically ambiguous accent. She's the biggest oversight in the game, we all know it. The Tiny, he's going to come through. I'm shocked he makes it through, to be honest with you. Shocked.
Me too. So Noob is smiling, you know. Here we go. I know what to do, guys, this game. I know what to do. Give me a second chance, you know. Everyone deserves a second chance, right, Richie?
Well, you don't think he's going to Huskar eventually here? That's what I think he's thinking of. The trick here for PSG Quest is they have got last pick, right? So they don't have 18th pick. So if you're going to pick it, you're going to give Beastcoast the opportunity to like swap TA to the safe lane and then pick something that will just chase the Huskar or mirror the Huskar, right? So it's a bit tricky.
Yeah, but before we get to that, I'm figuring out why the SD here. Wants to stack Ancients for TA. I guess it's a counter to what carry, Tiny? The Purge. Not very sure,
Me
but
neither.
we'll see.
I mean,
support Gyro?
Or Core, right?
Support Gyro.
Another hero that can farm stacks very well that the SD makes.
Core Gyro with Core TA. You want them to get into a fight over who gets the right to play with the toys.
That's
you know, see some sibling rivalry, TA and Gyro. You know that pile of toys in the backyard there, the stack of toys there, those are mine, you know. I stacked it.
I see.
I deserve to clear it.
I see what kind of sibling you were.
You can have the other one in the other room, you know.
Right. You gave him the you gave your sibling the second mouse and keyboard that was not plugged into the computer, and you're like, no, you're playing Dota. You're playing Dota.
I gave them nothing. I took everything
hope.
and I hogged onto everything.
Wow. Well,
nope.
Alrighty. Let's.
And at the end of the day, I tell them maybe you can get them next day, but next day comes, we wake up, I say no, this is mine.
Well, fair enough, Winter. Fair enough. Big brother energy right there, as we have the Brewmaster for Malik. That's almost certainly the off lane, and I'm wondering if they are intending to keep this Tiny flex. I mean, what? He can still kind of be flexed as a carry, can't he? But you're going to have to remove a position from his flexibility here. Do you just pick another support and basically lock your...
Yes. Just keep things simple. I don't think they should overcomplicate though. Look at the coach. He's stressed out because he knows there's too many chefs cooking right now. Someone says add the chicken stock. Someone says add the beef stock. Somebody else says we need more salt.
Bandy.
Okay, simplify. Okay, Tiny is a core.
A little reduction, right? Just simmer it down a bit.
Yeah, reduce it down so that the flavor is more intense.
Right. Well,
you get to feel the taste of the ocean, you know, the seafood.
I see. You can always tell what Winter's thinking of based on whatever food he says. He'll tell you. Don't worry. Just wait a minute. If you're ever in a conversation with Winter and you don't say anything for a minute without simulation, he's like, I'm thinking of Beggar's Chicken. or whatever.
I'm thinking of why Richie told me there is no good Mexican food in Klang Valley. Why? How can he say that? It's such an insult. And I tried to Google the best reviewed restaurant and he said, nah, this ain't good.
Beastcoast.
No bueno, he
18th,
tells me.
18th pick here. 18th pick. Do you...
Yeah, gyro support, please.
So what, you want an offlaner here, right, to keep the TA somewhat flexible between safe and carry?
Hey, they don't really have to keep things open. They don't have the last pick anyway. So, I mean, they can kind of, okay, use it to their advantage by not allowing Quest to decide properly what to ban because they kind of can change things up. But I do feel like I like the gyro as a support more here in this game. Actually, maybe it's still fine against the Brewmaster lane. It's Brewmaster Hoodwing. I think with the flat cannon, you should be able to do well. So pick a position 5 that can lane with the gyro. Let's see. A position 5 that is good against the enemy lineup here.
How about a Treant Protector?
I feel like, yeah, Treant Protector sounds nice here. You can root the split. You can root the carry or mid tiny. Stop them from doing damage.
A little bit of armor.
What else? Yeah, they kind of need like a team fight position 5
Yeah, I agree.
A melee hero, sort of.
What else do we have here?
Undying? Yeah, Undying gyro. I think Undying is good. Undying is actually amazing here against the Brew and the Tiny.
I agree.
Tiny carry doesn't want to see Undying the Dirge.
I completely
And
agree.
you have to kill him twice because of that. What? The innate?
Yes,
Is it the innate?
ceaseless dirge. My man's laughing so loud whenever that thing gets popped.
All right. At least we have a pick now. Undying.
I like the Undying a lot, actually. I'm trying to think of any other team
Undying
fights. I mean,
gyro.
other team fight.
You know, Undying with TA is also a classic.
Is it?
You slow them with the zombie and you slow them with the TA traps. They can't run. It used to be a classic combo I had in Dota 1. We would always drop those two heroes together and we would draft Shadow Shaman so we can put the wards to protect the tombstone.
And then you can forked lightning them, right?
And then we will have a Weaver in the game so you can throw the bugs onto the enemy. Okay, I know you are already done after that. It's okay, we can go back to the game.
I'm just looking for more options here. I mean, the choice seems good, but you know, shockingly.
Elder Titan.
Okay.
There is Elder Titan,
but
okay?
I'm
Titan.
looking at other
There's
options,
Ogre.
not just supports, because you take a look at these bans, and it's an SF and a Nyx Assassin ban from Quest, right?
So if Gyro is support, we can... What carry we have? I mean, Ursa is still in the pool.
Yeah, something that beats
Ursa,
Brew,
you can never
right?
go wrong with Ursa. Yeah, you don't want Chaos Knight against Brew, I guess.
That's true.
Okay, they banned the Ursa. No, that's not really a lot that can fit their lineup because they need like a fighting carry. Because with TA, if you want to run TA mid, you need a fighting carry. Unless you want TA and Gyro to be on the same lane and you pick a mid hero.
Oh my god, that'd be something.
But that lane sounds terrible. TA Gyro. Okay, what are we getting? Taki, Centaur, and Shell Demon Gyro. Okay, it's a Gyro carry still.
Right.
With a Shell Demon.
Okay.
Still would have preferred the Undying, but it's okay. We still at least get the Gyro carry with Centaur and TA as the other two cores. It's a lot more greedy with this setup. But Tekis and Centaur is a very, very strong lane. Very, very strong. A lot of nuke damage. A lot of stuns, double edge, sticky bomb, blast off. Yeah, strong lane.
Yep, yeah, that's true.
But Shadow Demon is not going to be there to stack. I presume the lane would be Shadow Demon with Gyro. But unless they do... Actually, they might do Tekis with Gyro so that Shadow Demon can stack.
Yeah, I agree. And then you've got some better setup for Hoof Stomp, even though you no longer need it as bad with the change.
Yeah, that is true. It could happen. And for Quest, are they going to have a simple plan this time? Oh, this is not simple.
Why isn't it simple?
because you have to control a lot of illusions. Naga, Brewmaster, and Tiny. Everybody needs farm. Oh my god, this draft is not easy to execute. I mean, if the Brewmaster is trying to buy Radiance and you have a Naga in the game, good luck.
I believe that was Coach Mariano. Did you see his reaction there? He was reading the notes. He was really diving into the minutiae of that recipe. He's already given up his headsets.
Yeah, he was like, these guys are definitely trying to add too much stock to their soup, you know. You should always have a stable base, a simple one, and build on it, not have too many bases. And right now with Naga, Brewmaster, feel like on top of the chicken stock, they are trying to add beef stock, and I don't know, there's just too much going on here. Not sure if I like the outcome of the taste, you know. Maybe the Brewmaster goes for an Aura build. Like, I saw a Brewmaster, was it yesterday or the day before? He built like Pipe Crimson Guard, so he didn't go for Radiance. He just built the hero like a Underlord of Darkseer. And he just went in and tanked. Do you like that on Brewmaster?
No, not really. Not as much as like.
Who was it? I'm pretty sure it was one of the games yesterday.
But it's kind of what the game
who did it.
demands, right? Because I agree, you can't have like a Radiance Brewmaster and then I don't know a Radiance.
Yeah, but doesn't mean that he's not gonna do that. You know, he's like.
I hope.
I am Brewmaster. I buy Radiance. Period. You guys have to make space for me.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that's not what we see. I don't know though. Look, I tend to agree with you. It's a very complicated recipe that they've put down. Whereas for Beastcoast, I mean, I have my questions about the support duo, but what they may lack in, you know, kind of like initiation, you do have in synergy, right? You got plenty of stacking potential. You've got a lot of, you know, a team I think that plays decently together into one that is not as clear to me with this quest lineup, but it's what they've chosen here for game number 2. So we can see the...
Yeah, this is one of TA 2000's best hero, apart from TA. The Naga is a very well-known Naga specialist. Can he turn the tides of battle here, Richie?
Ducalis, he's going to get a ward on the cliff here very early, and he was...
Okay, interesting ward. So he's expecting the Shadow Demon here to be stacking. That's how he plays the ward.
Just had...
But Shadow Demon is bot. Yes, techies can stack too.
He barely had enough there of the smoke time. Oh, Spoon Stash, Winter. Get ready for all the neutral items for Ilmisho. Oh, for Protective Wisps. Everything else seems pretty standard. Yeah. Yep. Everything else seems pretty standard here. They seem to be trying to steal a rune, but TA2000's going to scout Vitali. He's got a Hoof Stomp level 1. I reckon he gets it then.
It's a Centaur.
He doesn't really care.
Yeah, Centaur is like a Rune Sakura and Ducalis. Lumpy wants his first blood. Come here, Ducalis!
Protective Wisps keeping him alive, though. And Lumpy is going to start missing CS here momentarily if he doesn't get back to his line. But he really wants this kill.
I mean...
Another Wisp.
What the hell? He's still
Another
chasing?
Wisp.
No
Lumpy,
way.
Lumpy. Ah, come on. You just had him. Just one more auto attack. You just had him.
Yeah, now he's going to pay the price of losing the TP score and losing 1 creep.
Yes, it seems that way, right? That's Overprotective Wisp for you. You are deceptively... I mean, I wouldn't say tanky, but it's just the regen is immense, isn't it?
Yeah, you definitely don't go for that kill once you see the Overprotective Wisp passive. Don't even try, you know. No point. Sometimes you gotta know, you know, when to just stop.
You gotta know when to hold them, you gotta know when to fold them.
Which is the hard part, you know. You have pocket aces, but you have to just fold it sometimes.
Yeah. Very rarely, but that was one of those moments for sure.
That's a bad example.
Well, you know, it happens every now and then, I'm sure. Man, it's so hard to trade into him even. You can see Ilmisho really struggling with just the regular whips now coming to play. Lumpy mid. I mean, look, he did miss a creep, but it is a TA into a Tiny. So outside of the Avalanche, no great ways of getting through those refraction barriers at the very least. And then down bottom, they did end up laning Shadow Demon with the Gyro. How do you feel about that, Winter? I think we were maybe expecting the Shadow Demon top to stack.
I mean, it's fine. It's fine. But I personally prefer Shadow Demon as a 4 to stack and get levels. So this hero is very, very level dependent, and you need to figure out a way to get levels. And stacking is usually the way to go. Can't do it on the position 5. I mean, you can, but you don't get as much because you don't get to stack Ancients.
Oh, a small change that is kind of notable in this lane. Hold on, I say that. They might have just found a kill on a Pike. I believe they have. No way out for him. Good bushwhack there connects, and Malik draws first blood and kills the courier. Not bad.
Yeah, it's the power of the Hoodwing. And Gyro, you don't have like, if you don't have like a melee hero to soak up damage or to heal you, this is the problem here. Because you're pushing the wave further up the lane. So you need someone to kind of bodyguard you, and Shadow Demon is not the best bodyguard, so the lane is not stable.
Just a tiny change. They've updated. Oh, that's another courier kill as well. It's really nice for Quest in this bottom lane. But Cinder Brew can now only be ignited by magic damage. It used to be ignitable by any spell damage. That's now changed, which means Acorn Shot will not ignite it because it's physical. So just a little tiny difference. Not that it changed much here, because of course you can just...
Yeah, but Acorn Shot got buffed so much, so whatever.
That work. I mean, you've got a point there. Hoodwink still do be pretty busted, and you can just hit him with a bushwhack instead to trigger that brew.
I feel like Hoodwing is just way more stronger than before. This buff is actually just way better.
How do we end up here? Remember when we buffed Pango, and then all of a sudden double jump and he's back in every single game? We nerfed. Is it just facets? Does it really just come down to the facets being really good?
Yeah, I mean, Sand King had like a really OP week, a week or 2 weeks, I think, something like that. Yeah, but here we are seeing him again. He's still here.
For the temple.
Yep. He's making a personal request for the supports to refill his bottle. Please, guys, make some aggressive plays. Go for kills.
Malik, he's not really in any danger of dying, and it's a Shadow Demon Gyro.
Yeah, that's why you want this lane to be with like someone that can heal you or melee hero that can soak up damage for you, because when your wave is like right now pushed up, you need somebody to body and defend you from the pressure that the enemy can put on you.
Alright. Lumpy and Noob going toe-to-toe, but it's top lane where we have the Root, the Ensnare for onto El Misho, trying to get around here, but eventually that Warpine Raider will poke him to death.
100 damage, a Seed Shot.
Love Seed Shot, so good.
Yeah, you need raindrops in this lane against that creep.
Do you know this thing bounces 12 times at max level?
12? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. I mean, does it even come to play?
No, not at all. Unless I guess you have a Doom with with the Gluttony, right? Maybe then, very rarely you'll see it. Tali taking a bit more damage. Blast off just to clear those illusions, so you can see how tanky this Warpine Raider is. He's going to turn and give another Seed Shot here in just a second, I reckon. This is overwhelming.
Yeah, how about the mid lane? His TP is still
hold on.
Quick
TP.
He's TPing.
Ooh, very preemptive stomp is not going to change much there.
This is why we saw him smiling during the draft. He's telling his team, guys, I know what to do this game. I'm going to rotate.
Well,
I can't sit in my lane and farm dagger.
It's a great rotation. Good timing for him. His tower is going to take a bit of chip damage, and he's unable to contest the first power rune. So this does come at a slight trade-off. But it's only, quote-unquote, a regeneration rune. It's not an amplified damage. Maybe a haste would have been a bit lethal. Potentially. Malik's also having a really great game, and he's actually rushing the Vessel first item. Hold on, top.
Vitali.
Yeah, he's going to take another death. That has to be Walk of Shame time for him. Yes, TP's on cooldown for another minute right now. Okay.
Yeah, his game just got ruined after that tiny gank.
Yeah. Lumpy.
Wisdom runes. They're going to fight for the runes.
Look
Ducalis
at
is
Noob.
here.
It's just, you know, this is a very frequent connection of tiny airlines. They do this flight 6 times a day, really. He's still in this top lane. And they're going to be able to contest. They're going to be able to steal the wisdom. Ilmisha, oh, no way. He's going to try. Oh, the bushwhack from Omar perfectly intercepting him now as Noob with the crash landing easily sets that one up. Back down bottom, a TP now is incoming because you've got Lumpy who connected through the triangle. They're going to try and get through another hero here. They've at least got Malik. Will they be able to get through Noob as well? He's got the brown boots of speed. Pike trying to catch up to him, but the afterburner stack's not lasting long enough. But Noob, he's got really nowhere to run to be honest. No supports, no life remaining for him.
No. And then lose the wisdom rune here, so it's going to be a one apiece. Okay, last game he didn't rotate. This game he might be over rotating.
Okay, I mean, but Vitaly, is he just going to die? He's just going to die again. He just took a walk of shame. Fortunately, his TP is off cooldown, but he's just dead. His third death in what feels like about a minute. Okay, but now Pike is here. Have Quest potentially out-rotated themselves, maybe kind of pulled a hammy or something here. Ducalis, he goes down. Nothing all his wisps could do to keep him alive there. That's significant.
This is just like how the game is playing out for the Centaur, I think, because the other two cores they were killing the hero, killing Malik bot, so they didn't really TP to help him. But if you look at both of the offlanes, they are both kind of poor, and who's going to actually be more useless? You know, if both are poor, I feel like Centaur might actually be more useless. Because Blue can still split and come to the fight.
And
let's say both of them don't have items.
And it's global.
I guess.
I feel like that, like if they're...
But the split can also be very useful in the right time.
Oh, like I hear that. I hear that. But he's... Yeah, I hear that. Yeah.
But overall, Brew is more greedy. He needs to go more than the Centaur.
Right.
That I can agree.
Well, I mean, he's about to finish up the vessel, so you know, Malik is hoping to turn his game around, as he's going to try and
hopefully not with a Radiance.
No, or a Midas. I don't think we'll see either at this stage. Noob with a quick little move into the enemy triangle finds himself Ilmisho, who does not have any points in reactive taser, so it's not much he can do to defend himself there. Tower down bottom, slowly but surely going down as Quest. They will move through the Twin Gate now. I didn't know you could still command move into the Twin Gate from the low ground. I've tried doing that before, and I've seen it now twice in this series. Little efficiency plays.
You need to get the right padding, my friend.
Yeah, you need to be in the right position and then just command move it, I think. Do you have one of those bound? Your what is directional move key?
Nope.
Fair enough.
Do I look like a zoomer?
No.
That's a zoomer setting.
No, to be honest, no, you don't. I bet you still like auto attack by hitting your deny key, accepting the terms and conditions, you know, putting in 2FA. It's a whole thing to deny on the old settings, isn't it? This is a great job interrupting the smoke gank here. El Misho, he is certainly dead. Oh! As Moose denies the rune there with one of the illusions. Not half bad. He will himself, though, be taken out as the first split is used by Malik, and that ought to end up in this Tier 1 tower as well. Oh, well...
That wasn't so bad for Beastcoast. That was okay. I also need the supports, and maybe they can actually defend, because they're going to respawn quickly. They might not lose the tower.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the cart is here. You are right, but how strong is the team fight from Beastcoast, really? I guess the question is, how strong is the team fight from Quest now that you've used Split? Not very. Just throwing up.
I mean, Gyro has TP. We call down.
Yeah. TA2000 does not have Song, but he has a Midas. Oh my. Did you see that toss?
What do you say? Midas on Naga?
Did I stutter? I might have.
Alright, he denied the tower. So they still got the tower. Kinda. Midas, huh? Is that the build nowadays?
Ducalis. Ooh, nice micro there. Stops the TA from getting on top of him. They've got the trap slows. They don't actually have a point of Demonic Purge yet, but the slow is good enough to allow Ilmisho to connect onto a blast-off, planting the mines. Ducalis. Yeah, okay. Look, he's still wait, hold on. He's still alive.
This is like episode 2, you know, from the chase they had before the creep spawn.
He ended up tanking 2,300 damage by my calculations. That was
2511.
2,500 by actual calculations, not by caster math. NA caster math is yeah. It's pretty good. I like this facet, but honestly, the pros make it look way too easy. I've got to say. Oh, so Malik is gonna go for Radiance. So now we've got Midas Naga Siren and well queued up Radiance Brewmaster. How does this make you feel, Winter?
Judgmental.
It's an honest answer.
Judge, but
I mean, isn't this like trying to order like a T-bone steak and I don't know what's another dish that takes a long time to cook?
Yeah, it's just like I told my wife, hey, honey, we only have a $50 budget today, you know, and then she orders the most expensive cut.
Malik, he gets off the split, but look at the AoE damage that they've really got there. The lift on the Centaur's not half bad, but the Stampede eventually comes through, but they got enough damage for Pyke. They can take down the Brewlings, though, as El Misho picked off by the Sharpshooter. Lumpy now on the run. They've already gotten through all of his refraction charges easily with all these Naga illusions. Dukalis trying to catch him now with the enchant slow. Throws the blood grenade. They've got the enchant for him now. No, the bushwhack is going to hold him down anyway, but Lumpy, he's got another refraction ready to go on the high ground and a shield rune. He's maybe, I don't know about baiting. No, he can't really bait anything, though. He's going to end up dying.
I mean, he just baited himself in.
Yeah.
What was that? That was like so much damage from like the brew.
Yeah, the brew.
With the cinder brew. I think it was just that spell. Like he did like some 2,000 amount of damage.
Yeah, he did.
Like, he just disappeared in a team fight. Okay, this Radiance and Midas is going to pay off.
Look at it again here. Look at this team fight replay. I mean,
how did they die? Look at this. Look at their health bar. They're full, and all of a sudden, they're all dead. What the hell?
They emptied their cup.
What actually did so much damage? No, what did so much damage? Just the Cinder Brew?
Tiny. I mean, I guess the Brewlings and the Cinder Brew. I can't. Yeah, Vessel Earlings is strong, OP. And then the Naga. I mean, everyone just kind of went on a hero here. Have a toss back,
yeah,
Lumpy.
Beastcoast.
Oh, that wasn't live.
Strong
okay.
as they think they are.
Oh, Quest. I don't know what that was. That was a display of emotion and emote there. I don't know if it was happiness, if they were pogged up. Noob, great toss back, fantastic toss back, and they knew he was coming. Omar was already set up with that sharpshooter. Beautiful kill. This is a completely reinvigorated PSG Quest compared to game one. Wow.
Yeah, not done. Pecky. I mean, they're trying to run him down. He has no TP. 2 seconds.
No, I don't think he gets out. They don't have a split, but you do have Noob quickly closing the gap. Another toss on in, but he goes down. 4 enemy heroes. Vitali, he'd love to take the tower, but with Naga showing, there's just no way that's happening. And dare I say, it's this Midas is going to work out.
Tiny Islands is back. He's backing the Midas and the Radiance on the Brewmaster and the Naga.
That's right.
He's back. I mean, at this point, Beastcoast are gonna have, I think, very little way of punishing this Midas or Naga. And the Brew is gonna have a pretty good time, you know, getting to the Radiance. I feel like he's in a very, very good position now. Arcane Boots Vessel.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, what is Beastcoast's next timing? I guess the Dagger on the Centaur.
Yep. And the Deso on TA.
The TA.
Yeah, you need this triple D timing, right? Remember from playing Winter?
Yes, sir.
Dagger.
It's gonna be a while for the TA though.
Dragonlance.
I think they can't wait. I feel like they can't wait for this, so they probably have to just make some plays with the Dagger on Centaur.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I think you've gotta wait. I don't know how else you burst through these heroes, especially like this Brew. There's another jump in. The Wishing Wells. Moo's wishing that. I mean, there's not even vision there, honestly. He's even got a sentry down.
I mean, that's a high ground wall.
Oh yeah, that there is true.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, Beastcoast, they'll move into the enemy jungle. They'll pick up at least a little bounty to get themselves somewhat stimulated, but it's not looking good. A 7k net worth lead here for Quest, as they are TPing back now to defend this tier 1 tower. They've got a ward down. They see Lumpy, blinks away. But Noob chasing after more. He's got a toss. It's in place, but it'll do enough now to Ilmisho. Mechanism or not, that crash landing will... well, it'll kill Squeeze Spoon and What's the last name? Squeal?
Well, Noob has completely redeemed himself after the last game. As of now.
Yeah. Hard to disagree with you there. I mean, he's looked amazing. Quest with their ward, they'll be able to get out of the way of Noob at least this time. But 7-1 and 6. I mean, how do you say he's not having a great game here? Honestly, here comes a counter initiation. The blink reveal out from Vitaly. It's good for the kill onto Omar. Yes, they look like they almost want to keep fighting here. But still go ahead and take it easy a bit. Relinquish a little bit of map control. Just let your Naga keep farming up. TA 2000, 11,000 gold net worth here. Pulling 2K ahead of Noob, who's having a fantastic game. This Heart is going to be up really soon, isn't it?
Heart, Manta, pre-20 minutes.
So
you're not gonna see a fatter Naga.
I don't know if the full Heart will be finished. This Ring of Tarrasque is expensive, but yeah, it's not going to be too far behind 20, that's for sure. Alongside this Radiance from Malik, who needs still a little bit more to be completely fair. But he's closing in on that, surely. But Beastcoast, I mean, at least with that kill, they bought themselves enough time, surely, for this Deso to be done on Lumpy, right? I mean, he's just 1,000 gold away now at this point. Your Gyro is getting there to your Ag Scepter. It's still not looking great. Quest Esports, they'll move under smoke again, where they did just see Vitaly farming. They catch moves instead. You know, acceptable losses for Beastcoast, just a little bit more space.
Yeah, that was actually fine. Now they can actually play the bottom area. They know that Quest has rotated multiple heroes top with a smoke probably. And this is why you need like a support to bodyguard a call at all times. You know, when you're losing, it's always good to just run around randomly to try to scout out the smokes or try to read the smokes, you know, where could it be coming from?
Yeah, man, but I gotta be honest with you, if I'm Beastcoast right now, the mental damage done to me by Lumpy seeing that Naga illusion with a Reaver in its inventory, oh boy, that makes me shudder a bit. Oh, yeah, that's scary. And it seems like Quest, they're setting up well in advance to try and contest this top tier 2, maybe even that 20-minute Tormentor as soon as he spawns in. Returning the favor of Beastcoast last game, right, where they perfectly sniped the outpost. Sorry, they sniped the Tormentor, that is. Right, as Quest were finishing it off. But the Deso's done. Moves is smoked up all by himself middle. Maybe hoping the team will connect to him here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Uh-oh.
Yep, it's time for them to split the map, but there is a tiny airline
that there is
to intercept.
Il Nisho. Oh, okay. All right, a little bit of fancy footwork gives the kill.
He got the
Noob.
creep wave. He got the wave. That's what
That's
matters.
true.
He killed the wave before he died.
Yeah, that is true.
That was actually very nicely done by El Misho. He wasn't even like trying to run away. You know, he's dead and he just takes the wave with him.
He's holding on to 2 neutrals now, by the way, of course, with Spoon Stash. So he's got Eye of the Vizier and Arcane Rune. Sorry, Arcane Ring, both active. That's always nice to see. All right, so the Deso's completed. Winter, you have Gyro now, not only with Ags, but with Crystallis and the Specialist Array. Tormentor is going to be taken. It goes to Moose. There's your Dispel. All right. Are we starting to cook here a little bit? Or have we finally fired up the flat top, Winter?
Time for the main event, the main course. 2 rib eye, please, Richie. Fire. 2 rib
Well,
eye.
I think Heart's finished, by the way, which is kind of terrifying. So it was 21-minute Heart. Not so far off from your prediction here. You've also got a Conda for Tiny Airlines. My goodness, and Radiance. So I mean, you're punching with this triple item timing. This is. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't know if Beastcoast have enough. They won't contest the Roche. I reckon that's the right move. Omar's caught himself a Centaur up top. But we'll have to kind of cut him loose after no one else is able to rotate and help kill him. But first stage is now online for Noob.
Yeah, time for him to play even more aggressive. Now they have to try to invade towards the Ancients area to lock out the map even more. They're gonna maybe try to set up for bot first, try to get a pick off here.
Yeah, Moose, he got the D ward earlier, so he's safe to stand back here.
Yeah, the tower's low actually. They can just finish the tower.
Can Lumpy solo
600
Tormentor?
HP.
Guess you still can. I mean, I assume he wouldn't try if he knew he couldn't do it.
Yeah, you can. Yes, you can, sir. Double melt.
Double melts. That gets the job done. And he's going to give his team another shard. This time it goes to Vitali. Not half bad, actually, especially with the Shivas completed. That's a lot more damage he's dealing out. It's pretty nice. I mean, Beastcoast as well. They have managed to, you know, cut down the net worth lead here quite a bit. Now that they've been freed up to go onto the other side of the map.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not sure what Lump...
Yeah, they've been getting a lot from the side lanes. I feel like there's not enough like good wards, you know, to see the... I think you need lane wards and, you know, all the high ground wards on the side to see all these rotations, you know.
Lumpy.
He is getting away
no.
too much.
That's, yeah.
Okay, they got him.
Yeah, good patience by Omar.
But he's already gotten away. He's already gotten, like, I think enough, you know, for his troubles. You know, sure, he dies there, but he's gotten away with too much. And now Vitali cuts the top wave. And they're gonna cut the mid wave with the techies. I think Beastcoast has kind of stabilized the game quite well, despite the hard early game.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. I mean, Omar's got to basically run. He couldn't even TP without the TA catching a glimpse of him there, but the patience is good. Amisho looking for a kill on Omar. Don't believe he has it. Oh, he's so close though, isn't he? But the Wisps come out to heal him up. Ducalis drops a tip. Song.
Oh, they're gonna catch the gyro.
And they have. Call down. Pyke on the run. Did not start his TP
they got
here,
him.
but they have an ensnare. There's just no way out for him here. Malik running in, ignites him with the Radiance, and look how fast he crumbles now that TA's got him in his arms.
Alright, the map is closing down now. Quest is speeding up the game by a fair
A
amount.
little awkward. Moose just ends up walking straight into him. There is a sentry here as well, so Moose, he's not really out of harm's way. But he has actually managed to keep Noob's blink on cooldown here. Noob blinking forward, just doesn't have the reach. Okay, nice shot. Saved his own life there. In the meantime, they have caught a Bambi. And here we go with the double-edged shard. Yeah, it's just too much damage. Lumpy gets the killing blow. Lumpy just walking into Malik. He's going to try and TP away, but the split was instantly used. Pushed back off the high ground into the hands of Noob. Throws a trio down, and it's Malik who gets the kill. In the meantime, Ilmisho is on his way to try and cut another creep wave here. Stampede, but he uses the Greaves just a little bit too early there, so the Ensnare catches him, and Ducalis will tip onto TA 2000. Beastcoast Winter, they had this game kind of somewhat stabilized, and now PSG Quest have focused on coming back and killing off those who dare to split push other waves.
The Reds got flushed out.
They did. Vitali, he just...
It's about time, you know. I think Beastcoast have been getting away with too much last couple of minutes. And now the Naga is doing Naga things, cutting all the waves. And yeah, without waves, then it's going to be very hard for Beastcoast to leave the base. And they won't have a base if the game continues at this rate.
That's true. Malik doesn't have split, though, for another minute. Song is ready, though. That's going to be one thing to keep in mind. And these illusions, they don't have butterflies, so they're actually pretty easy to kill as well. You don't have that problem. And Noob joining the team now as the siege. It is constant. It's not very slow. You got 3 Techies vines set up now protecting the tier 4 towers. Those will quickly go off as pretty soon we will have these creeps pushing into the base. Vitali is pushing creeps top. Pyke is finally TPing on back now. Oh, it's Noob. He's going to get silenced. Nice TA trap there. Got a little too aggressive. He's caught and killed. Techies, though, nice save. They're just in time. Dodging that sharpshooter. Noob on his second life now. TA 2000 covers him with the song, though. He covers him with the song. Malik thinking about targeting, but he doesn't actually have split for 25 seconds as Vitali. He gets the jump there. There's going to be the Stampede to follow through. Pyke showing up. He's got a BKB in his inventory. But Beastcoast, they just don't have the catch. Can't keep Quest trapped on the high ground. Malik might be eager to give this another go. He's also holding on to a great healing Lotus, so basically a full magic wand there. And the split's ready. The push continues. No song this time, though, to bail them out of a potential bad engagement. That's an Aegis well utilized.
I mean, Beastcoast somehow defended the Rex, and the melee Rex is
Another engagement.
amazing for them.
Oh,
They're
it's
gonna
only a
jump in.
1 euro hoof stop, but it's a good one. The blast off as well onto TA2000. The split, it has come through. They throw a boulder now at the center. They've lifted the gyrocopter as Malik trying to get them out, but he's killed by Lumpy into the split. He doesn't stand a chance.
Holy crap. Somehow he actually burst him off, and he had the shot actually for the Boomaster. Guess he didn't expect the burst to just come in so quickly.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like he did his job well. He stunned up the Centaur, he lifted the gyro, but nothing to deal with Lumpy. And, well, he is certainly starting to come online now a little bit more. Winter heading next into the MKB. Doesn't want to have to deal with this Miss Raider or a potential butterfly coming out from TA2000. Let's take another look at that fight. I'm surprised it went so well. This initiation from Vitali, I thought it was too deep. I thought it was too much.
Yeah, but he got a very key kill. Holding does a lot in the team, you know, with the pushback
and the cleave
damage. And he just
the side blades.
Just died to the side blades and the flat cannon.
Like, okay, BKB active. I think he's fine. Even if he does get tagged there a little bit. Scary, but hey, that's what BKB's for, right? Stampede as well utilized. TA 2000. No, he's going to TP away.
I mean, Quest have to be careful now, you know. They can't afford to actually just play like the game's already won. They still have to respect the fact that Beastcoast has a lot of damage with this TA. I think they have to just back off, you know. Whenever they don't have song, they just shouldn't take a fight.
Misho?
Let's chill.
This is darn techies, man. Look at him go, especially with reactive taser. He's too fast. He's going to cut another wave. Oh, it's so annoying. TA2000. Well, he sees Lumpy. He doesn't really see him because he's in meld. Silence for the slow. In the meantime, down bottom, they just burst moves. Okay, but that was Song. Now you have a silence now onto Lumpy. You get through his refract. Is he just dead? What? Huh?
Solo kill.
Yeah.
He had no way of getting out of the route.
I guess
until he has the refraction dispel.
Yeah, I guess not. I'm just surprised Lumpy didn't try and blink away. He saw which way the Naga went. Either way, Pyke now he's gonna, well, maybe actually be able to make a move here. They go in now. A nice stun on Vitali. The blast off to follow through, amping the magic damage now with the blast. The mines as Noob. He BKBs. He's running in, but he actually doesn't have a tree, so he needs to TP away. Doesn't have any damage. All of a sudden, this team fight it's really falling apart. Malik holding on to the split as he is just going to run himself away. Nice little Sproink gets to call us up to the high ground, but they've got the vision to cancel it. All right. The classic SA thing where your carry dies and that just buffs the rest of your team because Beastcoast is just pulling rabbits out of non-existent hats right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is also the downside of this build from Naga, not having the butterfly. So he's vulnerable to the right clicks.
I reckon he just...
When you went for the pick-off build with the Blood Taunt.
Wait, hold on. But now Quest are like, all right, 4 versus 3. We like those odds. They go looking for a fight. They find the enemy carry, and he's dead. Yep. That's Dota 2 for you.
Apparently it works for Quest as well. Carry did.
Very good ward.
The rest of the team. All right.
All right, now Beastcoast are like, yeah, all right, now our carry died. They're going to hold this ward. You got the Ench back in a second. Naga back in 15. As they currently have their sights set down bottom, Winter. It is Roche time. He's just moved into his summer home. And there's a Techies who's squatting there. Down he goes. Noob with this Conda. I mean, it's really ridiculous, isn't it? Conda with crash landing. What do you even do?
You clear the creep wave. He got the wave.
He got the wave. Oh, he did. Yeah, he did get the wave. That is right.
The man knows his job, his designated task in a game, you know. Clear the creep wave. Spy time.
Yeah. We might just see
at the expense of your life.
We might see a 2-11-6 Techies, but that is not what El Misho sees. He sees no creep waves on his side of the map, and that is what he lives and dies for. And he dies a lot this game, but he's done a good job now. As Quest will get through second Roche. Banner in the backpack now for Noob. Lumpy and Moose are sitting top currently. Oh, they're trying to bait with this illusion. They might jump it. Yeah, not really. Okay, well, you know. Might spook Noob into using BKB or something. Not probably when he's carrying Aegis, but eventually you might. Mid lane.
And they're connecting.
Yep, they cut Vitali. He's got Stampede. He's got BKB. And in fact, they're going to go and turn because Lumpy is going to blink in for the kill. However, that has left TA2000 in a strong position to cut off for reinforcements. Oh, and they find Lumpy as well right as he started channeling the TP. Fortunately, it seems like they will set their sights onto Vitali. But oh, Pike's here. Pike's here with an Amplified Damage rune. Okay, all of a sudden, Lumpy back onto the correct side of the river. Vitali, he's blinked in. Had a blast off. It connects onto 3. Vitali, he needs to guy and get out. He's got another Shiva's Guard in a second. He's going to be just fine. And in fact, now the Brulings in trouble. Malik trying to now turn and kill Pike, but Pike gets the TP out in time. Noob with the only kill in the engagement. Somehow it's onto El Micho. Omar's now going to buy back as Moose, he uses the disruption aggressively, and it leads to his death. Okay, a messy fight, Winter. Lots of back and forth, but Quest, they will prevail here. They don't lose any heroes other than the Hoodwink.
Time to get the second set of racks for Quest. They have a buyback on Beastcoast on the techies, but no BKB on our Gyro. He has Daedalus, but he doesn't have the power to stand and fight now without BKB.
And he doesn't have a BKB now for 50 seconds. That's a nice stun though. Vitali into the blast up onto 3. They just need some more damage, but Noob on the counter initiation. El Micho, he's killed off as Vitali lands on him. That's a dieback immediately, but that's Noob's BKB. 3 minutes left on this Aegis. No split for a minute, no song for 20. You've got an MKB, you don't have any buybacks here.
That was such a big stun, you know. If Gyro actually committed, I think they could have maybe killed one hero at least, 1 or 2 heroes.
Scary without the buybacks though, Winter. When you can defend against Megas easily on a lineup like this, they will not have to defend against Megas because they still have a tier 2 top lane. But that is going to be 2 lanes of super creeps. Oh, and now the butterfly is completed for TA2000. Of course, the MKB's finished, at least for Lumpy. So you won't have to really deal with that. Okay. I mean,
I think your Gyro has level 20 soon. That's definitely going to help if you can get to level 20 and take the next fight.
yeah. I mean, you're fighting that into the butterfly, but I agree with you. And Quest, they've managed to kind of time the pushes here. They actually didn't even need to use the banner, so they're going to have a banner for this push top lane, which will be for the Megas, but Beast Coast don't intend to take the fight in the base. In fact, they're going to take it in the triangle. That's not going to work out for Moose. He's going to end up dying, does not have buyback. 2 Observer Wards dewarded up there somehow by Lumpy, as Lumpy a bit aggressive, but had the Blink Dagger. Playing this really on edge, playing like a man with buyback. In reality, 800 gold short. Pike as well, 800 gold short of his own. But he's going to be needed for the base defense. He just showed on a wave down bottom. BKB as the crash landing. Lumpy out of position. Lumpy without a BKB. The saves not in time. Quest, they have killed the carry. El Micho running away to cut more waves now, but they need to get rid of this banner. Pike does not have a secondary carry. He doesn't have his MKB carrier. He's going to have to defend against Megas at this rate. I don't know what he could do. There's our techies cam as Vitali with a nice stun onto 2, but Noob's in. Force the BKB. This is good damage. Good damage on Noob, but he still has Aegis for a minute. And Vitali, he's chasing, realizing he's getting kited now. Turns around. Got a Shiva's Guard still, but not much else. It's the song. Song of the Siren now. Sweet music here for Quest Esports as they look for the 1-1 redemption. Trying to draw this one out. Trying to keep themselves out of the bottom 2 as they take down Vitali. Pike activates the BKB, but runs away into the fountain. And Quest, they will focus now, finish off those barracks. Things are looking good for them. The lift is onto the Gyro here from the split Noob. Noob with the Avatos back. There's no BKB, there's no lifesteal, and no chance for Beast Coast. They are taken down here. A 1-1 draw then to the hands of PSG Quest. What a turnaround in game 2 here for Quest. Very well played.
Yeah, very well played. Like totally different Tiny, especially by Nubia. Last game he was kind of very underwhelming, and this game he redeemed himself by making a lot of very crucial rotations in the early game. Secured the side lanes, created a lead for his team, and just made the game very, very easy compared to the first game. In the first game, nobody could actually make any rotations, and they were suffering heavily on the side lanes. And this game it completely turned around. That's why he was smiling at the draft. He's just telling them, just give me the same hero and I'll do it much better this time. I know what went wrong.
Yeah, and he certainly delivered, didn't he? Greatly assisting his team and making sure that they could equalize here at 1 apiece. The boys looking much more at ease. They were a little bit stressed after game 1, especially during the draft, until that full draft was completed. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm a little bit surprised that they got away with going for a Radiance and the Midas. I'm not gonna lie, but if it works, who can blame them?
I mean, at the same time, Beastcoast had TA and Gyro as well. That was also another thing. They were greedy on their own regard, and with the Shadow Demon plus Techies, I also feel like it kind of makes it very hard for you to like play around certain timings of TA, like compared to like the Undying hero, because when TA gets Dagger, Dragonlance, you kind of want the heroes that can run around and play around her, and Shadow Demon Tech is not really suitable for that. It's the 3-man, the 3-man versus the 3-man, the 3v3, which I kind of feel like this SD and Tech didn't really complement the TA as well.
Look, I agree. We're watching some of these highlights now and just seeing, eventually Quest kind of refocusing their efforts. We have to say that there was a period there where Beastcoast realized they couldn't really win any fair fights and started kind of, doing shenanigans, as we can call them, right? Like delaying that game, cutting waves, getting into the enemy triangle, getting into the enemy jungle, and farming basically under their nose almost, right? Until PSG Quest put a stop to it and start forcing these fights.
Yeah, but also at the same time, Quest had a Midas and a Radiance Brewmaster. So they are kind of like, alright, you want to play the long game? We kind of already pre-invested into the late game with this Midas or Naga, Radiance Brewmaster, and our Tiny being this far ahead, with the Kanda so early.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, and it looked good, and I mean, honestly, by the late game, maybe you're right. Like, the best opportunity there was going to be on that 3-man stun into the blast off, and it's tough. It's tough for Beastcoast, right, in this kind of a game where maybe a couple different items or a couple different calls go your way, but here it is going to be the 1-1 draw. Not really the best news for either team. I think both teams obviously hoping for the 2-0. Which team wants to lose? No team really wants to draw ever.
Yeah, they're kind of like holding on to each other. They're on the cliff and they're both dropping down. They're like both holding on to each other instead of like if somebody gets a 2-0, someone kicks the other down and someone gets to go up. But now they're both still holding hands at the edge of the cliff, falling down, looking at each other.
Yeah.
It's tough,
Yeah, I mean, but, for Quest, it's certainly really what they needed to do, right? As a 0-2 defeat there would have put them too dangerously close to Mouse. And speaking of Quest, now we have the opportunity to speak with one of the members of the winning team. I believe it is Omar from Quest that we welcome onto the stream. Hello, Omar. Can you hear us? If you are Omar, I can't see you yet.
Hello, I don't hear you. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. We see you.
Good to see you. Congrats on, the draw, right? Obviously, always wanting to go find the 2-0 win. Very quickly, can you tell me, guys, like, what changed between game 1 and 2? Because you looked like almost a completely different team. Everything was so certain and very decisive in game 2 compared to game 1. Like, what was the biggest difference to you there?
I mean, I think it could be a lot of stuff. In my opinion, it might be draft and heroes related. It was my first game on Willow on the new patch. I haven't tried, so it was a bit of a ballsy pick. I wasn't sure if it will work or not. I mean, I think there's a world where it could work and win that game, but it was just too hard. They played really well and they made insane rotations first 10 minutes. Basically, our game was over in the first 10 minutes because of their moves. I think we just refreshed, and second game we just talked and we understood what's their strength and how to outplay it, and we did.
What did you think about Willow on the new patch? You said it was your first game. Is it something you think you might want to go to? Is there more depth there, or do you think the nerf of removing the Wisp on allies, is that too much? Was that too big of a deal breaker for you here?
To be honest, I couldn't make up my mind fully yet, but this Bedlam nerf is insane problem for the hero. It takes away just too much. Because last patch you just take level 6 and you just literally press move on your core, and he can stun or go on top of any hero, and you just insane impact already with this thing. But now you just need to play really good, in my opinion. If you play the hero really good, it will be strong. You need to play with max W and stuff.
Yeah, pardon me. Didn't mean to interrupt you. That makes sense. We'll see if we end up seeing more of the Willow. Winter, any questions here for Omar?
Yeah, you've been talking about like new patches, changes to Willow. What do you think is like the thing that you're most excited of in the new patch for position 4? Do you think there are certain changes that you really like on the position 4, or do you not like certain things that they change on the position 4?
I think I'll discuss two heroes basically. First one was Pudge, because in the new nerf they hooked the projectile speed. I mean, anyway, my coach somehow, not coach, my teammate didn't really motivate me to play Pudge. We tried it in Scrim, we won 2 games, but we never picking it. So yeah, I would have liked to play that hero. I think it's strong. Other hero, in my opinion, is Nyx. I think this Scuttle, I believe it's called, his facet is just decent. I think it's really good.
Yeah, no, totally makes sense. And then just a final question for you, New, before we let you go, as we'll let you guys get some rest. You guys have, I believe, 3 matches remaining. I just had them pulled up, pardon me. Yes, indeed. You have... I lost it again. Here it is. Okay. BB team, you have Tundra, and then you have Mao's remaining. How are you guys feeling now that you're halfway through the group stage? Can I just get a vibe check from the play-ins to here?
I think so far I can say we've improved a lot since our first match in the play-ins. We still have some chaotic games, not really consistent, I would say. But I think we just have a better and more clear idea about what we want in game, how to play and stuff. We're still inventing, coming up with new stuff after every match. I would say we're improving day by day, and hopefully we will prepare well for tomorrow, and we will come and perform really well, hopefully.
Yep. Well, we'll let you guys get some rest and get started in that preparation. Thanks for taking the time to talk with us, Omar, and congrats on the 1-1 draw. Good luck.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice lad there. That's Omar, who's quickly closing the gap on Crit's record of the most hoodwink games. So if he gets to play many more games this tournament, he might just overcome that one there. But very experienced position 4. I always kind of like seeing what he's building. I think he's got an interesting viewpoint and highly impactful player on that pos 4 as well. But it's a good game there for Quest to end the day for them.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see some punch from him, you know. Since he really likes the hero, and hopefully his team allows him to play that.
Yeah.
It's a nice lad, you know. He wants to play a hero, team says, no, that hero is not good, I don't want to pick it. Oh, okay, he just doesn't even fight, you know.
But guys, we won with it in scrims. Give me the Nyx. We've seen a little bit of Nyx. We'll see if we get to see Omar get let loose on those heroes. But first, Winter, let's go ahead and wrap up our series. And that is going to be, well, first, we need to talk about one guy in particular, right? And what a turnaround. Same exact hero, 2 games in a row. But for Noob, the difference from game 1 to game 2, I mean, a completely different Tiny almost, right?
A completely different player, you know, in the second game. It just felt like somebody else sat on his PC and played that game, you know. It's a total change. And he was definitely the deserving MVP of that game. And it's putting his team on his back. At times, I felt like he was like, it felt like he was overcompensating for not rotating in the first game. But in the end, it worked out. He got so many kills. He got an early Kanda, and that was it, you know. Like, he controlled the game, he dictated play, and his team just had a very easy time farming across the map, especially the Naga and the Brewmaster.
Seriously, yeah, like night and day. I mean, a faster blink, of course, but kind of that renewed focus in this second game.
It's not even just about fast or slow, you know, on the blink timing. It's more about how you get it, you know. He's not exactly sitting in the lane like the first game to try and get it, but he's getting it by moving around the map, controlling runes, setting up kills, TPing, rotating, whether it's over-rotating or whether it's a good move. I felt like his intentions were totally different, and it was good, you know. It was a very good change from what we saw in the first game and what we saw in the second game.
Yeah, definitely agreed. I think a very deserving MVP, as they will be able to rally around that mid Tiny. You've got your offlaners going full greed, but a Tiny full steam ahead there on that Blink Dagger for Noob, which is going to wrap up our second series of the day here, and the only series for Group A as a whole. Speaking of Group A, let's go ahead and check in with them. And check in. Actually, that was Group B we just finished. Let's check in with Group A, who are about to play their second series of the day. That is going to be coming up next in just a bit, folks. So do stay tuned. But let's see how things are cooking, right? Because we finished our series very early as Falcons got the 2-0 win over LGD. Ooh, Blacklist International also down, and well, not looking so great for them here, right? I mean, they still have to play Falcons. Which they're playing, by the way, up next. They play Spirit and Heroic. So some do or die time right now for Blacklist Winter. That's a scary place for them to be. And Aurora, their SEA brethren, well, they've got Spirit, Heroic, and Gaiman. I'm starting to get a little bit nervous here, Winter, for C.
Yeah, they have to maybe see each other soon at the airport, at this rate. They have to try and change their luck, try to maybe share some ideas, kind of help out each other.
something. Hopefully one of them goes on. But for Group B, of course, I think not all our matches quite wrapped up there. So make sure you guys check out the coverage. At the end of the day, check out the mainstream. Highly recommend you guys move over to the mainstream now, because while we may be going to a very long break and coming back with new casters, the mainstream has a panel running which will keep you guys entertained to fill the gap. So go ahead and check out that lovely panel and the lovely set that they've got over in Riyadh. Like I said, Winter, we're not done. I mean, you and I are done for today, but the Dota continues over in Riyadh at the Riad Masters here for the first Esports World Cup. Up next on our stream, while we just talked about the last hopes of SEA, it's one of them. Aurora will be taking on Heroic. Do or die time now, essentially, for Aurora. Heroic, of course, will be wanting to get closer and closer to that upper bracket berth after a fantastic start to their tournament. I don't know, Winter. What words of encouragement will you give Aurora here?
Oh, tough one. Captain Jabs, let's go. Carry Jabs mode on, please.
He's got to flip that switch from off lane from aura to to damage, right?
Midas, you need the Midas.
We'll see how it goes.
Midas mode on.
I mean, that's certainly going to be a fantastic game, guys. So make sure you tune back in, especially for RC fans. It is getting late here, 1:30, pretty soon here for Winter and I over in KO, which is why we will be heading off. But not to worry. We're going to have Cryptic and Z Quixotics tackle that final series for you in just a little bit, guys. That's, again, a bit ahead of us. So tune into the mainstream and then come back for Aurora versus Heroic later on. On behalf of Winter and myself, we will see you tomorrow. Stay safe. And again, after the break, Aurora, Heroic.
I swear you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are.
What's up, everyone? I am joined by 23 of Aurora, where I was hoping to go back into your history a little bit, because I consider you to be quite a young player, but even the youngest players have their origins. So I was wondering if you could take me back to how you even first started playing Dota 2 at the very beginning.
At first, I was playing with my brothers when I was 12 years old.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He introduced me to play Dota. I was playing Hero of Nowhere on, and then he showed me Dota, and then I played with him. And after that, I played with my school friends. And
Were
then,
you better than them?
Yeah. I'm like 3.5K, they were like 1K.
Oh, no.
So I stopped playing with them. And then I compete in some school tournament, and I won.
Wait, you had tournaments at school? Really?
Yeah,
how many teams would you have?
There were like 4 teams.
What? You could get 20 people to play Dota?
Yeah.
What, the Thai scene is popping off. Oh, wow. Okay, so how do they even put that together? Like, does the school put it together, or like a couple of the kids were like, dude, what if we like put some money on the line and play together?
There's a couple of kids.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's called like a community.
Okay.
Yeah, they put it up, and then I win, and then after that, I try for like a real tournament in Thailand, but I lose it like the first round.
So you had professional player aspirations pretty early on then. There wasn't a long period where you were just like, I'm just pubbing for fun. You're playing out here for money at the school right now. You're hustling, kids.
I got like $10, I think.
Yo, that counts. Put that on his esports earnings. Revise his esports earnings page right now.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the name of your school?
Oh, it's kind of long.
Oh, okay.
It's called NTUN, but Inton.
Okay.
Yeah.
Check it out. Those were the origins, and then eventually not even eventually, almost immediately, you start progressing in the ranks. So what was the tier 1 Thai scene like? How many players could you make a competitive roster with?
There were a lot back then. Like there were like 5 or 6 teams that's been paid, and I didn't really win the Thai scene that much. I struggle because I guess I'm not working with Thai people well. I think they're more chill.
Well, also at this point, you're like, what, 14, 15 years old? How old are you?
I was like 15, 16.
Okay.
Yeah. I was studying also as well. So I was like studying in the morning, and then when I come back, I script at like 10 p.m. I think.
Wow, that's an intense schedule. What were your parents saying at this time?
They weren't they weren't supporting that then, but after I get like top 10, they start.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then how do you start branching out from just the Thai local scene to Southeast Asia as a whole?
I think it was in 2016. Forev was coming to play in GSC Thailand, and he's playing pub. And then I think I was ranked 200. And then I told him, if I'm able to get top 5 the next time we meet, let's make a team together.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then on TI9 qualifier, I think Forev and March got moved out from J-Storm back then. And then I have an opportunity with him because next time he saw me, I was rank 1 in pub.
So you stuck to your promise.
Yeah.
And he held up his end as well?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and then we had Gunner, Febby, Forev and March, and we got 2nd place. And after that, I got
Team Genesbros.
Yeah, it was Team Genesbros.
Fond memories. And that was a little bit of a setback, though, because you were basically 1 game away from making it to TI. At the time, how did you handle it? Were you like, it's my first try, we got close, or were you like, it's over?
I was pretty stressful because I'm sure we're a better team than Mineski back then.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But Ninja Boogie took you down anyway.
And Moon.
And Moon.
Yeah. So it was pretty disappointing. But it was a good run because before that,
I never even get like top 16 in any major qualifier or anything. I always lose at like top 60 or some shit.
Yeah.
But that was like my first good tournament run, I guess. Yeah.
So that begins, I suppose, your tier 1 journey. What was the first roster where you were taking it very seriously? Like you had scrims, you had a schedule, you had a contract, you had salary. Which team was that?
It was in Thai team, MS Cerberus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I got like 300, I think, a month.
I mean, for a kid, that's game changing.
But it was kind of struggling because I didn't ask for my parents' money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No allowance.
Yeah,
Just
no.
salary.
Well, then it's fine because I learned a lot there. Like,
okay.
I just play a lot of pub with them. I got rank 1 with them.
So then 2020 rolls around. It's online Dota for everything. How did you handle that period as a player?
The COVID?
Yeah, I guess when no LANs are happening anymore, and honestly, like the entire landscape of Dota is a little bit questionable right then.
Back then, I was in T1, and at first it's not really like I'm not so used with it because you gotta stay home for like too long, and I don't know. I was staying home for like almost a year, and then I feel like it's kind of boring.
Because I've known you as time progressed. You're quite extroverted. You like to get out there.
Yeah.
And so compared to most gamers who are just like living in their room 24/7, that must have been a pretty tough period for like an extroverted person.
Back then I was still introvert, but
oh, you've grown into this person.
Yeah. I just like meeting people when I'm older. But back then I was introvert, and it was pretty boring because I like to travel and see a lot of new things in the world.
So then, at least on this time on T1, you guys have a lot of successes. I remember your Animajor run very fondly. That was probably, I guess, now getting experience winning consistently on a Tier 1 team. So what was that like?
It was really good. I still cherish the moment because I really like Wyman. He's my best friend, and we had a really good time together. We've been friends for like even before we were pros.
Really?
When we were like 15 and he was like 17.
But he's Indonesian, right?
Yeah, but
so
we meet in pub and then we talk a lot.
Really?
Because he's like funny.
Yeah, he's hilarious. I love him. But I didn't know that you guys had known each other even before T1.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've known him since I'm like 8K and he was like 7K or something.
And you guys have been keeping in touch ever since?
Yeah, he's my best friend in Dota. And we've won a lot. And I mean, not a lot, but we won only like ESL 1. But we've been to our first TI together, our first Tier 1 win together. And it was really good time.
But then eventually you did have to go your separate ways. You
Yeah.
went to North America. What a traitor.
He went all the world.
Yeah, he went across the world to get away from you.
Yeah.
But you stayed in Southeast Asia. Was there any point that you were considering changing regions at any point?
I mean, last year he also invited me to NA with him. But I feel like in C there's some potential. Like,
okay.
And of course, I don't want to be that far from home. Like, it's kind of like a long flight. And as long as we have like decent roster, I'm still gonna be in C. Yeah, and I think we still have decent players like Q, Oli, in total. Jabs.
Yeah, if you didn't mention all your teammates, I was gonna be like, oh, I see Jabs clearly isn't still good enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, you've been on competitive rosters pretty much ever since T1. Like Talon was top tier, Aurora is proving to be top tier. So the rigors of being on a Tier 1 team, have you gotten used to the routine, or are you finding that like it does take quite a bit of stamina to maintain being the top of the top?
At first it's really tiring, but now I think I'm getting used to it. You just need to be professional about.
Were you always this professional?
Oh, when I was like 18, I think no. When I was 19, also no. But maybe I'm like when I was like 20, when I start joining Talon, like the first roster,
Yeah.
I think I start being more professional.
Okay, what does being professional entail then? Does it mean being on time to scrims or stuff like that? Like, how did you have to change your lifestyle to match the expectations?
It's just like 1 pub before scrim and like 4 pubs after scrim. But in the tournament, it's kind of hard because you have a lot of schedule to do.
Sure.
Yeah. But usually, if we're like at home, I try to play at least like 4 games a day if I'm not taking a break.
So are these routines that your teammates, like is Jabs telling you to do this, or is your coaches telling you to do this, or you just took the responsibility yourself?
I mean, they told us to do, but I also did it before. Like, I try and always keep in shape. Like, not too much fun in life. Need to balance it well.
Yeah, I'm glad that you are confirming that you've become extroverted, because I did an interview with you on the Singapore major, and that was like one of your first real events, and you were very shy back then. And I also imagine that you probably weren't as good at your English either. But time has progressed, and you've really grown into yourself.
I guess so. Yeah.
Would 2019, 23 look at you and be like, it all worked out?
I think so. I think back then I just didn't try a lot of things. Like, I didn't try go out. I just play the games in the room. But after I travel and see a lot of things, I think it's more fun out there than it is in the room.
Well, it's exciting to see the man that you've turned into, 23. I love seeing the growth that you've shown, and I can't wait to see how Aurora does here at Riyadh Masters.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another episode of Facet Blind Ranking. I am here with the best, could I say that? Could I say the best of Team Aurora? The Jabs and Ollie? Are you the best on the team? By far? Everyone else is terrible compared to you? Please confirm or deny.
Who knows?
Okay, fantastic. Today we're going to be playing a game where I give you guys some facets. You rank them 1 through 10. 1 being the best, 10 being the worst. However, I only give you 1 at a time, so you have to be careful. You have to be a team. You have to think about it, okay? Think about it. I've watched your gameplays. Okay, I've seen you. You actually have to think in this game instead of just do. All right? Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here we go for your facets. Facet number 1. This is going to be called Expanded Armature. It's clockwork. The cogs, they form in a larger radius.
Oh.
1 through 10. How good is this? Broken to dog.
3? Yeah. I would put it 4 first, just to be safe.
Yeah, sure.
4?
4?
Yeah.
You just went from 2 to 4? That's pretty big.
You said 3.
Oh, 3. 3 to 4. Okay, that's big. Is this one actually good?
Yeah.
Yeah?
No.
No,
What?
yeah, and no.
you like it 3.
3 is not good.
3 is good, right?
No, 1 is best.
Oh,
10
1
is
is best?
worst.
Whatever.
Okay. So I want to rank it 8.
That's a big difference.
Wait, I mean, if you don't choose that one, you become so small.
That's the hook shot one, if you don't choose that one.
Wait. That is horrible.
Okay.
Okay, maybe it's 6?
6.
Yeah.
6?
Yeah, sure.
6
Okay,
is a
6.
standard, solid number, guys. Good thinking. You're taking it very seriously, and I like that. Okay, we'll put that one as 6. Thermal Runway. This one's for Lena, if you remember what that hero does. It's been a while. Casting Laguna Blade temporary supercharges Lena, granting her stacks of Fiery Soul. How good is it?
What's that? The supercharge.
Supercharge.
You get the full stack.
Isn't that
That's
like a
spell.
O1? The same?
Yeah, the O1.
I don't know.
5.
What? How is it better than Cogs?
The cog sucks.
What do you mean it suck? I don't know. I would like that 7.
5 or 7, guys. I'm going to need an answer here.
Go.
It's good, the supercharge. You get so much attack speed and
Okay,
more
5.
speed.
5?
Yes.
Okay, I like your guys' strat. A lot of people start at like 1s and 10s, but you guys are staying right in the middle, branching out. I like that. Okay, next up is Wukong's Fateful. Monkey King soldiers do not disperse unless he spends more than 3 seconds out of the arena. So he can leave the arena and return to it. 3 seconds.
The other one is so much better.
Mm.
I don't know, what, 7?
7 or 8.
8? Maybe 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, nobody chooses that one.
So 8?
Yeah.
Guys, we're staying with the strat. We're staying in the middle and we're branching out. I love it. I love it. Okay, next up. Spoils of War. When a duel is won by Legion Commander, units that damage the loser will receive a small amount of permanent damage.
Oh.
This is a big deal. You duel someone in front of the tower gets more damage. You know that? It's crazy.
What if you lose? If you lose the duel?
If you win the duel, whoever wins the duel, that side, everyone that attacked gets more damage, including towers, creeps, jungle creeps.
So,
everybody.
so if enemy win the duel, they got the buff too?
Yes.
Oh, horrible.
Well, you could do it in the fountain too. You could buff your fountain.
10, 10 or 9?
10.
10.
I mean, I doesn't want to give enemy the
10
attack damage.
Yeah. I think this is probably one of the worst griefing ones. If you have like a really bad Legion, A, they're gonna pick this, and then B, they're gonna give the entire enemy team damage. This is bad. So 10, worst one. What's 10 from what you guys play? Heroes that you guys actually enjoy. What's like the worst facet in your opinion?
The worst one. Which one? I would say Visage.
Huh?
Visage.
Oh, Visage?
Yeah.
Both of them, or?
No, the one that have like familiar.
Oh, the auto.
Following you?
Yeah. So you don't actually have to micro?
Yeah.
I see that one in pubs though, you know.
The Lycan.
Lycan.
Yes.
Which one is that?
The wolf become the
damage.
Oh, it's the same one where you don't actually have to micro.
Yeah.
Do you look down upon people that do that? Do you feel like they're, you know,
it's kind of like griefing.
Yeah.
I mean, if enemy choose that, I would like double down.
Damn. God damn. Well, the next one is Lycan. No, I'm kidding. Next one is Shadow Fiend. This is the Shadow Mire. Okay. Shadow Rays applies a stacking movement speed and attack speed debuff on the enemies.
That one's pretty good, right?
What is the other one?
I don't know, but
You
people
don't have to
choose
compare
that
'em.
one.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, they get the movement slow, stronger in the lane, maybe.
2?
2 is a little bit too much, I think.
Good
4.
lord.
Strong hero.
Yeah, but it doesn't. They nerf it, I think.
They nerf it.
Yeah.
3?
I mean, 3, okay.
3. Okay. You guys, I have to say, you're the best people at this so far. People go wildly. You're still expanding. This is great. Next up, Arsonist for Batrider. Sticky napalm deals damage to structures. So simple.
Oh.
So easy.
So bad.
It's good.
It's no. It's like it deals so little damage.
If you stack on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like maximum is only 5 stack. I tested in the lobby. Yeah. And it doesn't do much damage.
Also, it's 9.
8?
You already did 8.
You're 8?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say 9.
9.
Nobody chooses that one.
You said it was so good. You're gonna leave it at 9?
I thought you can put it like max stack, like 10 stack and push
Max
the
is
tower.
5, right?
I don't know.
I mean,
I didn't play that hero.
Okay, fantastic. Next up is Arcane Accumulation. This is for Rubik.
Oh, it's pretty
Casting a
good.
spell temporarily increases the area of effect for all subsequent spells. Bigger AoEs.
It's good, right?
Yeah, it's good.
2?
4?
I mean, what if like that? The other one is like worse. You have to put it higher now. There's like maybe 3 or 2 or 4 of them left.
Okay.
Need to be higher.
Okay, 2.
2.
2! What do you think about Rubik in general? Both his facets are pretty good, right?
Yeah, both pretty good.
When would you pick that one over the other one?
What's the other one?
I don't know.
The
What
other
is
one's
the other
like,
one?
I think it's mana
Measure
reduction. Like you don't spend as much mana.
Oh, mana
per-
reduction?
Yeah.
I mean, I think if you have item, you don't really run out of mana on Rubik. So this one probably better.
Okay, cool. All right, next up is the Stonehall Plate. This is the other Legion Commander one, where overwhelming odds grants a damage barrier based on dealing to
Oh.
enemy heroes. This one used to be absolutely broken, and they changed it.
One?
No.
No?
It nerfed already.
It's nerfed already, but
I mean, it doesn't win by that spell.
yeah. So we have what? 1,
4.
4, and
1, 4, and 7.
4?
Yeah.
Okay, 4.
4. You guys still think it's pretty good?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay, all right. Nice. Full bore. This is Snapfire's, the scatter shot. Scatter shot is narrower and longer, bonus damage and slow when enemies are not point blank. So the further away, they take more.
That's pretty good, right?
That's good. One.
You're solid on 1.
Yeah.
I mean, it does an insane amount of damage. Do you think it's broken? Do you think it's
I mean, if you hit somebody.
It's good on the support because
Yeah.
you don't have to go in. So you can actually just cast the first spell and use ulti really easy.
Yeah, for sure. I
Yeah.
mean, it does so much damage. Like,
Yeah.
you're in lane and she does it twice and you're just back, right?
Yeah.
All right, very good. Guys, I still think you're the best. All right, there's only one left, right? I think
Yeah.
this is 7 or 4?
7.
7. Well, your 7th pick is Whirlwind. Focus Fire no longer requires a target for Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
You happy with that being in 7?
Yeah.
Yeah? Is it really that bad?
I mean, it's just random.
It's just
maybe you
random.
can get a kill, maybe you cannot.
It's like, I think it's only good when you have like maybe 4 items.
Okay.
You have like a lot of items and it's starting to do damage.
Yeah, that's a standard Wind Ranger anyway, though. You need like a bunch of items.
Yeah.
So, okay, all right.
Good.
How do you feel about your total performance, gentlemen?
Good.
You did good?
Yeah. Good.
All right. Well, you have absolutely set the meta. Everyone else is going at this insanely, and you did it perfect. Gentlemen, you're the best blind rankers I've ever seen. Thank you so much for your hard work, and we'll see you guys more at the Riad Masters.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, the Esports World Cup and the Riyadh Masters here for Dota 2. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. A brand new day of some Riyadh Masters action. Of course, we have had quite a few games going on, but we are here for the final series, sir. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. We are more than halfway through groups at this point, Mikey. So a lot of these points are starting to rack up. You don't have as many series to play after today and tomorrow. You know, it's starting to wrap up. We're starting to see some clear winners. We're starting to see some clear teams struggling at the bottom as well. And this is going to be a very interesting match. Aurora up against Heroic for us here first, or well, to close out the stream for today. Aurora managing to get a draw earlier on, same goes for Heroic, but their position for Heroic is in a much better spot in terms of the standings right now. So a lot in the line for Aurora. They're tied in at the bottom tree, going 3-5, a slight new Staddle score advantage over LGD dead last, but they're still tied in with Blacklist. They're not quite in the safe zone. So a draw at minimum is what Aurora is going to be looking for, but a 2-0 is certainly what they are hoping for more than anything else.
Yeah, which is not going to be very easy because their opponents are going to be Heroic, who have been looking fantastic from the games we have seen of the Riyadh Masters with Heroic. And I mean, Heroic, they're kind of in the middle of the pack right now of the standings as well, tied in 4th place. So they are also kind of desperate to try and secure a 2-0 victory to really ensure that they can start to kind of chip their way back up through the ladder and, you know, ensure a nice position once you get into those playoffs, if they do make it, of course. For now, Heroic is looking relatively safe, though, as we are going to have a look at some predictions as well from our viewers, Jonathan. Can't wait to see what the viewers are thinking today. Of course, it is for the STC Play audience predictions. Jonathan, yesterday, they were relatively accurate, I want to say it. Today, I mean, it's not too bad. 33% to 67%.
Yeah, it's still... I can't fault the viewers for looking at Heroic and giving them the advantage. Historically, this matchup has been a little bit more 50-50 in a lot of the best of twos that Heroic and Aurora have found themselves playing in these group stages. In Dream League, in the Riyadh Masters earlier on, in our play-ins, it did go 1-1 both times. It was earlier in the year in other third-party tournaments where Heroic did manage to get a 2-0. So I'm interested in seeing if we'll just end up with another draw here for both sides. Again, Aurora can afford to draw, but ideally, again, need a 2-0 to dig themselves out of this bottom tree ditch that they're finding themselves in. Because, let's face it, Mike, Southeast Asian fans right now, they're staying up till 2 a.m. to watch these matches at the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. And then they see, you know, day one's fine. You know, Blacklist does good. And then, now that we're going into day 3, it's like bottom tree right now. Southeast Asia. Blacklist Aurora, down there again, looking to maybe go home fast. It's not the best thing when you're staying up 2 a.m. to watch these matches, Mike.
And there I was, Jonathan, just a couple days ago, complaining about how this is going to happen. And of course, day one happened. Everything went well. You know, people were already messaging me, John. I had messages coming in saying, "Oh, look at this toxic MLP. Always putting the SEA teams down. Look at him now. Look at him be wrong, John. Now look at these damn teams once again down at the bottom. Let's have a look at the Aurora roster because I want to see who I have to blame after the Riad Masters. Let's have a look at these boys and see the handsome lads here from Aurora. Of course, I am joking, by the way, to the SEA fans. Obviously,
He's not.
you know.
He's not.
Handsome lads, very handsome lads here on Aurora.
That they are. Of course, Mr. 23, I'm not sure who he is, but he has someone that looks exactly like him. 32 years old, a nice gentleman, Mr. Kingslayer, of course, on hand. And yeah, this lineup has been through ups and downs. They've dominated the region at the very least in terms of qualifiers for the most part, outside of maybe the Kuala Lumpur qualifier and a couple of others where it was flaky. They've won almost all of them to the EPT, and they have looked to be in top form, at least compared to the region. On LAN, it's not been good, especially in comparison to most of this roster's experience last year when they were on Talon, where they were getting higher placements. They got top 3 in 2 tournaments. So they got top 3 in the Riyadh Masters last year. Now, it's a lot low. It's less. You know, Southeast Asia fans are kind of hurting with Aurora's performance on lands. But again, this is the big one. We've seen them bounce back in this tournament last year, even after some shaky moments there that I'm sure 23, who's not in the roster, will want to forget. So, you know, maybe our new player Kingslayer doesn't start jumping around. I'm sure he has learned his lesson as well through 23 Savage's past experience. But it's going to be interesting to see, because, Mike, I was watching a few of the games. They still go back to this gyrocopter idea on Aurora. And I think up against a team like Heroic, I don't know if you can afford to do that.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up before I did, John, because God knows I was about to bring that up. Like, this gyrocopter pick, it's got to stop. It's got to stop. I know Savage loves this hero. I understand he knows it like the back of his hand. But this hero's like more fling than he knows like the back of his hand, John. You know, teams have been picking Terrorblade. Like, why can't we play those kind of heroes? Do we have to play Gyro every single game? Is it really that strong of a hero that we first pick it? Heroic. Very handsome lads, Jonathan. Look at him. Great mustache on the far right.
Yeah, KJ is looking extra strong. I always get, again, every time I see Analog, I always mix it up with calves. And they love pranking people. If we were on land, they would actually just prank us if we ever talked to them. But again, Heroic, they've been a very explosive squad the past year. Also maybe a little bit up and down, but for the most part, showing again their dominance in South America. The results on lands maybe slightly better than what you've been seeing from Aurora in comparison. It's almost the same storyline for Heroic as in comparison to Aurora. Maybe not as established for rosters, only a little bit fresher. You've got the wild card factor and bringing Divide Llama into a different region, and it has felt like it's worked out. Divide has always been like a really fun character to watch. It feels like he's one big reason why it's always fun to watch Heroic and why we have these player cameras. For a player like Divide, you've got to have that cam on him. Like, especially if things go well, it's great. If things go wrong, it's even better when you watch Divide's camera. He gets so into it.
Oh, you're speaking of like watching cameras. What was it yesterday? We were talking to who were we interviewing yesterday, and they were kind of pointing out the fact that Laurenov was literally screaming across the room.
It was Amar. Yeah,
it was ATF. That's right. Amar was telling us. Laurenov was apparently literally screaming across the room as he made a slight error. So between him and Divide Llama, it's going to be a very loud time. I almost want to just mute ourselves, John, and have a mic in the room that they're playing and see exactly what they're saying to each other or what they're just screaming in general, because it could be a very exciting time. And then, nonetheless, Jonathan, sadly we are forced to listen to ourselves here, as we do have game number 1's draft now officially underway between Aurora Gaming and Heroic, so we can throw over to that. And I wonder, are we going to see this stupid gyrocopter pick again? Because that's what it is, John. It's stupid.
Yeah, no, it's, again, it's strong comfort for Aurora. They love running this with Io when they have that on hand. It just feels like the idea is thoroughly researched from all the years that Gyro Io has been a thing. So I'm keen on seeing where the adjustments for Aurora will be and what Heroic decides to play as well. It feels like from what few games you saw from Heroic, especially in the play-ins, it does feel like their ideas in the draft has been pretty strong. And I'm keen on seeing whether we see that continue here. Already having the Darkseer and the Enigma being banned out by Aurora, Heroic focusing on that SF and the Brewmaster. which is a little bit surprising. I don't recall Aurora playing the SF anytime recently. We did have that one game from Lornoff, but that's a pretty rough time in that series, if I recall right. There's the Gyrocopter ban, which is very interesting coming out from Heroic. I feel like if you see Aurora pick Gyrocopter first, you ban Io, and then you just run this Gyrocopter down with a strong offlane, but they don't want to give Aurora comfort, which is fair enough for Heroic.
Huge mistake from Heroic. Very, very big mistake. Fair enough, I suppose. You don't want to give the comfort here to Kingslayer. I understand. Aurora, final ban to come. They'll get rid of the Hoodwink, and the first pick is going to be straight into the Snapfire. Can't quite blame them for that. I mean, Snapfire has been a fantastic pick in this new meta, and of course, core Snapfire is back. Support Snapfire is still very strong, especially with the changes to the little shredder. In fact, support Snapfire is actually way better than it used to be. So this hero is in a very good place.
That it is. I think there's a lot of ways to run it. Again, that flexibility here for Aurora, already a good shakeup in their draft. Lornoff can run it in that mid. You can run it on Q or jabs, on Q and Ollie as well. Either way, I do love the response from Heroic. So if you are anticipating a pause for Snapfire, Sven, maybe first 2 level, it's not going to feel great. But once you have a value point in Warcry, it's not going to be that much harassment from the Snapfire. And overall, Sven has felt a really good hero. This is something that we've seen Hector play to a very high degree as well. I do believe this could also set up really nicely from what Aurora's been picking recently. I think they did run something like the the Kingslayer Malgus Siren earlier on in day. So you already have some Illusion Clear on hand as well. You're kind of covering all your bases here on Heroic. And you're setting up for some pretty good lanes. So I like this pickup from the side of Heroic. I think it's a good foil to the Snapfire. It can take away that laning pressure if you do go for like a 1-1-1 build, which might not be ideal for Sven. But again, it just takes away this power of the Snapfire early with a little Shredder at the very least.
Okay. More bans to come here from either side. It's a very close camera shot we've got here. I'm not sure if we need to get that close. My goodness.
Heck yeah.
We're looking looking straight into the soul of Ollie right there. My God.
That's the kind of camera shots I like.
I wonder if it's obvious as well that the camera's like that zoomed in to the poor guy. Yeah, it's just like,
no,
like they're really
it's
just
definitely
putting it
not.
On. Okay.
Nah, like you know, the video cameras don't have like a. The lens doesn't go out and forward like in a photo camera, so it's it tends to be a little bit more hidden when you do zoom in on a video camera. It would be, but I do like that we get these shots without freaking them out, because you can just see how intense it is when you go through draft.
Yeah, it certainly is. Speaking of intense, I get very worried if Heroic do win, Jonathan. I mean, the interview last time I was made fun of by the Heroic social media person. I assume that is Cafs, is it not? Am I mistaking Cafs and Analog again? Because Analog doesn't have glasses anymore. That's the whole thing. Analog said you can't recognize me without glasses. Which, by the way, Analog, if you do listen back, you were muted at the time, which is why I couldn't hear what you were saying. I was not ignoring you.
Yeah, that is right. You and I were, we did have the wrong audio in, so, you know, both of us are we're a bit deaf. Right? Look, we're getting old. You know, medication's a little bit expensive. Me and Mike are unmedicated. You know, sometimes you have some off days. It is what it is. No need to bring ageism into this all the time in my case, but, you know, you're used to it.
I am. Final ban to come, Heroic. A lot of emphasis on the Jabs ban outs with the Brewmaster, Beastmaster ban outs here from Heroic. We'll see if they want to just get rid of another offlaner.
What do you want up against this Sven? It feels like there's a cheeky choice in something like a Razor off lane, just to make that lane extra hellish for the Sven. You can kind of flex it onto Kingslayer as well if you feel like you can run it one better. They will pick up the Tusk on Heroic's end, so again, setting up for some nice aggressive lanes. They've got some save potential with the Blinks up. You did mix them up. I saw Caps with the red glasses, and I was like, oh, I know why Mike just...
You can't keep doing this to us. No, you can't just take off your glasses one day and put them on the other day. You can't do that. Tusk was picked up here from Heroic, which is, I suppose, Tusk's still pretty damn good in this meta. Nothing too special about it, but still, provides what it needs to provide.
That it does. Again, once you have the blink timing up, you've got a lot of save potential coming out already from the side of Heroic. You can kind of play aggressive. There's some interesting plays you can get with drinking buddies. So I'm keen on seeing if that's something Heroic will want to lean into here. Aurora straight into the Pangolier could be our jabs hero early on. A Pangolier into Sven lane does not sound too bad. We've got some good steady pokes with Swash. It is a lot of physical damage from the Pango though, which again Sven at level 3 probably doesn't care about as much if you can play around with Warcry, but the early cooldowns are pretty massive, so it's still a workable lane for the Sven. You can still flex this into Larnoff's lane, of course, on mid, but the idea for Pangolier Snap does sound fairly convincing. It sounds like a lane that's not going to lose out too hard. It has a lot of aggression. They pick up the Jakiro on hand as well for Aurora's side, so they do have a lot of magical damage now to cover. You've got decent enough combinations, not quite the best in terms of setting up for kisses, right? Like you've got Ice Pat, Macropyre into kisses, not the longest hold, but if you get a good roll angle here for jabs or Lornoff and a Pango, you can make it work out your way. So some of that durability that you're looking for from Warcry does kind of disappear with just Jakiro Snap. I am still very curious where Aurora are planning to run this Pango, whether or not it's Lornoff or just jabs playing it now.
Very interesting. We are looking at Caps being very animated at the moment, so some heated conversation going on here between him and the side of Heroic. So I wonder what these damn players are thinking. Just arguing with the coach of what the pick's going to be. But go for the TA route, which, you know what, we don't get to see TA picked up too often because it's always banned out. So finally get a game where TA is brought up here for Heroic. And the thing is with this new TA, you don't really care about your refraction charges disappearing. It's a little bit annoying.
That it is. It's a lot of physical output for Heroic to play with. I'm trying to think if they have some flex potential for Sven support. I don't see the need quite yet. Double melee support like this as well can maybe be a little bit awkward. There's a lot of kite potential, so you are more than likely still gunning for the Sven core instead. And just kind of open up with your 5 at this point. TA mid lane matchup, if you are anticipating the Pangolier, is again pretty alright for TA. Maybe first 2 levels aren't great, but once you hit 3 to 4, you should be able to get some good hits back in. And like you mentioned, with the facet up, you really don't care when your refraction's gone. You can just trade back very nicely on the TA with all of that bonus damage. It does still leave options for Aurora. Again, with Sven and TA, it does feel like a really good game for something like a Razor. Heroic into the Underlord now as well. So again, showing potentially all 3 cores early, maybe leaning into that Sven flex, but somewhat doubt it. I do like what the Underlord provides here. Just a very stable lane for Heroic. Some aura build-up, someone who can build into Mech, Guardian Greaves, Hype, and just make it a lot harder for Kingslayer to just play his farming game early on. Like, the Underlord's very hard to shove away. You do have, again, the Jakiro can maybe make it a little bit more awkward. Or we'll go into the Monkey King, which we've also seen first phase ban along with that TA. So there's a lot of playing out for Mr. Kingslayer to work the map. Even on pause 1, I do believe you tend to just go for Simeon Stride for how fast it allows you to get into these fights and back to farming. I'm interested in seeing how well Aurora can use that to kind of play up-tempo with the Monkey King here for Kingslayer.
Should be very interesting. But we assume it's a Kingslayer Monkey. Could it not be just a support Monkey King and say mid Snapfire, offlane Panko? I mean, there is still the flex if you really wanted to, I suppose.
Yeah, there is. I can see. Trying to remember if we've seen Q Monkey. I think we saw it maybe a couple of times on Talon and a little bit more on his Motivate Trust days. I'm sure it's something that he can work effectively with a Simeon Stride. It is flexible enough for that. I do feel like Monkey King into Underlord lane's not that bad for Monkey. Even with Atrophy or up, you are more than happy to trade blows with a melee hero that will just kind of cop it, give you free Jingu stacks. You can try to melt the support, play from there. But that is, I suppose, some potential here for Aurora. Snapfire into TA lane then, in that case, in this theoretical case, Mike. Honestly sounds like a pretty decent lane for Snap. I mean, TA still has some good Psyblade angles to play with, but Refraction just instantly melts. Allows some play with Cookie Scatterblast, and maybe that's the way to go for the Snapmare, something like a 3-1-1. Instead of focusing all in on the scatter, using the instead of the flak, just kind of burn through refraction and then just nuke her down with your magical spells could be the way to go for Lornoff if he will run snap mid.
We shall see. Certainly the opportunity here for him to just pick up something for this last pickup if he so wishes. I'm going to say the heroic draft is looking pretty damn good on the other side of things. Like, this draft is looking somewhat unkillable, John. Like, when you combine Sven, TA, and Underlord, like the Warcry bonuses, the Aura bonuses of the Underlord, TA Refraction, it does feel like it's going to be very challenging to actually kill anyone. As Aurora, they are going to go for a last pick Rubik here. So it should be the Q Rubik we're looking at, but you never know. It's still open for a mid pick if they really want.
That it is. Again, I'm trying to remember. I think, again, the only player we've seen, at least on the records I've seen, that has played Rubik mid in the Riyadh Masters so far has been Tops. But I don't think you get too much from the lane there. Like, Rubik up against TA doesn't feel like it really finds a win. So you're much better off with a Snapfire. Heroic will go with a Puck. Some nice AoE hold. Again, your hold on the side of Aurora is not amazing. They will go with a Kingslayer Monkey King. And they will end up with a Lornoff Snap, so you will end up with the Jabs Pangolier. A rather interesting draft. Very different from Aurora, which, again, considering what we've seen from them when they do start with Gyro, is kind of good news, at least for the Southeast Asian fans, to see something different. For Heroic, like you mentioned, it's also a very straightforward draft for Heroic. Nothing flashy. You do end up with a lot of durability coming in. You do end up with a Sven support, which I don't think is too bad for KJ. Again, just play with Warcry. You've got a decent stun. You've got good follow-up to the Pit of Malice. You've got good combinations of circles with the Pit of Malice and the Dream Coil. There's a lot of ways to play it on Heroic. I think for Aurora, it does feel like they need to be up-tempo. Like, if you give too much space out to Hector to farm up, it's going to be tough to play into that TA's early timing with a Refractor up, especially with even just... I think Dragonlance Shard, it's going to be a really nice timing here for Hector to get some early activity before the Desolator. And again, you don't have the best ways of keeping Analog down this time. Your hard stuns are very telegraphed. So catching out the puck is also going to be an issue here for Aurora. I would lean on to Heroic in terms of just having the ease of play here. If Aurora played their cards right, though, play to their strengths, again, get this Monkey King going early on, not just camping lane and farming up, using that Simian Stride to cross the map, find a gank kill, cross back to farm. I think that's where Aurora can kind of shine. Hit and run, applying pressure on the map, hunting down Hector as much as possible, if at all possible, and melting objectives early with some of that early presence from Ollie, although with Liquid Frost, I suppose that push doesn't go as fast in comparison to the Liquid Fire.
I agree with the point with Heroic's draft. I mean, it really does feel quite unkillable here, this draft. And that was before I found out they took the heavy plate facet on the Sven. Now with the support Sven, you've got even more sustainability here with this draft from Heroic. So I'm very intrigued to see what both sides can do on either side of things. As game one now officially underway between Heroic and Aurora. So both you and I seem to be kind of fans of the draft, though. I must admit, I have not had the pleasure of seeing a support Sven as of yet, Jonathan, so I'm kind of intrigued to see how KJ builds his hero.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see it back. Of course, you do have a King Slayer on Aurora tipping King Julian. King Jungles.
And a fight already. Jabs. Copying a Stormhammer. Will be able to double jump away. No big deal. King Jungles did indeed get tipped by the Kingslayer.
This Kingslayer, I thought he was 32 years old and a gentleman. Apparently not, Mike.
You must have
he's
thought
a little
you
bit
were
aggressive
very
today.
clever.
No, I really don't. I just have I have nothing else. It's either I make fun of it or I call it stupid. You know, so I'm making fun of it. You know.
No, I'm pointing out the fact that you've switched around 23 and 32. It was very clever of you, John.
It took you a day?
No, it didn't, Jonathan. It took me a day to decide to compliment you on your, I don't know what to call it, I guess. Something. Whatever, Johnny. You got a compliment. Heroic. trying to go for a fight. It looks like. Down at bottom lane, but not really. Schofield will be able to back his way out. Still going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the boundary, so a nice even start between both sides. And as usual, John, we start with the mid lane, where you are going to see Analog against Lorinov. So the Snapfire versus the Puck matchup. How's this one going to go?
This one is... It's pretty even. You know, Puck is a slippery hero. It can be a little bit hard to catch out. Lorinov does have much more burst potential, especially if he does get like a 1-1-1 build into maybe maxing out Scatterblast. That is one way to run down Analog. I'm interested in seeing if Lorinov will just go for old school Snapfire in that case. It's not going to be the easiest of times for Analog. There's some good reach here for Lorinov. At the least, Analog's not having to contend with like the full bore, but I feel like you're going to be able to dodge it out as a Puck anyway, a little bit telegraphed. Rune control is going to be a big part in keeping Analog alive, and well, you see the little Shredder. Half HP for Analog gone at level 1.
It certainly is. It's quite a hard kind of ability to lane against these days, this Snapfire, this little Shredder. It's very, very annoying for sure. Because we'll have a look at the side lanes as well. I mean, bottom lane, you are looking at it as right now. Schofield going for a creep pool, but is interrupted by Ollie. So loses half the creep wave so far. We'll still be able to pull away 2 creeps from himself, but not really what Schofield wanted.
No, certainly not. And they still managed to make the creeps somewhat converge around this camp. So it's not quite a full pull as well for the side of Heroic and trying to deny. And it just puts it in a little bit of an awkward position. You are seeing just how much output Ollie has. That slow is ridiculous. The damage amp can be quite nice as well once he has some more spells up. The double attack also helps out Ollie in applying some good harass. It's not a smooth lane for Devi. He does have the Firestorm to try to harass out, but again, every time it's a double melee lane walking into the Monkey King. There's a lot of play for Kingslayer to just try to threaten with some Jingu stacks to slowly build in. You're not going to be seeing this Monkey King under any pressure at all until maybe level 4, if you do manage to reach that point in a smooth manner here for Heroic.
What about that top lane? KJ and K1 against Jabs and Q. It seems like it should be a pretty decent time for K1. Jabs is trying to apply pressure on the Pangolier. He's having not too many issues dealing with the refraction charges, of course, of K1. The thing is, I can't really imagine K1 dying here. Like, as long as King, or KJ rather, is around with the Warcry, he should be just fine.
Yeah. Again, you have that little bit of extra with a physical barrier. Jabs, his output is pretty much all physical. So you should just remove the aspect of the burst from Pango here. There's not going to be too much damage coming out from Q early on. It's a relatively safe lane for Hector to farm, and it is reflecting the CS. Right up there, right next to Lorinov's farm from the mid. It is having a pretty smooth start in comparison to everyone else, at the very least, on his own team. It's a little bit of a rougher start for Heroic elsewhere. But again, this TA is kind of key to your tempo. It's going to be your big damage source. It's going to be that timing into Dragonlance Desolator that really sets a tone. And as long as Hector's the one to hit that timing, everything else on Heroic can follow afterwards.
Absolutely. Top lane, they are trying to get aggressive again onto K1. But of course, he does just pop the refraction and walk out of it. Very, very hard with the Warcry to actually get any physical damage off here onto K1 with the Warcry and the refraction charges, that is. Looking back at that mid lane for a second, Analog is having a very rough time. It's about half the CS right now of Lorinov, which, you know, in fairness, is somewhat to be expected considering how hard the laning matchup is now against Snapfire mid. But the CS difference, it is pretty massive.
And it is. And there's not much a Puck can really do outside of just trying to dodge out of harass. Every single time that little Shredder is up, Lorinov, with the early Wraith Band, just does so much damage in ripping Analog to shreds. He does at least have access to his water runes, so he's going to have a little bit of a top-up, not fully shoved out of the lane, but again, a slower start for that Puck. They're chasing here.
Yeah, Schofield will die. Kingslayer able to secure first blood on the MK, and well, the beautiful thing is, John, because of this facet, he can return right back to the lane within about a second. No problem.
Yeah, and again, this is what we were talking about with the Monkey King core pick. That's exactly what you want to see Aurora play around, not just in laning, but even down the line with initial items up from Kingslayer, just kind of looking for these opportunities, heading back to lane to farm, heading back to the camps, and just kind of play a very nice high tempo, coming off from the Monkey King. We'll see if they can maintain. Again, already a nice start for Aurora in terms of the laning phase. Only really Hector coming out on top for Heroic in his own laning matchups. 2k lead already from Aurora very early on. Does set a good tone for that build-up. I think for the side of Heroic, again, it's a matter of just sitting back, trying to soak up some EXP. It's going to be a little bit harder, considering the lane of Schofield. I think this Tusk off to a slower start does heavily impact your play potential on the side of Heroic. You don't have the threat. With a tag team, you don't have the levels to try to get some damage in. You're not going to hit a good timing on that 6 in as much as you'd want it to try to burst. So your tempo is just going to be slowing down. Maybe you can just try to keep those stacks built up. Their triangle is still fairly secure, and they've got a couple of stacks set. Let's see, should just be Hector's priority. Again, the Dragonlance Desert timing is going to be big here for Heroic down the line.
Mid lane, bit of a connection here from KJ. Looks like he's just around to secure the power rune at the 6-minute mark. Just wants to ensure Lorinov does not secure the power rune himself, though it's a matter of whether they actually get lucky here because he's running down bottom. And he does get it. Shield rune is there for Lauren. Meanwhile, Kiss is thrown out. Looks like Schofield has been caught out. And they will hand another kill away from Kingslayer. And a concerning signs for Heroic if you are going to give this many kills away to the POS1 MK. Certainly not something you want to see.
Yeah, the kills and the medium-large camp stacks as well. So the Ancients are scouted out. They get the blockage. They get the vision down as well from Ollie. They're going to be able to contest down the line. Again, for the side of Heroic, there's just not much that you can really do at this point. You don't have the EXP up on your supports to really get effective rotations out just yet. You're not anywhere near Devi being that ultra-durable front line. And you're also not fully set up on Analog to try to counterplay with, say, a Dream Coil setup. You're just kind of stuck playing a passive game for Heroic. Just try to secure some resources. Still, right IDs from Aurora, still keeping track here.
Oh, they absolutely are. Wisdom Rune timing. Oh, nice snowball. Very nice snowball here from Schofield, and now they've locked down Savage. He's going to try for the TP play out, but he gets locked down by the Pit of Malice. Tips out here from KJ. I appreciate the attempt at the Wisdom Rune, but definitely not worth the life of the POS1 Monkey King.
That's a lot of gold to fly the way of Heroic. Again, with all of that activity coming out from Kingslayer, it's a lot of gold to feed back as well. It does take mass rotations out from Heroic. That does drag basically everyone but Hector for the Wisdom Rune. So you are freeing up space on your mid to soak up. You're freeing up a lot of space for Jabs to just have a very free lane up top as well. But the trade-offs are well worth it for Heroic. It helps secure the area. You can still, again, get that EXP scaling you need on these supports to be effective. And allows you to, again, just try to get some stacks up. Good sentry out from Schofield. We'll spot out the... No, not quite. Just right on the line. I don't know if they'll spot that out with that sentry, but at least take care of the block so they can keep up the stacking. Again, the TA is the key. If the TA is farming, everyone else is dying, you're kind of fine. As long as you're not lagging too far behind in terms of EXP.
Power Runes again, a big fight over it. Ollie going to be caught on the Jakiro and really has no way out, though they are going to try and at least trade here with Divine Llama. The Kiss is doing so much damage from Lorinov. They'll secure a kill. Even Jab's going for a bit of a chase here with Kingslayer, trying to find themselves another target. They won't be so lucky, but definitely a very nice kill here for the side of Aurora. I'll tell you, this is a side of Aurora we haven't really been seeing, I feel like, at Riyadh Masters, right? Like, just this hyper-aggressive side. Usually they play very slow.
Yeah, I like this change. It feels like... I was hearing the other casters talk, I think it was Seek and Winter, talking about how Jabs has to go away from the Aura sort of build-up. Speaking of Jabs, though...
He's been caught out, Heroic. Not to be outdone, John. They're also a very aggressive team by their own standards, so finding a huge kill into Jabs now, and well, they're not to be outdone.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, Jabs, he's going for a very aggressive Pango, of course. Would he earn, instead of like some of the Aura buildups we've seen into Guardian Greaves, he wants to take that early activity, is punished a little bit. And he did manage to scout out stacks and fully commit for the clear. So there's room for Devi now to get that scaling up. And again, for Heroic, their decision to focus all of these fights down bot and on mid, it's buying Hector so much room. If this TA is uncontested, number 2 in net worth, considering how much activity you're getting from Aurora, with the TA still up there, that's going to pose some issues. It's going to be looking like a Deso rush first. No, the Dragonlance coming out into the Deso, of course. Dragonlance fully done. Some stats to play with for Hector. His tower is under pressure now, but again, he still has a lot of room to farm here. And they don't have the numbers to fully commit just yet safely on the side of Aurora, although they will try for a flank.
They certainly will. Mid lane. They're looking at this this Fen and this Underlord. Analog is going to be around to help out as well, as he's going to try for the power rune, but a nice orb away. He read they were going to be around trying to camp that rune spot, and this time around the Puck will be able to secure the regeneration rune for himself. My goodness, there's so much emphasis this game on these power runes. So the third power rune where just both teams have 6, or rather 3 players each, just camping the mid lane waiting for these power runes to spawn up.
It feels like it's more on Aurora trying to deny them off from Analog more than anything else. Like Puck with a very good rune would say haste, and it's going to be hard to pin down. Your stuns aren't amazing on Aurora in locking in the Puck, so there has to be a lot of concentrated effort to stop Analog from hitting some big spikes. These runes coming in just gives him some more leeway to play. Hector's still being surrounded though.
He certainly is, but he's trying to go for a meld strike. This could cost him. He got very aggressive out of nowhere. He K1, and it is indeed going to cost him his life. I mean, he saw Lorinov, and he was the one to run in, not expecting the rest of the team to be there to back him up. And of course, Lorinov, he did not come up to the top lane for fun. He came for the kills, and he got it.
Yeah, they want the kill, and they want the objective. They want to dig into that top jungle, get some forward vision going, stop that farm. They are mass TPing for the defense.
They certainly are. Jabs very far forward already, trying to find KJ. Meanwhile, the backside, Analog moves in with the Dream Call, catching out one. Here comes the rest of the cavalry. Heroic coming right through the Dark Rift, though. Divine Llama dropping low, but Kingslayer dropping even lower. Kingslayer barely alive for now. In fact, he'll survive. KJ, Divine, and Schofield, the ones to drop as Aurora. They lose nothing.
This is one interaction we didn't talk about in Draft, Mike. Q steals Warcry, gives a physical barrier, saves Kingslayer's life. That is something that works against Heroic as well. Just playing against Warcry with a TA on, with a Sven, with a Tusk, it's not going to feel good looking for that burst. And I like the ADs. Again, they didn't want to give up this top tier 1. It is the farming area for Hector. It has provided a lot of the resources out for our TA. So that's all denied off. Aurora come in with the numbers and do manage to get some good punishment. There is still room for Hector in the triangle. Again, outside of those early forays, the Ancients weren't contested, so there is still some flash farm halfway through the Desolator timing now for K1. And once he's got that up, and this TA can start to hit, and can start to threaten maybe a pick off into Roshan. That's the next timing we're going to have to see here from Heroic if they can find the right fight for the side of Aurora. And they've got the full Spirit Vessel up on Jabs. The Battle Fury for Kingslayer is almost set to be done at the very least. Timing's not the quickest, but again, he's been taking early activity on the Monkey King, even going back for the Orb of Corrosion on top of everything else to help with that activity. So he will still be able to keep tempo in comparison to Hector's farming pace. I'm really curious to see what his itemization goes for afterward. The big one for Aurora's own timing, comparable to that Deso timing from Heroic, is going to be the Gleipnir of Lorinov. It does give them that hard hold to finally get the chain stuns onto Analog, simplify those engagements onto the Puck, and just nullify that slipperiness that Analog is utilizing quite nicely in the few engagements he has joined in on.
Oh, absolutely. They're looking at that mid-tier 1 tower again here, Aurora. And it seems like they're going to be able to find it, no problems. Eventually. In Heroic, they are grouping up a little bit. You do have KJ moving in on the Sven, but he's the only one around with Analog so far. And Lorinov, he is just taking pot shots at that mid-tier 1 tower with this little shredder. There's not really much they can do about it. They're just going to have to watch it go down. They'll even force a glyph out. Maybe Analog's going to try for a quick deny play, but that's about all they can ask.
Doesn't quite find it either. No luck in the rune this time. Amp damage for Lorinov.
Divide does at least steal away a Wisdom Rune here, so they do get both Wisdom Runes the way of Heroic, but it does cost the life of Divide.
You have to do something. You know, you have to get these levels up have to try to work the map. Again, it's a distraction away from Hector. It allows the TA the safety in her own side. No threats of being stolen. No threats of any sort of forward excursion from the side of Aurora. There's that Deso timing we were looking for Hector. And he is rushing straight into a Chrysalis before a Blink or BKB. So he does really want some early damage, early aggression, try to really utilize that Refractor. Are going for that tier 1 bot. Fortify is there. There's enough time for Aurora to make a play. They do have Wukong's ready and Kingslayer as well. It does look like they are willing to just give it away. This is still good for Heroic, though. With his tier 1 gone, I mean, it turns into nighttime, so Roche just heads up top. Could have had maybe easier access to a daytime Roche. Again, still likely to look for a pick-off first before that point. We'll see if that opportunity presents itself as Aurora. They've been playing pretty smart. Again, applying pressure across the map. They've got good forward runes watching the top jungle. Nothing watching their own side, where Hector is playing now. But they are trying to shrink that map space away from Heroic. Heck, they might even set up for Roshan themselves first as they head into that pit.
Roshan will be open. Aurora start to move in. And it's up to Heroic if they want to try and contest, but it's going to be rather difficult, I think. They do have their Beamskate available if they do want to go for it. But they are not grouped up, and it seems like they're pretty unaware that it's even happening. And ultimately, I don't think it would have mattered. I highly doubt they would have even wanted to contest. It's a pretty big play from Aurora as well, because this is denying the TA the Aegis that she would have liked to go for with that Desolator timing. So a big kind of win here from Aurora, as they will get away with it, no problems. Or even the mid tier 1 tower, like it's being forced in by Analog, but he's not really able to get it done either. Kingslayer is going to be around to defend.
Yep. Just a nice cheeky little boundless repositions to get to safety in case. There's some backup, a little bit of a smoke movement out from Aurora now as well. And you do have that full blink up on jabs. The initiation is a lot easier to achieve now for Aurora, relieving some of that pressure on Q or Ollie to get the lift into Ice Path. See if this smoke can pan into something here.
Oh, Analog could be in a bit of danger. He will get the jaunt away, though. Yes. Ping's coming out towards the bottom lane where they do see KJ and K1. K1 going to retreat, of course, to the ancient camp on the far right side of the map, but KJ not going to be so lucky. Eventually, Jabs will be able to pick this one up, no problem. In fact, Kingslayer will take care of it. Now
Does it, Mike?
What's that, John?
The Kingslayer kills King Jungles. As is prophesied. As is prophesized. He's done it. This is the entire reason for this name change. What name change? It's a new player.
Analog in danger. He's going to Waning Rift away, but the chase is on from Jabs and the kisses are flying into Boom.
They're going far.
They are going very far for this kill, but it is not going to work out. Unfortunately.
A little bit optimistic. That's 2 ultimates. Not the longest cooldown, at least on the Rolling Thunder. Maybe a little bit more painful on the kisses being committed. But yeah, you're not minding too much. Again, the network lead of Aurora, despite all of this tempo, is only at 2k. You're lagging behind on Analog and Divide, but again, Hector is still getting all of that room. Crystallis up into a Blink BKB next.
Oh,
this TA is still hitting its spikes.
Been caught out again here by Kingslayer. He'll go for a TP attempt out, and he will make it. Just barely. My goodness. We're quick thinking from Divide. You know, sees the boundless strike, says screw it. I'll try for the TP.
Again, it's the lack of lockdown for Aurora. Straightforward lockdown that can cause some issues. It also informs them of maybe a forward ward here, so they can get some D wards going on Heroic. Instantly a smoke out now as well. And maybe not the most convincing smoke. They do have the blink ready on Analog to try to get some position in. See if they manage to get some isolation out here.
Schofield's going to have a gander. He is smoked up, but understands he probably cannot approach his own jungle at the moment. There's a counter smoke now from Aurora. They want to go for a fight. They understand how powerful they are. Especially with this Aegis up for the next 2 minutes. They are not worried at all of taking a fight here against Heroic, and they are running right towards the Dire jungle, or rather the Dire triangle, where K1 is currently farming. Lorenov, can he get the Gleipnir off? Not quite. KJ, he's going to break the smoke and cover his carry. K1 still thinking about jumping in, but gets out of it.
Yep. This play is poke, knows how far to push that hero on the TA, which is definitely something you want to see your TA do. Just look for opportunities, poke as much as possible, go back to farm. And you kind of want to push the limits. And he is. A good sacrifice being made by KJ. Just buying that space for your big win condition. Still trying to chase onto Analog, but Kingslayer does go the wrong way. So,
Yeah, it looks to
no,
be fine.
doesn't
He
quite.
don't have the balance strike anyway. No way to cancel the TP. Well, we do hit a 10-3 scoreline now, 20 minutes into the game, so not too many kills happening this game, but it still is Aurora that have found themselves in the lead. Only by about 1k though. Like, the thing is, K1 has still been free farming the whole time, so although they have been doing some great work on Aurora's end of things, like, you still have this pretty big concerning kind of factor of K1 on this TA, who can pretty much carry the game on his own if he needs to. And right now it is kind of feeling like he might need to, but like I said, he's playing TA, John. It's one of those heroes that can kind of do it himself.
and it can. And conditions are slowly being met. The one thing that you really need on the side of Heroic, though, to achieve that is Roche control into the next Roshan. It's still 3 minutes until we'll see that. Aegis is just set to expire now for Lornoff. So Aurora also not able to get as much as they'd want off of this Aegis outside of just farming. And they even lose some net worth advantage, again, off the back of the Aegis. With the efficiency of Heroic around the map, with the sacrifices they're making only on the supports, you're getting the room to get that build up. Yeah, again, Analog's had his blink for a while. The Vailama had the Guardian Greaves in the last engagement, is going into the full pipe, so the Aura play is going to come in. And, you know, mind you, the Vi only has a 1 value point in Atrophy right now. Once you max that out, plus the Guardian Greaves, with the Aura on the Guardian Aura on, with a pipe, and a Warcry. And that burst, again, that Aurora is looking for might not be as effective, considering that their network lead just isn't growing. They'll try to find something now with a smoke out. Doesn't feel like they can really spot anything out. They do have one good ward, but it's on a low ground position, so it doesn't fully spot out.
Oh, they're still heading towards K1, but pings are there. They know K1's around the area somewhere. K1 not going to be picked off. Heroic still playing very defensively by their tier 2 mid tower. Analog going to be targeted. Rolling Thunder from Jabs will be committed, and he does land the initial stun into the lift up and the Stormhammer of Q. Oh, even the kisses to fly in from Lorinov, just in case. No messing about.
Yeah. They just need these pickoffs. They need to build off this advantage on Aurora. Try to slow down the other form to compensate for how well Hector is doing. Have some room as well to shove in the top. Fortify forced out early. That should allow, if they want a full commitment, they should be able to find it now, although no siege creep will make it maybe a little bit slower. A lot of room out for Heroic to farm bot. Big timing being met now, though. Hector does have his full BKB up. You can play with confidence now if you're not too careful here.
TP cancelled though. Devi Lama, he's on his own. Devi is going to go in by the tier 2 tower, but they just jump him immediately. Still the Schofield Snowball saving just barely. But how does Devi get out of this one? Surely he cannot, although he still survives with the Fiendscape, but no, he does drop. Thing is, Kingslayer's dropped as well. They've lost the POS 1 MK. Not a good sign here for Aurora. They'll lose Ollie to boot. 2 down now. It's K1 able to pick up a double kill. No, I mean, Savage, he just kind of dropped so darn quickly once he was completely surrounded. Props to Schofield for buying the time and forcing him out of position here on this MK. And again, a pretty big win here for Heroic.
And it is. And you can't underestimate that scaling damage on Firestorm when you're stuck in an area. The TP cancel from Schofield, very smart into that snowball saves, dodging out the ice pad as well. And just making it rough. Like Aurora really forcing out that movement onto the tier 2, makes huge sacrifices, loses 1k off their lead, puts Hector into the #1 position now. Off the back of those kills, Roshan, unfortunately, a longer spawn timer, so they're not going to be able to try to secure that early on, but the full Daedalus for Hector isn't too far off. And once that's up, again, we're seeing that physical burst from Heroic. be a massive issue. It almost feels like you're hoping for Q to steal the Warcry every single time, if at all possible. Easier said than done. He did manage to steal Fiend's Gate, at the least here, for Q, so there's some cheeky plays you could get done with that, if Heroic aren't set up for it, if Aurora wants to try to utilize it to that extent.
The saddest thing was, like, you saw the highlight of that last fight. Like, it was a Walrus punch into a couple rights from K1 that really just killed off Kingslayer. It's a very concerning sign. Like, even with the BKB up, it just did not make a difference against the TA's output. It's just a Walrus punch into some right clicks. Very concerning here for the MK, that's for sure. So, seems though now Roshan going to be the big priority that Heroic want to try and get. K1 going to get some traps down and get some vision over this Roshan pit, but there is plenty of vision as well from Aurora's end of things. But they even saw K1 placing that trap down in the pit. I suppose that is going to be the pretty big objective that we are looking at for both sides now. Thing is, Aurora, if they lose this Roshan, it does really start to feel as though Heroic hit a stride with their own draft and start to take over the game, if they haven't already. Especially K1 with an Aegis up, he's going to be feeling very confident. And just look at the farm of K1. It's got a full Daedalus up, going into the Hurricane Pike and the Swift Blink. Like, this TA is massive.
And it's, again, all down to how Heroic worked the map. They forced all of these fights away from the TA lane. Tier 1 top stayed very secured for a long time until that one fight, very forced in for Heroic. After that, he occupies the bot, occupies the triangle, gets all of the stacks, and he's just allowed to play a very free game for Hector. Utilizes that farm very well, and they just need to kind of leverage that now. And the issues here for Aurora, their team fight, it's there. The execution of it is just, it has to be very specific. They have to land the ice path. They need to get some good roll angles out for jabs.
Oh, Fiend's Gate committed. Divine Llama, he's going to come right through as well. No hesitation. They'll commit through the gate. Roshan still 12 seconds away from spawning. Them Necromonicons giving plenty of vision on Aurora, but they do successfully take him out and back off. Thing is, now the smoke is out from Heroic. They want to rush for the fight, and Kingslayer, he's in a pretty awkward position here if they do make the jump in. They already found jabs on the Pango. Jabs about to drop. Looks like he might go down. Kingslayer though with the big Wukong's command. It could be a problem. K1 in trouble, dropping low with the 4-stuff away. He's fine. It's jabs and Ollie to drop. Schofield will fall on the side of Heroic. That was a very nice Wukong's and Boundless Strike setup here from Kingslayer, but sadly not really making the difference Aurora wanted.
Not quite. They are still set for rush if they'd wanted here on Heroic after a bit of a reset. Respawns aren't too long from Aurora. They only really expended Wukong's plus Macropyre, which could make the next rush fight awkward, but you still have Rolling Thunder at the least here from jabs on his respawn. So you can still try to contest. Still, Heroic get the D wards off, are starting to set up for the Roshan, and will get started. And this doesn't take too long with the damage output you have here on Hector. Aurora, get the scan out. They need to move fast. Again, they don't have two of their big tools, but it feels like a lot of this is going to be down on jabs.
Aurora show up again. They do intervene. Smoke is out again from Heroic. They'll happily take another fight. Wrap around here from Schofield. Roshan's Roar is there, giving away the positioning, though. Oh, Aurora, they had no idea. Oh, they jumped in early thinking it was happening. Oh, that's a problem. There's no Rolling Thunder now for jabs. Analog's going to jump in. I don't even know if Heroic are aware that the Rolling Thunder is on cooldown. I don't think they are. So Roshan barely roars, telling Aurora that Roshan was happening when it indeed wasn't. So now Rolling Thunder on cooldown for 50 seconds. Does give a pretty big opening for Heroic.
Yeah. And that was just very smart from Divide, dropping the Firestorm in. Burn damage gets the roar out. And it forces the roar again. Just constantly spamming it. Just trying to make it awkward.
They're keeping Roshan on edge as well. Like, he can keep doing this if he really wants. Just really play with the mind games with Aurora. Here we go, another smoke out. Heroic rushing forward towards Kingslayer, but he will run towards the north. Because the MK very, very hard to catch with this tree dance. Aurora still in position to contest Roshan as Ollie now going to break the smoke of Schofield, but he's in a very awkward location though. A nice lift back from Q is going to buy him a bit of space to get the hell out of there. The Schofield does jump in, but Ollie still barely alive. Finally goes down. Is now Kingslayer forced the BKB up and go for the fight. He'll pop the Wukong's command, but they all just run out of the ring. Nobody's in there. Meanwhile, Jabs forced the TP away with the Rolling Thunder. Does barely make it out. But Roshan almost definitely going to go the way of Heroic. Aurora, they will not be able to contest.
No. Just unfortunate Ollie dies right before using Macroplier. Feels like it's been such a big part of their damage output and trying to get these heroes low, getting that burn, getting that DPS onto Hector to melt Refraction and allow some burst plays to come in from Monkey King. Aegis does go the way of Heroic after a couple of false starts. And now you're at the peak point of your TA. Hector just going to look to clear out Free Tormentor by himself with a double melt. Not going to take too long here. Aurora, they've lost their lead. 5k behind now. Heroic does manage to bounce back, get in full form. And this just, it kind of bleeds down to just, again, how Heroic were playing. Aurora not able to find that key TA kill. Only the one kill when they were working onto the top lane. Beyond that, it's been a very free game for Hector. Your hold, it's not amazing up against something like the Puck. There's a lot of durability with all of the items up now on the Vi and with the Shard on KJ. With a maxed out Warcry, your output on your Snapfire and your Monkey King are just kind of held back. Even your Pango as well with his Swash and Shield Crash and his Rolling Thunder. A lot of that's held back. You're not finding 100-0 quick enough on Aurora. I'm not sure how you actually rectify this. There's still a lot of room to grow here on Kingslayer. Has the butterfly all set, going for the Scotty next. That is one step. Just having a way of dodging out the TA hits can help. Doesn't feel like it's quite enough. I know, like right now Hector's the problem, but again, as the game goes on, once Analog starts to get more damage in, the TA becomes an issue with his Octarine.
Attempt there from Kingslayer, not quite finding anyone as Analog just messing around with them. Oh, the slippery puck, it's a classic problem here for Aurora. Analog's got into a stage now where he's going to be very annoying on this puck. Extremely hard to catch. Fiend's Gate committal here from Divine Llama, not going to amount to too much, but he's been playing a lot of mind games with that Fiend's Gate as well. Like, he'll just casually place it down, scare the living crap out of everyone, and then just, you know, do nothing with it.
He was trying to cut the tree. I think he saw where Kingslayer jumped, tried to cut the tree.
Oh, that's clever.
If they found a tree, they would have gone in straight away, got the Pit of Malice, get the chain stuns. It's very heads up from Devi. Love seeing that coming out from him. Heck, he's even going for the Ags. So now you've got just so much control coming out from the Underlord. Has a level 15 talent. Kingslayer is just poking tag. Also very mobile at the very least, so can bail out, but it's a lot more sensitive with a Monkey King. Will not push it too hard. And Heroic in a very strong position.
The fact that he's actually using Fiend's Gate to try and break trees of Kingslayer is pretty damn cool, right? Because Fiend's Gate, you don't really use that often anyway. You know, it's one of those abilities where it's like, you can kind of question the value of the actual spell. But, you know, Devi's found a very interesting way of using it. I like it.
And he has, and again, with the Ags, it kind of encourages that playstyle. Just think of it as a secondary pit. It's pits upon pits, all of them with their own separate trigger times. Again, you can get some insane holds off the back of that, especially with a slow siege onto the tier 2. Not going to take too long for Heroic. And Aurora, again, they've got the kill advantage, but the net worth never really swung heavily their way. If you take a look at the graphs, maybe at the peak of, looks to be a 5k lead at most for Aurora earlier on. Just completely nullified at this point. Maybe you start to bank on like a slower game, a much slower game. Although Analog, it's a puck.
He's not fine. There's just no way. Like, this is the thing with this draft, right? Like, we kind of went over it during the drafting phase. Like, this draft is very hard to kill. Like, it is hard to kill anyone. And it's you're starting to see that now in this game one, I think, where, you know, Aurora, they've kind of hit a timing now against Heroic where they understand it is not going to be too easy as Divine Llama, he got the tree chop. He got it. The Fiend's Gate breaking the tree. The Kingslayer does still survive, just barely with the BKB TP out. But my goodness, I mean, you've got to be so careful because he's constantly looking for it.
Yeah, very aware on the map. If they manage to get Schofield in with a punch, I don't think you've gotten that escape route ready for yourself there on Kingslayer. Very fortunate that there were still some delays on TP. Again, Aurora, what they bank on now is just a slower game. You know, you hit the level 20 on Lorinov, you hit 25. That game state can change. The same issues still arise, and the Aurora build-up on the Vi is just going to mitigate all of this physical output. There's no real easy answer for any of that in this case at all. I would actually say you might want to consider giving Ollie some room to actually soak up some farm. Something like a Ag's Macropyre feels like your next solution. Just a little bit more slows, a lot more damage, pure damage. Doesn't care for the auras. It is one way to kind of try to work these fights to your way, with some consistent area control that lingers outside of Macropyre. Without the slow, it's just kind of silly. They can all just run out right now on Heroic, but at least with the Ags, with the slow going through debuff immunity, you are fairly happy and just holding high ground. But considering the game state, Ollie's not getting any priority at all, which, again, is fair. You will want your cores to be better equipped. I just don't see any straightforward solutions outside of the Macropyre Ags. And again, like level 25 on Lorinov.
There's still a bit of a group up here from Heroic. They are trying to find a way into this high ground. Skadi built up on Savage, but he hasn't left himself buyback gold. The Kingslayer has no buyback.
Radiant are scanning.
They have smoked up. They are looking for a fight here, Aurora. You do hit the level 20 spike on Lorinov to boot. The Vialam are going to slowly think about showing himself in the mid lane, and does. So they do see the Unlord. They'll make the jump in immediately, trying to burst him down. He's a tanky boy, but he does die. A nice pick off here for Aurora. I mean, they commit quite a bit for it, but they do get it.
That they do. That is 3 ultimates down. Only the kisses left for Aurora in terms of trying to get something done there. Heroic probably not going to look to play too aggressive with Aegis down.
Oh, yeah, as you say that, John, Kingslayer's already in. K1's manning up here. Kingslayer trying to do the exact same, but the Dream Coil's going to lock him down. He's dead.
No buyback.
Yeah, that was the issue. He just bought Scott.
Yeah.
You killed the vibe, but like he wasn't really the big problem anyway.
No.
And he bought back straight after he saw the death of Kingslayer. He's just like, yeah, okay, he's dead. Or rather, he's dying. Let me buy back and get in there.
Pretty much. Like, again, it was a big kill that cost them 3 ultimates. They only had kisses. To have that confidence to farm that far forward. And Kingslayer, that's going to cost them a fair bit. Mind you, again, high ground without Aegis can be a little bit risky, but what do you have to be scared of here for Hector? Not much.
Jump in from Analog, just chipping away at Ollie. K1 will just stand outside of that tier 3 tower range and just get into the hits. Takes down the tier 3 tower. Onto the top racks they'll go. Meanwhile, Lorinov trying to go into the puck. They actually found Analog to jump in. This time going to be punished here as Analog. They're taking some pod chops, but he was caught by the Gleipnir of Lorinov. KJ also caught out on the spin. Will try to run away from jabs, but is probably set to die. Or even a tier 4 token's been left behind. KJ can't get it. He says, no, I'm TPing away. Whose tier 4 token is that? I think it must be Heroics.
Yeah, it's theirs. Hector's Courier gets it done. Rushes it right in. Does manage to pick it up and save the day. The Vialam is Courier not too far behind. Very good punishment on Analog going so far forward. Does overextend past the tier trees, past the racks. Not respecting maybe the ice path and the timing of that. So, does buy some time here for Aurora. They only lose their range racks. They're only 4k behind. All of that gold is still on Hector. So you still have a massive issue in that TA. But you know, BKB is whittling down. Down to 7 seconds now for Hector. MKB is set to come out, though. I'm curious what he's going to be tossing for that. Probably just get rid of the boots with a full Swift Blink up. Roshan, a full 2 minutes away. So there's time for Heroic to set up, maybe hit this Ags timing and divide Llama onto the next Rosh. With a Pit of Malice on the Fiend's Gate, can cause a couple of issues again in the middle of these team fights. Oh, Heroic, do you have to be a little bit cautious? The confidence is very well founded, but Aurora still has some play on hand if you do get completely isolated from the rest of the team there.
They are waiting for this Roshan here, Aurora. It's sadly still a minute and a half away, so they are going to have to wait around the area. And Heroic immediately going for a 5-man smoke through the mid lane. Lines being drawn towards the bottom side of the map, so they'd rather prep for the Roshan entry onto the Radiant side. And it seems like Aurora will have to do the exact same thing. Start to reposition themselves towards the bottom right corner. K1's going to show himself down at this bottom lane. Farms the creep wave, but it is bait. Heroic, they are ready to go whenever. Schofield's already broken his smoke here on Jabs, but he's lacking the vision as Jabs now going to jump him himself with the Rolling Thunder. We'll find Schofield on the task, but the snowball is going to be this. Schofield going to make it very hard to catch him. Now the Wukong's command being committed here by Savage. They do at least catch the Tusk. Coil committed to Boon. The Tusk is still alive. Schofield finally will go down. That is one. But that's your Wukong's committed. Roshan's up in about 45 seconds. So there is going to be a decent window where you won't have that available for the next fight. In fact, even Kisses are down.
Yeah, and you don't even manage to bait out the BKBs on the side of Heroic. Hector just manages to blink away, no BKB popped on him, so he's secure for the next fight. The Ags timing for Divide Llama is still lining up here. They are keeping that position close by the Roche pit. At the least, they still have Macropyre to play with as well. See how well they can work this advantage, the numbers advantage at least for Aurora.
Roshan 3 seconds away. Lorinov, he's going to show up. Yeah, a few hits off, but nothing too much for Analog to deal with. He's got like a billion ways of kind of blocking off damage here with his draft. Roshan now officially getting started by K1. It's very hard to get into the Roshan pit when you've got all these traps around giving vision here for Heroic. Aurora, they're going to move in. Jabs, he'll be the one to try to move in on his own, who he has been silenced up immediately, and he might go down before the Rolling Thunder even comes out. Jabs trying to run. Glimmer Cape will buy him a little bit of time to get the ulti off. K1 could not quite finish him, but the Rolling Thunder, it's only going to be used to escape. As Roshan will once again be started by Heroic. Aurora have not backed off though. They want to fight. They can't afford to let this one go. Kingsley, he's in with the Boundless Strike. They found K1 on the TA. The TA is still alive. K1 now being forced out of the Roshan pit. Kingslayer trying to get the Roshan done in time. Can he get it? Divide, he's in as well. The Aegis, it will go to Kingslayer. The Monkey King will be able to pick it up. Heroic will continue the fight. Oli will buy back. TPing towards the outpost as K1 trying to rush forward. Oli TPing in, might just die immediately. K1 looking for the dieback, but the Ice Path, it'll lock him down. Here comes Lorinov with the little shredder, bursting down K1, though he's still not getting, but eventually they will get him. They have got him. Almost a full team wipe here for Aurora. It's only Analog to survive. We shall see if they can make anything happen with this.
There are a lot of things that happened in that last fight that just all worked in the favor of Aurora. The initial jump in from Jabs forced out the BKB very early on from Hector, so the re-engage coming in from Kingslayer was very free. He did not have to worry about this TA trying to make a turnaround, and it just simplified everything. Early on, all of these traps coming out from Q, from the stolen traps of Hector, also gave a lot of vision out. And again, it's that early BKB usage from Hector that just made this hellish. Like, they managed to kite out without the BKB to worry about. Kingslayer is just very confident to play forward, having his own BKB coming off cooldown, which is why Aurora were holding that position anyhow. And this time, the layering of events for Heroic just didn't pan out. Heck, even the courier of Hector dying in the middle of that fight with the full MKB meant even if he did have his own BKB, whether or not his damage would come in consistently enough in the middle of that fight remains to be questioned. High ground just gets ripped to shreds with a little shredder here from Lorinov. Have the banner as well to keep the creeps alive. They do manage to even out map control, 1 racks up on each side. And Aurora You managed to bounce back in. A very specific set of events happening there. But Hector getting a little bit jumpy with a BKB. Does get isolated away. And again, it's all about Hector. That's Heroic's plan. If he manages to have a great run, uncontested in the middle of the fight, it feels amazing. If he doesn't have that layer of protection, he can still be isolated and burst down. It's still a TA in that sense.
It absolutely is. It's Heroic now losing a Rax. Net worth swinging back the other way. You're going to be feeling a little bit silly here if you are Heroic, kind of giving the game back the other way. But Aurora, of course, playing fantastic here, trying to force a comeback in this game one. Looks like Aurora. Ooh, Analog. Could be in a spot of danger. He's going to try and jaunt away, force the Dream Call to ensure that Kingslayer could not keep up. He'd be able to get out, but Heroic now feeling like they're on the back foot, not really interested in any kind of fight. Of course, it is Aurora wanting to really get that fight going with the Aegis still up on Kingslayer for another 2 minutes. I wonder if Aurora feel like they can force high ground out of this.
I feel like they still can. But again, the key thing for them to kind of take these fights is try to force out, kind of fake out Hector somehow. Get the BKB pop preemptively. Isolate the TA once that fades away. And kind of go from there. Try to ignore everything else. Don't fall for these softer targets. Don't go all in on just Divide Llama or Schofield or KJ. It has to be the TA or maybe even Analog. It's not a bad target to start on either. Try to go around with smoke. I mean, they still have some eyes here on Hector. They have a rough idea where this is.
Beastcoast is down. They're going to try and move in. Kingslayer already moving in with the Wukong's command. Has found Divide Llama. Divide, he's right in the middle of that ring. There is no escape here from the Underlord. That'll be the only one they lose so far. But it could be worse because Q's got Fiend's Gate now. So they give a very interesting spell away, and he's got the axe as well. Okay, so he's got the Pit of Malice and the Fiend's Gate. That could be very problematic for Analog. If he gets caught, even K1, they're showing down on the creep wave bottom lane. Now you've got to be very wary.
Oh. Huh. He doesn't get the Pit of Malice.
Mid lane, K1. BKB off inside, but Kingslayer still chasing him down. Would desperately love a kill here, but could not find it. Kiss is flying in, but they are out of range, sadly. Close call. Yeah, I did notice that he didn't get the Pit of Malice, even though he does have the Axa.
Kind of sad. Oh, kickback.
Nice kickback. Kingslayer, no, he can just get right back the other way. The shard with the Boundless Strike will allow Kingslayer a nice way out. Kingslayer, understanding that was about to happen, does get out nice and easy as they're onto the mid-racks now. Q, he'll still Pit of Malice instead, so just screw the Fiend's Gate. That's not going to work.
Oh.
Onto the TA, they'll go. They've got K1. K1! K1 is gone. Buyback immediately. So will Schofield. Kingslayer still left behind, gets another Wukong's command off, but now moving back in, does take down KJ, but the kickback, if they do force Kingslayer out of the Wukong's command, KJ trying to get some damage off here along with Analog. Kingslayer dropping very, very low, should go down and does. They have got the +1 Monkey King. They'll move on to more now. A beautiful shard tip from Schofield. He'll catch out the Pango, they'll catch out the Rubik. Still, they are continuing to fight here. Q trying to survive a little bit longer. But he is going to die to the Walrus Punch of Schofield, buying a little bit more time for Jabs to try and escape, but Jabs will also drop. So a massive kind of turnaround fight here from Heroic. They do still lose a range Rax and a T3 tower, but it's not really the worst case scenario.
No, not quite. It does cost them 3 buybacks inside of Heroic. The awkward thing is, Roshan is still a ways off. They're not going to be able to find a straightforward way of covering that. Macropire drop early as well to clear out the creep wave from Ollie, very heads up to prevent any sort of contention on the high ground. Buyback still available on Aurora if they really want to duel it out for this mid objective. There's still a banner out from Heroic Saito, but and no creeps, unfortunately. So backdoor will stay up. And all down to Ollie with that early Macropire. Does save the day. They get to pocket those buybacks, have the buyback advantage for a little bit longer. This is Really just unfortunate for Heroic. Again, with Aegis still relatively fresh, can't rush something like Roshan or set up for it. They have to try for objectives off the back of very big buybacks being committed. It's just, again, I think Ollie blocks it off. Respawns aren't too far off. They'll find at least bot for their trouble.
They certainly will. Bottom racks to go down. Heroic, I'm sure we'll want more than that. The proper Dream Core here, but really only onto an illusion. So Lorenov baiting the Dream Call to be committed is now even K1 popping the BKB just to ensure himself the escape route. Heroic do not want to risk throwing this game back the other way again. They will successfully get out of it. One rack.
I'll have to say something here as well. Like Q a while ago with a Pit of Malice, we had a direct side-by-side comparison of that Arcane Accumulation up against Diviso and Pit of Malice. That AoE is kind of ridiculous. This bonus AoE is it's kind of wild. Now that was a very big Pit of Malice. That does not feel fair. It feels like, you know, you versus the guy they tell you not to worry about. Yeah. Rubik is that guy. Doesn't feel, well, I mean, you kind of have to deal with it. Love this pickup out from Aurora. Kingslayer goes for the Nullifier. So you will just be able to take off some of these barriers that could cause some issues and just prevent any of those saves from being Big Ting. The Big Ting is analog with Yules. Keeping that puck pinned down does simplify this for the side of Aurora. A longer Roche respawn, 1:40 until it's back up. Aurora again setting up, trying to find some spots to play in. Mind you, we've already reached the spike of Lorenov, level 25, 100% of his Little Shredder attack. His attack damage is put into Little Shredder now. With the Daedalus, he does hit like a truck. Same thing goes for Heroic. You do have that Ag's Blessing up on Analog, so the Dream Coil can get some work in with a Parasma up on top. Again, a big thing for Heroic, you have to protect Hector as much as possible. This TA cannot fall. If it does, you expended your buyback, you're going to lose a lot of your output. They need to fight over this Roche. Aurora are set up nicely, but a long smoke flank here from Heroic could throw them off guard.
Run down towards the south. Heroic looking to shift towards the right side. A lot of traps placed here by Q, and I appreciate the emphasis Q have placed on just stealing these traps away from K1, just for the vision game that it does provide, as well as the silence. Jabs being caught, does not get the Rolling Thunder off yet. The Dream Coil will lock him down, but the silence makes it very hard as now they kick him away. Jabs might die before the fight even really starts, and he does. He is down, but he'll commit a buyback immediately. Looking to get back into the team fight. They've got to fight for this Roshan. Heroic, they will escape as soon as they see the buyback from Jabs, of course. Roshan, it is going to be up in 10 seconds. So time to reset. They'll get another 5-man smoke going, and it's going to be back towards the Roshan pit for Heroic. They cannot allow this to go. So many traps, though. It really does make it hard to get a surprise reveal off. Roshan now officially started by Kingslayer and Lorenov. They are both in the pit. Rory's going to be out. Shards will give a bit of vision. They found Analog, though. Analog! He's already gone, but he'll commit a buyback. He's back into the fight already, though. Jab's looking to lock him down, but does barely miss out. Meanwhile, Divine Lama with the Fiend's Gate has been caught out. He is down. Roshan's still going. He'll buy back here on Divine. Meanwhile, Jabs has been caught on the Pangoli, though he's a bit of a tanky target. They'll still lock him down. K1 trying to finish off the kill, can't quite do it. Jabs, he'll be able to get away as it's back towards Roshan. Aurora. Roshan's still 1/3 of the HP away from dying. Heroic, they aren't backing off though. They cannot allow this to go for free. But they have retreated. They've given up on the Roshan attempt. Too many buybacks being committed and sadly nothing coming out for Heroic.
No, they do have to go back and repair Aurora. Top lane just getting shoved heavily in. They will have to take their time in trying to get some map control back their way. But really heads up from Kingslayer. Buys out the refresh, refreshes up for the Wukongs for the BKB before going into the Roshan. Allows him that aggressive play forward with his own protection covered. Rather interesting. Hector he does have his BKB back in front. Was kind of swapping around for a moment. Does not have enough item slots to sustain now on TA. That's going to be a persistent issue. Has to pop BKB, get the burst damage in afterwards, but there's a 6-second delay. It can be a little bit rough going back and forth from backpack into the active item slots here for Hector to kind of balance out his reach. Aurora, they are still 2 Raxes behind. Well, no, they did even out mid, so it is very equal in terms of map control at least. But, again, they've got the coverage for the buyback on Jabs. They've got the refresh on Kingslayer ticking back down. So double Wukong, double BKB will be a very big possibility in the next fights. All it takes, it feels like, is just one engagement on either high ground for this game to go topsy-turvy for either side. Or definitely, again, in the driver's seat of the most recent set of events. Heck, they've got a Roche banner if they do want to force this high ground with a creep wave at some point. That will make it a little bit easier to go through that back door.
Dota plus 68% win probability here for Aurora so far, apparently. A very back and forth game, of course, between these two sides. We're approaching that hour mark here between these two teams. Closer and closer. Fiend's Gate, who are they caught? It is going to be Savage, but no, they do not. Savage is fine. They're still trying to get that tree chop going, I do believe, but it is kind of the thing. Like, if you can chop the tree, your whole team can just go through the Fiend's Gate and just try to burst him down. I think is the idea. Is now Lorenov has a Divine Rapier.
Whew.
My goodness.
He's done. He doesn't want this game to go any longer. The output on the Snapfire with that little Shredder. With the Daedalus. Oh. It's going to be a little bit dangerous for Heroic to try to contest that. Even with the Atrophy. Mind you, the Vailama does have a Blade Mail. So it could also go backwards for Lorenov if he's not too careful. We'll have to watch.
Schofield trying to go for a D-Ward. Has been caught. And he is down. Though he does have buyback. Let's give shards over to Q, which could be a little bit awkward, but at least does have buyback ready to go to try and re-engage into the fight if necessary for this defense. It's so hard that the top lane has been forced in again. Like, Kingslayer does have to go back and address that, so it's going to be a little bit of time before they start the high ground push.
And it is. It doesn't take too long for him to go across the map, though, and he does have an amp damage rune if he does cross the rune spot in the river. Has a lot to play with. Another Blade Mail out from KJ. Again, this could be very spooky for Lorenov. He's not too careful, and if they're on point, if they've got a window to pop these Blade Mails in the middle of the fight, that Divine Rapier could just disappear. I'll have to see if they can get the timing here on Heroic when that little Shredder's up, if they're not chain stunned.
Oh, big balance strike. Savage trying to move in. Almost finding a couple, but nobody down yet. Still the Ice Path locking down Analog. He's copying a fair bit of damage here from the Wukong's command, but he will be able to blink out. So Savage has the Refresher Orb available, so can always refresh and go again. And he will indeed. Another BKB up as well. Trying to catch K1, but narrowly missing out on the TA. Heroic, they're going to be so wary of Lorenov as well. Like, with that Divine Rapier up, he can really get through your team so quickly if you get the right angle. In they go. Jab's going to try a big boundless strike out from Savage, setting up onto Analog. Schofield, he does die back on the Tusk. That's one down onto the Vailama. They'll try for K1 to boot, though K1, he gets the BKB in time. So Jabs, looking to escape, does make his way out of it. So does Savage. Tier 3 tower, about to drop in dust. But that's about it. They still have the Aegis for 13 seconds, but that's 13 seconds too short.
They still have this banner, so there's constant pressure onto those racks. We'll go for it.
The thing is, with the little shredder, with that bonus attack range you get, it's kind of hard not to get the racks. Now Jabs moving in, has found K1. TA locked down for a little bit, but can they get the damage output off in time? K1 locked between a rock and a hard place. The shards making it impossible to get away. K1 is down, but the buyback is out. In we go again here. Heroic, still trying. So desperate to protect that final lane of barracks. Ollie being stunned up by the Dream Coil for a moment. Aurora trying to move on to the puck. Meanwhile, the Vailama does go down on the Underlord, so he cannot buy back. Ollie will commit his own buyback on the Jakiro. Meanwhile, KJ caught outside the base. He's going to go down. Buyback committed from the Sven. The top racks is still standing. They have not picked it off yet. It's 3v5 though. They're relying on Lorinov to try and get rid of this this top Rax, but they don't feel comfortable committing for the high ground here. Even 5 versus 3, they're gonna back out of it.
Lord.
This seems kind of, this is a bit too much, I think.
Yeah, no, I'm certainly on the same wavelength here, Mike. You've got the full Divine now as well for Hector himself. But his burst play again is true to roof. It's just that he doesn't have the item slots. Gonna have to try to juggle around with BKB usage and Daedalus. Steve Lorinov can try to sneak this away, but not gonna fully commit. And a lot of risk right now for Aurora. And with them waiting out, you've got Schofield back in the game. You've got to worry about the Walrus kick and the punch interrupting you in the middle of all of this. We saw that heads-up awareness from Lorinov. Of course, the moment he saw Blade Mails turn on, just starts to walk away. As that is the pretty much the big counterplay you have here on Heroic. It will just Wukongs to clear out the racks. Oh, kick back.
Nice kick back. He's found K. He's found Savage rather for Kingslayer almost down. Scepter will save him for now, but for how long? They get another Wind Waker away here. Kingslayer trying to get up, but Analog jumping right in, and they've got him. The Monkey King is down. He does have buyback available, and they have picked off the Megas. So all Raxes are down. Jabs still being chased here by Schofield. Does get caught by a Dream Call of Analog, but he will Wind Waker away, so the kickback will catch him. So Pango will drop. Gem on the deck. And Aurora, I mean, they'll get away with the Mega Creeps. That is the one big positive of all this. But there is an opening now for Heroic to try and move in with a Divine Rapier on K1. They're gonna try for something. Keep in mind, we are at the hour mark, so tier 5 items are online now.
Yeah. Oh, you have some nice ones for Lorinov. Force boots up. Can easily reposition in and out of these fights. Gonna make it a lot easier for him to bail out if things go southbound here for Aurora. Heroic do have a lot of room as well to start to find these tier 5s. You see a good saving tool with a Book of Shadow Seer Stone for Q. How is that fair? How is that fair?
Massive cast range here for Q. Good bit of fun. They are trying for that tier 3 mid tower, like maybe force a buyback out from Kingslayer or Jabs.
Look at range. That's Stormhammer. Why?
It's pretty ridiculous. Why not, John? I mean, it is a crazy amount of range for Q. Spins get dropped here on the Rubik.
Stormhammer, look at that.
You can literally Stormhammer from the tier 4s.
What is this?
That is insanity.
What is? That is just
they go,
not
K1.
right. Oh, Hector!
K1's been caught. He'll get the BKB off in time. K1, he'll force stuff away. Meanwhile, Kingslayer going for the fight against Schofield. The Schofield will snowball up and should be alright for now, but not for long. Schofield will drop. No buyback available on him. Meanwhile, Devi also caught out. Q will catch him, and that'll be Devi down now. Though he does have buyback.
He does. Tier 4s are under siege. Someone has to fix this. Hector will get it done. He does bail out. He did mention bailout earlier, but if he was caught out there, the Divine going, no buyback, still on cooldown for 3 minutes. A very rough situation right now for Heroic. Aurora, they smell that blood in the water. They can clear this out. They just have to play it smart. They have to try to dance around Hector somehow. But if they can, the path onto the Ancient doesn't look too complicated now. Apex up for Kingslayer as well. There's a lot more output on this Monkey King. See if the smoke can do it for them.
Lorinov going to move in slowly. That little shredder. It's just the threat of the Stormhammer, man. It's just so scary.
It's
with this
so
slow
calm.
projectile just coming at you from a mile away. You're playing like some kind of old school retro game almost, just avoiding the Stormhammer every single time. It's like asteroids here against Q. Oh, he got Dream Coil. Alright, apparently he just stole Dream Coil on top, so that's going to be nice. Tier 4 towers are gone now. Analog in danger. Will barely be able to get away for now. However, K1 gets caught by Macro Volley.
No.
He's in a lot of danger. The stuns are out. Q from a mile away, locking him down. K1 though still barely able to get away for now. The Jabs making it very hard for the TA to get anything done. Meanwhile, Kingslayer, he dropped fairly low on the Monkey King. He's been stunned up. Can they kill off the King? It seems like they can. But Schofield is down a boot. No buyback. Divine Llama also down. Lorinov with an ultra kill with the Divine Rapier. On the deck now. K1 still fighting. Analog picks up the Divine. The K1's down now. It's Analog versus the world.
They call it.
Called. What a messy game one between these two teams. But Aurora, they do pull off the victory here for game number 1. And for Heroic, I mean, it was an absolute slugfest. 64 minutes between these sides, and I wonder, I mean, how are you going to be feeling after this one, John? Like, losing a game after 64 minutes, it's never good. It's never a good feeling.
I think Heroic are going to be looking at their early game for sure. I don't think you plan to kind of lose out every lane, play a passive game, and rely on Hector for a mid-game tempo. It does feel like they need to find ways to just win lane, especially... I think the mid lane for Analog was just a little bit unfortunate. Having to play into the Snapfire is certainly not the best of things for Puck. You know, Puck doesn't necessarily win that lane. We saw Lorinov pull off quite a fair bit ahead, and all of that emphasis again onto the mid just slowed down all of the lanes except for Hector's. I think the one big thing for Aurora, again, it was also a little bit messy from them. A couple of moments where it felt like you farm a little bit too far forward on the Kingslayer. He gets slain, and they get punished. I think the key thing was, in this game, the people who really stepped up to the plate were, I want to say Jabs. Again, his early activity onto the mid, his build for that Spirit Vessel to take that early aggression, helped that early tempo for Aurora, and then his smart usage of Rolling Thunder, along with Q's traps in that bot Roche fight, baiting out the first BKB usage of Hector, not having any backup, that's when it started to turn back towards Aurora after a slower early mid-late game, right? Like, they managed to reel it back off of that information, off of just baiting out the Aegis. We saw them struggle with Roshans, especially up top, a couple of times in a row. And then they just managed to get it rolling from that one small window given to them by Heroic. It's a really rough one for Heroic as the game scaled on. It just kind of boiled down to either you cut trees with a pit of malice from the gate, or you get this really big kick back from Schofield, which he was finding. It's just that at that point in the game, you had a lot of durability and you had 2 cores you had to take care of. You had to be very concerned with the Snapfire and the Monkey King, and you could only really reposition one of those heroes before dying there for the toss.
Yeah, it's certainly a very stressful game here for Schofield, and I'm sure the rest of Heroic just trying their absolute best to force this comeback, and they almost got it as well. Like, this game was very, very back and forth between Aurora and Heroic, but just not quite. We are seeing the final moments where Lorinov does secure an ultra kill for the side of Aurora. Well, props to Aurora, John. Game 1 does go their way. That puts them in a very good kind of stead to try and force a 2-0 victory, which is something they're desperately looking for to really help their standings at the Riyadh Masters. Don't forget, this is Group H. They are in the group of death, so you really want to try and force your way up the ranks while you still can. Well, this win over Heroic will do them a lot of favors, I'm sure. Now, at the bare minimum, they do get a draw against Heroic. And for the best, I suppose just getting the 2-0 is what they'll be looking for anyway. I wonder what Heroic will do to change things up, though. I mean, this is a side that I think is fantastic, Jonathan. And obviously, you saw the brilliance of this team. They were very, very close to making that Game 1 go their way. I can only imagine what they intend to change up, but we'll talk about that later as we are going to head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Heroic and Aurora. We'll see you soon.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back at the Esports World Cup and, of course, the Riyadh Masters here for Aurora versus Heroic. Jonathan, what a game one we saw. 64 minutes it ended up lasting. Heroic trying their absolute best to make the comeback happen, but Aurora, they did have their number for game one. What would you like to see Heroic change up here in this this game two, Jonathan, to see themselves with a draw here to end the day off?
I feel like we need to see Heroic come out with a maybe stronger lanes. It felt like, you know, when you go for the Sven support, it's not as aggressive, especially when you pair it up with a TA. Sure, there's no offense coming out there from the side of Aurora, but you're also not looking to kind of try to slow down jabs. I think the greatest success we've seen for teams up against Aurora is actually slowing jabs down completely, along with Lorinov. It feels like those are the two key players for Aurora to hit some mid-game tempo, whereas Savage, you know, he's a classic parry player like Hector, but maybe a little bit more active. Credits to Kingslayer in the last game. He did take some early activity, play around with the Simeon Stride, but I think that's just the nature of how the Monkey King can be played, just because of his facet. I think, again, Heroic will have to look at mid, have to look at their safe, try to look at ways of winning out those lanes a little bit harder, or at the very least trying to suppress Lorinov and jabs a little bit harder if they want to get that draw. For Aurora, they had all the right ideas in the last game. You know, maybe they were forced to not pick Jar, maybe it was never a consideration at all, but I would like them to take the same direction. Go with maybe higher tempo heroes. You had a lot of play early on from jabs. He went for, you know, not an aura buildup on the Pangolier. He went for an early urn into Spirit Vessel. He wanted to join his team in fights. He wanted to do that damage. He wanted to front line. So that's kind of what we need to see from Aurora again going into this game 2 as well.
Well, thankfully, Jonathan, it does appear Game 2 is actually just beginning, so we'll get to find out exactly what the drafts are going to look like for both these sides. I agree, by the way. I did, like, you know, although it was Heroic actually banning out the Gyrocopter themselves, I kind of appreciated it on one side of things. I was like, well, hold on a minute. No Gyrocopter probably means a good game for Aurora for once, which is very, very nice to see. See if Heroic actually ban it out again. I mean, it is understandable to respect ban out the Gyro, knowing how much Savage does appreciate playing the hero, but I mean, it was quite nice not having to see it, I must admit.
Certainly is, Mikey. I mean, you and I have been railing on the Gyrocopter picks for a long time. I feel like it's been years. You know, it's not. I mean, even when it was good, it's always like, yeah, you know, it's whatever, kind of almost. Still, we'll see, as you mentioned, if Heroic will ban it. So far in the initial bans, Enigma being taken care of by Aurora first, Heroic taking care of the Beastmaster. There goes the Hoodwink gone now as well. Just been such a strong hero. Considering it doesn't show anything, it doesn't reveal much when you first pick Hoodwink. It crushes lanes. So again, just removing these tools from Heroic. Heroic, for their part, again with the SF ban. Just targeting some tempo heroes that can be on mid or safe here for Savage and Lorinov, although I do believe that leans heavily towards Lorinov on the mid. Maybe for Heroic, a Brewmaster last ban for them before going to their first pick. It feels like the most straightforward ban, as they will take care of the Darkseer on Aurora, leaving a lot of the Hector heroes in. But again, taking care of the big meta heroes. Maybe a Phoenix ban at this point to kind of tidy it up for Aurora if they so wish.
We shall see. Phoenix has felt relatively strong as of late, so I wouldn't quite blame them for getting rid of this hero. We shall see if that's what they want to do, Aurora. We'll have a think about this final ban out. It's always the final ban that's the hardest. I was gonna say, while we are on the topic of Phoenix, I've got to say that that innate like evasion or the mischance you give to the enemy heroes with Hotspot, not Hotspot, but the other one, the Dying Light. It's pretty annoying. Like, just all the damage you can deal, and this mischance as well on top, just making it so you can't even deal with the egg. It's very annoying to deal with.
That it is. Phoenix is just so strong in either facet. It's such a nuisance of a hero. Still, Heroic do get their own nuisance hero out. The Snapfire does make its appearance once more, this time for Heroic's end. So they do trade that away. This could be our analog mid. This could just be a support coming out for Schofield. Either way kind of works out fine. If it is mid, I think Aurora will have to get ready. You know, you don't want to get crushed in that lane. You want to have some presence coming out here. So we'll see if that is something that they can kind of find an answer for Lorinov to contend with. Are taking their time in this first pick. Again, Snapfire first pick just doesn't show you much. There's a lot of flex on hand. We'll go with a Clockwork pickup on Aurora. So that should just be probably our Ollie pickup, if not maybe Q. I can see him getting some activity out in Clockwork as well. Again, not revealing too much. Does have a stable way of stopping the kisses from quite afar if you save your hook shot there. So you have some opportunities to just cancel off the early damage coming out from Heroic at the very least in these team fights.
Oh, you certainly do. More bans to come though, John. Heroic back into the reserve time, having a think about what bans they want to see. But I guess, you know, we don't have to see the Phoenix ban considering you've already got a Snapfire on your side of things, so chances are Aurora won't bother with it. Heroic, they will ban out the Brewmaster, so focus is back onto jabs. Of course, you've already gotten rid of the Beastmaster, which is the big hero that you really don't want to have to play up against. See if they end up, say, respect banning out the Pangolier, because the Pango did have some great impact last game from good old jabs. And it seems to always be picked up, so it might be worth the ban.
That it might be. It does still do quite a fair bit of work. Again, Jabs went for a more aggressive build up there. A little bit more up-tempo with a Spirit Vessel. You can still go back for Ores as well if the game needs it, so it's highly flexible in that sense. You could opt for even just a Pango for Lornoff into the Snapfire lane. Could work. I think that's a playable enough lane. Doesn't feel like you win over the Snap, but shouldn't get completely crushed if you play your cards right. We'll see if that's something Heroic will take care of, and they will. Good call, Mikey. Well done. Bravo.
Wasn't exactly a very complicated one. Aurora
Good on
also
you.
focused on. Thank you, John. Aurora also focused on some offlane banouts. It seems Darkseid, Enigma, and Doom all removed. Are we ever going to see the day where offlane's hard again? I wonder. I mean, probably not. Let's be honest.
I just want it solo. I want tri-lanes back. I want to play Undying solo into a tri-lane, you know? Those were the fun days. You'd spam your decay, you get Tombstone, and they think, oh, 3 versus 1, and just murder them. Timbersaw as well. Although it's a little bit trickier with the Timbersaw, but always fun. I know we'll ever get that back, Mikey.
Probably not. These players are too smart these days anyway, John. It probably just wouldn't work. You know? Aurora's still thinking about this final ban out. Not exactly sure what all the... What is it, John?
There's a cheeky Timbersaw that's left in the pool, I suppose, for Devi. We'll take care of a Hector special instead. It'll take care of that Faces Void, which is rather interesting. You know, I'm trying to think, have we ever seen a Faces Void pro game with Time Zone? We haven't yet, right?
Not you
it
and
has
I.
some potential. It has some potential. It's not amazing, mind you. You do feel like you need teamfight control into that, but from offlane and mid, like mid Faces Void and offlane Faces Void, it does make some sense. Support as well, although that kind of died when they nerfed Time Dilation again. So,
Still thinking about this second pickup now, Aurora. It's going to be the Primal Beast to come out from their end of things. It's another nice way of cancelling off those Snapfire kisses as well. So a good way of kind of just breaking variety and closing the gap with that onslaught. So you have two ways now of dealing with the Snapfire if need be. Of course, Primal Beast has been still very, very strong, just hasn't been changed too much in a way that makes it bad. Heroic do have the opportunity to go for something like a Rubik support, John, if they so wish. Rubik against Primal Beast generally very nice, because you can distill the Pulverize and be very annoying with it, but instead they are going to prioritize the Ember Spirit pick.
Interesting. Some mind games going on. I was expecting maybe... Alright, if they're expecting Snapfire mid, Primal Beast into that, theoretically actually isn't that bad. If you go for your value point in Uproar, you'll always have some bonus armor up against a little Shredder. You can kind of gap close. You don't care about the slow coming out from the flak from the shotgun. So you just charge in, you get trample on, you still win out. This time into the Ember, now you can flex your Primal Beast onto the off lane perhaps, although Clockwork Primal Beast might not be the most comfy lane. Do like that Heroic do manage to snag away the Jakiro. We're seeing some great work out from Ollie. Again, you've got the Snapfire Jakiro combination, although it is looking like we are getting both of those in supports now instead of support in mid. There is a lot of good magical damage coming in, a decent amount of control. You've got some play potential with the Ember as well, with his chains. Nice way to follow through from an ice pad. So you do have some solid options. Aurora straight into the Morphling. This should be our Kingslayer hero. I'm not expecting any shenanigans for Q, but I suppose there is always a very minute chance we get a support Morphling here. There are some good forms, but it does feel better for core Morphling. You know, turning into Snapfire, turning into the Ember, even the Jakiro. It's not too bad just for the spells on the Morphling. So it is looking like a pretty smooth game here for core Morph. You don't have any direct counters in terms of slowing down HP gain, and they keep that flexibility open with a Weaver pickup. So this Morphling could end up being support, could be pause 1, Weaver could be flexed in the same positions as well. I'm liking this, or keeping it very interesting.
I err towards the side of pos 1 Weaver now, because we did see the Void ban earlier, which Void is arguably one of the best carries against position 1 Weaver, so I could see a world where they actually give Q the Morphling. It feels so weird to say that though, knowing how much Savage, like how much Morphling Savage has played, you know, knowing how great he is at this hero, but considering the Void ban we saw from Aurora, there is a high chance I think we could actually see the pos 1 Weaver and support more.
I don't mind that. You end up with a Weaver Clockwork lane for Ollie and Kingslayer. That is a fairly stable lane. Lots of rundown potential there with the cogs. A Morphling support for Q. I don't think that's actually that bad for Q. Again, he used to be a core player way back in the day, and him and Savage probably talk a lot. He has a very good source in how to play Morphling, although on support it's a very different beast anyhow. You have really good forms to turn into as a support Morphling. Maybe not so much the Ember, although chain spam is going to be great. But Jakiro Snapfire on lower cooldown spells is going to be massive. Love the solution from Heroic. This is one thing we see into the Weaver multiple times. CK into Weaver. So you don't have the best illusion player coming out from Aurora. Arguably the Primal Beast could be a good source, especially as the Ags comes in. But not really a direct solution to the CK overall. So it does feel like you're going to be getting a lot of value here for Heroic. For Hector, this is something we've seen him play throughout the years as well. It's a very great effect. And we've seen a lot of CK, of course, down in the regional qualifiers. Not as much in these groups and the play-ins, but certainly has been popping up here and there. I like that answer. I think your lane with Jakiro CK is devastatingly strong in the first 2 levels. Really spikes up once you hit 3 and 4 on the CK. So there's a lot of aggression that can come out here from Heroic. I'm keen on seeing which way Aurora will take this flex. Like, considering it's a CK core, does that matchup change with a Morphling core? Not really. I think the Weaver actually deals with that a little bit better with its Shard.
We'll see the Slider ban out here from Aurora. A Troll Warlord ban out from Heroic. It's a very interesting Troll ban as well. Like, where would they even put the Troll?
I think they're expecting maybe a Jabs Morphling here. Or a mid Morphling for Lorinov. Still on flow, I think, is the way you run it from mid. Or at least from a couple of times I've seen it. I saw it in some stat page in one of the games. I did see a mid flow Morphling. So there's a potential for Lorinov to just take it. Then you run Jabs on Primal Beast. You run Weaver Clockwork supports. And you last pick a 23 here. That's some very deep flex. Matchup for Morphling in that case, I don't think it's that bad for Ember at all. It's a very manageable lane for an Ember Spirit, although Morphling can play into it. As long as he rides through level 1, maybe level 2 a little bit more.
Well, the ban at the spin here, Heroic. Final pickup to come. They are still lacking an offlane of their own here, Heroic. Something for Divine Llama. Oh! Maybe not for Divine Llama. They'll pick up a Rubik here. I don't know what's going where. I mean, this could be even a... Is this like an Ember offlane? I think mid-snap Ember offlane, maybe.
I don't see the value in the Ember off in as much as I see the value in the snap off. I can see why Snapfire crushes mid harder than the Ember does. I just don't know what you achieve as the Ember in the side lane in terms of slowing down the enemy carry. Can be annoying. Maybe you go for
chains
a
are
chain
broken
gang.
as hell.
Yeah.
The chains are like really broken.
Just don't know if it's sustainable. I think I'd still prefer Snapfire off. Like, you still find a farm anyway. The Ember needs the XP more. I think that's the one concern for Ember on the side lane. Like, the XP slowdown could be an issue.
All right, we'll find out very soon. There's only 10 seconds of reserve time left for Aurora to make this choice, and then we get to see exactly where everyone's going. Question still for Aurora as well. Where are these heroes laning? And there's an Ursa out. There's another carry here. So it is indeed probably going to be the Morphling offlane or mid. We shall see, as they are yet to pick it up. Divide does indeed take the offlane Snapfire. So there you go, John. It is mid-Ember. But now the question is it Morphling carry? No, it is. No, not Morphling carry, but rather Morphling mid it is.
Yeah.
So then offlane
is going for this. Should just be the offlane for jabs. Lorinov does go for Ebb, not Flow. So going for the more traditional Morphling style. I will say the Ursa is a decent enough solution to the CK once you get Battle Fury up. It can be a little bit awkward. Your damage ramp up is reliant on you staying alive. And CK does have very good burst potential there, but I guess with Enrage, you can kind of run around. There's some kiting potential here for Heroic that could be issues for Kingslayer early on until the BKB. So you're looking at some farm timings here for Aurora before you can be comfy on the one. A little bit of a slower game for Kingslayer in comparison to his Monkey King game 1. I do like the lane matchups you have on hand here for Heroic, though. Like, you've got a CK Jakiro lane, which can be plenty painful into jabs, and Q double melee into a Jakiro is going to be really annoying unless jabs can land that trample in. And, of course, a Snapfire into an Ursa lane is also not too bad. The little Shredder does so much damage. You're going to be in melee range for Kingslayer, so the Scatter Blast is always going to be effective as well. Again, probably just going for the standard 202 build into 4, but I can see a value point in Cookie providing some way of setting up a little bit more. You do have a Rubik, so maybe not necessary. A rather interesting draft, very different from game 1. Hard to say which way I'd fully lean into. I think Aurora are set up for maybe a longer game. Honestly, you have really strong scaling from the Morphling Ursa, but you can't underestimate the scaling of the CK, the Snapfire, and the Ember Spirit overall as well. So, hard to say from that. I think the lanes, both sides have some strong lanes to play with. It's just down to leveraging it early on. And again, that's where Heroic was a little bit slower in game number 1. It feels like they have course corrected in the draft. Their lanes do feel a lot better than it was in game 1. We just need to see them execute on that much earlier on here.
Oh, I can't wait to see how this one pans out. Game 2 now officially underway here between Aurora and Heroic. Both sides won that 2-0 victory. Aurora now in a position to secure a 2-0, but Heroic, of course, will try to force a draw for their own standings here. There's a big wraparound already from Aurora into that dire jungle with the smoke out from our Clock Primal. But there is also a smoke from Heroic, and they are hanging by that top side. What are Q and Jabs doing? They're very far north. They're going to hide in the tree line. So they're just hanging about in the forest here, Q and Jabs. Not spotted yet. They've got some very deep vision as well, so it seems like they do want to force a level 1 team fight. This is going to be without Kingslayer, but perhaps they feel as though they just don't need it. The Ursa, that is.
You can be cheeky. The chase down potential, if you level Trample 1 here,
Here we are.
which
Yeah,
you do.
they're in. They've got King Jungles. KJ's going to drop. First Blood. I mean, they're going to obviously try and give it to Jabs, and they will. Jabs will be able to pick it up. A nice First Blood secured already for Jabs on the Primal Beast. And he's going to go straight for the body block on the creep wave as well, just to make life even harder for the safe lane of Heroic. Of course, we are going to have a look at the mid lane first, though. Lorinov is going to be up against Analog on the Ember vs. Morphling matchup. You mentioned this already, but Ebb is the facet that Lorinov does go for. So what's the idea here? Like, he goes Ebb And then what? Like, what do you do with the mid morph?
You just play a standard morph. You scale from the mid. You expect the Ursa to have a bit of a fall off, and he's going to take maybe a little bit more time. You probably just go for typical phylactery, kind of try to nuke, maybe play a little bit more active here for Lorinoff. Laning phase-wise, it is a lot easier for Analog. You're already seeing the effect of that double impact and just running in, getting a lot of damage off onto Lorinoff already. Has to try to sustain through the first 2 levels. And that's where it's roughest for the Morphling. Then it can be a little bit more playable. Although even some of your counter damage would say Waveform or Adaptive Strike, and it's just kind of blocked off by the Flame Guard anyhow. So you really don't have as much play for the Morph, but you are very farm focused. As long as you're not dying, you're finding some CS, you're going to be happy, but this is going to be just pretty good advantage for Analog very early on here.
Oh, that it absolutely will be. Well, the side lanes, of course, up at top lane, KJ and K1, they're going to be up against Jabs and Q on the Clockwork Primal. This should be a pretty okay lane, I'd say, for K1. I can't see too much pressure being applied here onto the CK. Mind you, I could probably say the exact same thing for Aurora. I imagine Jabs will have a pretty decent time.
Yep. Should just be a very stable farming lane. Again, Hector and KJ do get a big spike once they hit level 3, maybe 4 to be safer, with 2 levels in the Chaos Strike for Hector if you can find it. There is some turn potential. Double melee into the Chikiro can also make it awkward for you to find that offense here on the side of Aurora. That is something to hold him back. We are still seeing, again, the struggles on mid here for Lorinoff. Constantly on low HP. It's just the nature of the matchup early on. Just does not feel great for the Morphling. We'll at least find a Water Rune while fully Agi morphed up. We'll be able to stay in. The one thing for Analog is mana management is important. Once he is out, there is play potential for Lorinoff to run forward as well and use his right clicks with no block for that. So there is some way of having some presence there. And Morph still at the last lane, although up top.
Lane. Yeah, they are trying onto K1. Immediate jump in here from Q and Jabs. Once they have the cogs up on Q, but not quite enough damage to quite finish off K1. Bottom lane, you do have Divine Alarm on that offlane Snapfire, along with Schofield against Kingslayer, and of course Ollie on the Pos 5 Weaver. A bit of a fight over the Healing Lotus, but Schofield does manage to take it for himself. There's no problems here for the Rubik. The farm of Kingslayer is actually a little bit on the slower end right now, so it seems like the laning stage has been going pretty well for Heroic down in this offlane, but no, it's not too far. Like, Kingslayer will be able to easily catch up.
He will be. And it's just a little bit harder to try to get aggressive on the Ursa. It's not a stun lane. You've got Weaver 5, so you can't really look for kills. It's a lot more about poking, prodding, trying to take the attention away from the Vi, away from Kingslayer, if you can. Every single time the little Shredder is up, Kingslayer just loses almost half of his HP. So it does cost you to play this a little bit more defensively. You're having a great old time on the Vi, though. Like, maybe not in terms of CS, but again, he is making a little bit awkward for Kingslayer. And Ollie just isn't really able to do much outside of just trade blows with Schofield. So your Weaver 5 can't try to Tsukuchi, do anything too crazy here. There's maybe room for a rotation out, but doesn't feel like you really have the levels to sustain that just yet. On Aurora's end, into maybe the 4th, and into the 6-minute rune perhaps, starts to feel a little bit better. This game state is still pretty favorable for Heroic. And your laning start for Hector is a lot better. As he hits 6, his farm pace will escalate once he has Phantasm up. He's got his level 3, so there's turn potential now for the CK as well. Though you already have 4 up on Jab, so he has the protection of the Uproar to keep that chase going. And for their credit, KG hasn't been really able to shove away these 2 melee heroes anyway. So you still have a lane to play with here for Aurora up top.
You absolutely do.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Cogs out again. KJ's been caught. KJ should be going down here to the trample of Jabs, and eventually they will get him. It's a nice little combination, the Clockwork and the Primal Beast. Not much you can do as the Jakiro if you do get caught in those cogs, and well, of course with the expanded armature, it's much easier to land the cogs onto the Jakiro. So, well, poor old KJ, just not much you can do to survive that kind of Kingslayer. How did he tie Chunk?
Just the lift back, Scatter Blast, little Shredder. Constant poking and prodding was there. They do manage to clean up Hector up top while he's alone. And that is a worthwhile trade-off. Jabs popping off on this Primal Beast very early on. Which again, we talked about in our post-game analysis and pre-game analysis, Jabs and Lorinov tend to be the tempo setters of Aurora. You can give Savage a rough laning start, but eventually these two guys will buy the space necessary for Kingslayer to have that room, to get that farm, to get his own timings up. You know, I'm sure you lose Kingslayer. Hector being killed is pretty big, more so on Jabs getting the level advantage, really widening up from the first blood, right? So he's almost about to hit 6. He'll have the threat with Pulverize to get some kills. They even get Rune Control out for Lorinov, finds himself a regen, which hurts Analog quite a fair bit. Every single time this Ember has no mana, Lorinov has been doing a good job of asserting his own lane pressure. In terms of net worth, Lorinov is actually taking a slight advantage at the moment. So the CS board is only a little bit better for Analog, but again, the level...
Kingslayer, he moved in, and he's going to die again. The Earth Shock was committed again right into Schofield, and he said thank you very much. The easiest lift of his life into the Scatter Blast of Divine Llama. So now Ollie trying to get away, will be just fine to do so, but... Oh, that's a secondary death for the Ursa. Kingslayer needing to be maybe a little bit more careful. His top lane K1 now in trouble. K1 going to be able to fight back because the TPs are incoming, but here comes Lorinov to try and help out. And they've got the CK once again. It's Lorinov now trying to back off. Gets held down by the chains of Analog and does drop. A pretty damn good trade here for the side of Heroic, I'd argue.
Radiant are scanning.
And it is. Lorinov just a little bit too far forward. That committal under the tower for Hector to try to compensate for that death on Kingslayer does cost him more. You lose this tempo you got with your Morphling. You get some very strong early activity out from Device showing up there as well. They've already got the 6 up on the Snapfire, so they can try to make a play. Just chains into kisses and wipe someone out. Kingslayer has to be a bit careful here.
I mean, the Ursa very susceptible at the moment prior to that level 6 mark. Jabs, bottom lane, trying to go onto Schofield, but the lift up is there from Schofield to not allow Jabs the closure, but he still gets there in the end. Nice little Pulverize out, and that is going to be another kill in the way of Aurora. Problem is now Jabs is going to be surrounded here by KJ and Divine Llama. Pops the uproar, but it won't matter. They'll land the Ice Path plus the kisses. In fact, Ollie's not out of the woods yet either. Divine Llama landing completely blind. And there was no sentries, no nothing. That was completely blind with the kisses.
No. Certainly so. Does manage to clean up. Yeah, it's just rough right now for Aurora. It all kind of boils down to that aggressive move from Kingslayer. Like trying to play aggressive in the spot lane with a counter control on the side of Heroic. With the fact that, again, you have a support Weaver. He's not going to give you control follow-up for the Ursa to really try to leverage these Fury swipes. Just make it rough. Now Kingslayer doesn't really have a lane to play in. He could try to jungle. It's a ways off until his Battle Fury. He's still copying all these hits from Devi for whatever reason.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot of damage.
What is this?
There's helping coming as well. Q's going to try and force a fight, but Kingslayer is still the one being hunted as they do take down Divine Llama, but can get the Ursa out of there. Well, Analog won't actually die for the kill. So they do actually get away with the Divine Llama kill for now. This Jabs ends up picking off Analog. The Pulverize will land. Analog not expecting the rotation and even the hook shot. KJ will get caught out. Kingslayer to take a couple kills, and well, Analog, not only does he not make the decision to jump in for the kill onto Kingslayer, but it costs his own life anyway because he just stands there.
And some great baits out from Aurora. Using Kingslayer as that bait. He's been so easy to kill that, you know, you don't expect anything different. And they just fall right into the trap. Great response out from Jabs and Q. They do buy enough space to save. And they're also starting to give some space out. Lorinov has free room mid, rushing the BKB here to be more aggressive on the Morphling early on. You've got the levels up on Jabs, rushing his own BKB. Like, a really good understanding on Aurora. They want to play fast here. Just leverage their early levels.
Lorinov. Oh, Lorinov. Schofield with the tips out from Divine Llama as now Jabs in huge trouble. Jabs trying to move in and salvage, but he will get taken down by the kisses of Devi. So will Q. And Schofield getting tipped in the middle of all that. I mean, he has been fantastic on this Rubik already.
And he is. Just getting that nuke damage off onto Lorinov. Full Agi shifted at that moment. Just not a tanky hero when you are full all in on your Agi. Just trying to go for those nuke plays, trying to get that pressure onto the mid, is punished for it. And Heroic again. Leading to this back and forth game, number 1 in net worth is Devi. Off the back of these kills, has a Yules for himself to save. And just to sustain through the spell spam he is applying out. Smoke out from Aurora. And they've got that hook shot ready on Q. Devi.
He's a nice target if they can catch him. They will get the hook shot off with Q. He does have a Yule Scepter available, so there is a bit of time he can buy, but nobody's coming to help out. So Devi Llama will drop. And Aurora, they will take their chance and just take down that tier 1 mid tower immediately. The Scofield's going to rotate, but it's really only him.
Yep. Does get a very nice spell, though, with Strength Gain Shift. And the attribute shift on, and this Rubik will be really tanky. That is the one annoying thing when you are the Morphling, of course. Rubik doesn't care for his agi, doesn't care for the armor too much, just wants to raw HP. Schofield has some opportunities here to just get to be a bigger nuisance in the middle. They do get room to clear at the bot tier 1. Heroic do manage to open up a little bit more map space, but it's a very well defended area. Some good forward wards here from the side of Aurora should prevent some rotations in. There is some forward wards from Heroic for them to try to play off of. But that does also show that Aurora's ready to fight into this one.
Radiant's middle tower.
Now moving in, chains are out. Lorenov did get caught with that, but he's going to be allowed to leave. It was only a level 1 chain, so the duration not too long. Into the mid tier 1 tower, Heroic will move. Griff will be forced out, but Aurora, they don't really seem like they're too interested in trying to force a fight. So chances are they are just going to let this one go. And that tier 1 mid tower does indeed go down.
Middle tower has fallen.
Aurora, they're not, obviously not very bothered by this. They've already found the opposing mid tier 1 tower. They're still just allowing K1 that time to farm. He is still top of the net worth board as well on the CK, just about to pick up the Orchid. So things are still going very well. Like when you compare to, say, Kingslayer and Lorenov's farm, K1 is still having a very, very delightful time.
And he is a little bit over, maybe around 800 gold advantage over Jabs, Lorenov, and Kingslayer. A nice little boost for the CK. Making great use of the Phantasm Illusion to just farm effectively as well, as we've seen Hector do time and time and again. You don't have a huge net worth advantage, mind you. Again, it's just around 800. Not the biggest deal. And Roche access is still open for the side of Aurora. With the Swarm on top, with the Fury swipes, this is not going to take too long. Did have forward vision here from Heroic. That should have spotted that movement in. They could try to contest, but they're just way too far off the map to even try to make that move in. So nice quick Roche. Maybe they find his pick off onto Jabs with a smoke, though. That could compensate for it.
That certainly could. Slayer will indeed claim Roshan. Jabs still in a bit of danger, but they have run the wrong way. I say that, Jabs is running directly towards Heroic now, so it won't really matter too much as he's running right to the belly of the beast. And Jabs, he has Onslaught available, but he doesn't have the time. So a nice little pickup from the side of Heroic. I dare say Aurora probably more than happy that they got the Roshan. So they won't mind the Jab's life being taken away too much, I don't think.
Well, certainly not. Like, you want this safety net for Kingslayer to just farm, buy yourself more time. You've got Morphling plus Ursa as your mid and safe. They do need time to ramp up. Do see Lorenov going away from the BKB he queued up earlier, just into the Manta style. Only lacking the recipe now. It's just kind of the classic sort of Morphling build. Nothing too crazy coming out here from the side of Aurora. For the side of Heroic, though, they hit this key timing now on Hector. With the Orchid up, he can look for the burst plays onto anyone that presents themselves. Maybe outside of Ursa with an End Rage. Can kind of just delete anyone on the map.
Could get caught here. He's not too careful. I mean, they are going to catch Q first. Q kind of giving his own life away. Does give the info over to Kingslayer that probably should be a little bit wary around the bottom lane. So Heroic, the lines have been drawn out towards the mid lane. It seems like they did want to try and get towards the Radiant Triangle, but instead they continue to hang around bottom. Kingslayer now going to reveal himself. Will farm by the T2 tower, but they are going to move in on Heroic. The rage was popped though by Kingslayer, and of course with the Aegis still up, they aren't even going to bother trying. the top lane, it seems like, is where the action probably will be, as Schofield has already TP'd over to prep for the defense of this tier 1 tower. There's going to be a 3-man smoke from Heroic as they do run up the river to try and meet Aurora by the tier 1, but instead Aurora, they're going to meet them by the mid lane. Jabs, he'll pop his BKB and rush right towards the Violama with a perfect onslaught, landing on 2 targets. You've already lost KJ. Devi Lama in trouble. Analog barely able to get away, but Devi will fall. His Q will be able to secure the kill, and the chase is on for more. They want that Rubik, and they've got him, I think. Schofield should have no way out of this one. So 3 down for the price of nothing here for Aurora. A fantastic engagement, and nice heads-up play as well. Just reading the map movement, knowing the smoke was coming. They meet them in the river instead of that T1 tower, and certainly caught Heroic off by surprise.
That they did. Also aligned with his BKB timing on jabs. So they've got the front line of the Primal Beast to play off of. Nothing to really dig through the debuffing this time around. Nothing like a kick or a punch to hold back that Primal Beast once he is set to go. They will manage to hold on to their top tier 1. Respawns are still short at this point. No full committal coming out. But, again, for the side of Aurora, it's mainly about hit and run. That's all you want to achieve off the back of this Aegis. You really just want to keep that build up. Hector is still farming up a Storm. You're not getting any net worth advantage really going your way fully on Aurora, but you are starting to hit some of those, again, initial spikes coming in here.
Hugh with a nice little block with the cogs on the Radiant Triangle. Heroic still trying to move in though. We'll start on those ancient stacks. Aurora, they still are around the area if they want to try and force another fight. It seems that they are not quite aware that the scan is now out. They know K1's around there somewhere, farming all that farm, but they will not intervene. Instead, they are going to smoke up and head through the mid lane, looking for KJ or Devi Lama. And Devi will break the smoke of Jabs, and Jabs immediately trying to go right after the snap. Fire has caught him. The Devi Lama will go down, and so will KJ. They'll take the ancient stacks, but it does cost them 2 heroes.
2 supports, 2 kills going to the cores of Aurora as well. Kind of worthwhile for the side of Aurora, all things considered, as long as these cores find a kill. So
Kingslayer, he wants more. He wants more. Schofield trying to get away, but there's no chances now. K1 gonna force a fight, does move in onto Jabs, but Jabs is just so tanky, he's not gonna drop that easily. They do buy back on Devi Lama to try and force this fight their way, but Devi now needs his own way out. Kingslayer is fine, so is Jabs. Everyone from Aurora does make their way out. In fact, they might even re-engage. Chains out from Lorenov. Kingslayer's gonna jump in. He's still got 10 seconds of the Aegis. He wants to try and force a reset, but it seems like he will not get it. Instead, they will retreat, as the kiss is now coming in from Devi Lama, trying to catch the Ursa, but Kingslayer is going to be just fine, and so will the rest of Aurora.
very well timed for Aurora. Very nice to force out the buyback from Devi as well, slowing down that big spike that they're looking for in the Snapfire into the Gleipnir. Can be offset without finding kill to cover that. And Aurora, again, they're just hitting these critical timings. You've got the BKB not too far off now for Kingslayer. You've already got that full Manta on Lorenov going for his own BKB. They've got room to clear out the top tier one at last. They can start to set up on both Roche sites in the next 2 minutes when we'll see that timer back up. Heroic. It hasn't felt like they've been able to capitalize on this Orchid as much as I'd expect them to for Hector. He has been taking an active position on the map. He is working onto the Manta. He can try to, again, just kind of clump up, play with a Reality Rip. Burst down. Just hasn't felt like it panned out. I think the big issue for Heroic is maybe just this difference in initiation style, right? Where you're relying on Analog coming in with chains and then playing off of Ice Pat, in comparison to Aurora just charging in with a BKB on jabs, getting a pulverize off and having everyone collapse onto him. It's a little bit easier for Aurora to just achieve their objectives with his fast BKB on jabs, with his aggression he's willing to provide for the team so far.
Absolutely. Jabs have been absolutely fantastic here for his side, and it's made life very, very hard for Heroic. Like, you've still got this great farm on K1, but whether it transitions into the late game and means anything against this Ursa Morphling is going to be the big question. Because you are up against this, essentially this double carry lineup. it can be very, very intimidating for poor old CK to deal with. So K1 going to go back to the farming game, does now queue up the BKB, but it just feels like he needs so much more. At the very least, the BKB will be a good start. But Aurora certainly making life very, very challenging. You are getting to a stage very soon as well where Kingslayer is going to start to overtake in the net worth department, I think. And
Jabs! He stole it! He stole the Tormentor!
Oh, Jabs! He actually got the Tormentor. That's hilarious.
Oh, he snuck in with the Invis Rune. Waits for the perfect time. He doesn't mention... I was hoping he would get the Tormentor and the Wisdom Rune. Just forced to bail out very early on, but... Just a free shard alone for Ollie? Sure, it's a support weaver. He only has level 1 Geminate to play off the Shikuchi. But that does allow some quicker farm for his support weaver. Now to try to scale up a little bit more as well. Maybe hope for Gleipnir for Ollie down the line. It's a pretty big boon. 6k lead on the back for Aurora. Roche respawn is going to be 2 minutes. Not the fastest Roshan. Does provide some time for Heroic to try to hit these item spikes as well. Going for the Eults on Analog for some protection. Again, the Gleipnir for the Vi stalled out from his buyback earlier on, but does have some utility, at least with a Eults and Force Staff on hand. Still needs the additional hold, which is this time Heroic's issue. We talked about it in draft, but their combination for hold, their most reliable stun is Chaos Bolt, and maybe the Chains if you're consistent here for Analog. But the fact that your hardest 100% stun is Chaos Bolt does not bode well. A very randomized stun, only holds 1. Whereas again for Aurora, you got a bit of an interrupt with the Onslaught in. You have mini stuns with the Pulverize. Nothing to break through Jabs and his debuff immunity. Very low committal overall from Aurora. Heroic, when they get those stuns, it does feel like they also need the kisses to flow in from the Vi. Again, you're already stacking some BKBs up. Kingslayer already has his. And they're setting their eyes onto the Roshan. Still, again, about 40 seconds away, but they're in a good position now for Aurora to keep building up on this lead.
Certainly are. Bottom lane. Roshan, it's going to be 30 seconds away. Seems like Heroic are prepping and so are Aurora. Both sides hanging by the Roshan pit already. Some nice wards being placed, of course, by Aurora first. Heroic now going to slowly move their way in. Sadly, there's no vision around the area here for Heroic. Schofield, he did get spotted out by Jabs, but they don't want to make the jump in yet. Eventually the onslaught does come in, but the lift up is there from Schofield to ensure they cannot follow up. In goes Savage trying to go up to K1, though K1 does make his way out as now Analog. He is down. Q with a double kill. They even found Schofield. Lorenov, he's on a KJ now, looking for the Jakiro. King Jungles is gone. It's Heroic, they will lose 3 heroes. And of course, they also lose a 4th being Roshan.
Man, that was so big. Again, the value of the Morphling when we saw that pickup, right, into just the Snap, the early picks, and now into the Ember, the Chain setting up for that movement out from Savage to get the cleaves. Just the best fight you could ask for from Aurora. They could have found even more. Q managed to get the hookshot off, but there's a quick enough response from Divide to increase that gap. You can quite finish up. You get the Roshan on top, as you mentioned here. Secondary life, plus the banner for the side of Aurora. Probably not looking to use the banner anytime soon, but that will bank it for when the high ground does come out. They'll have that safety net now to keep the creeps alive. 7k lead coming out from Aurora. Heroic faltering a little bit. And it just doesn't feel like you have a strong way of starting these fights until maybe the Gleipnir and the Vi simplifies that process a little bit more. Maybe if Analog has a safety net in the Eults, you can start to look for a little bit more. You do have that BKB up on Hector. It just feels like the follow through isn't neat enough from Heroic to play off of the CK.
Ollie. Schofield and K1, they're going to move on to the Weaver. Ollie should just be dead. And K1 will be able to secure a kill here on the CK, but kind of sad how long it took to actually get that support Weaver kill. It's like, you can see these fights just not really working out well if you don't have the damage up with this Chaos Knight. And right now, it just does not feel like it at all. Worst part is he's still top of the net worth for TK1. You know, it's more farm to be had, but against a small first, it's getting harder and harder.
That it is. To be fair, Ollie did pop a Greater Healing Lotus, so that's why it's a little bit stalled out. He did invest heavily to try to stay alive, maybe hoping for the time lapse after the silence and the chain stuns were removed. Still, you don't find really a big kill. At the least you don't really expend much on the side of Heroic. Just a little bit of a freebie to go their way. And the heart for Hector is going to be a nice spike, but you do already have the Spirit Vessel up on Ollie, so the regen game not going to be as strong for Hector. Has to be pretty smart with the Manta and the BKB for the Dispels. You are, again, just scaling nicely on Aurora. Like, yes, Hector's farmed up, but like you mentioned, it's double cores, and both of these cores are getting equal farm. Lorinov and Kingslayer aren't that far apart in that word. They are lagging 2k behind Hector, but these are two cores that are 2k behind your CK, whereas Analog is lagging severely behind, 3k behind Lorinov. The Vailama, again, with the buyback earlier on, not amounting to much, and his slower game after the initial set of kills, has not managed to hit these item spikes you'd want, of course, Snapfire to hit. Just doesn't feel like he can contribute as much with how much tankier these heroes are now at 27 minutes in. And that instantaneous burst isn't there anymore for the Snap.
No, it certainly is not. It's not been a very good time for the Vailama at all as of late. So now the T2 top tower does go down. Lorinov able to secure that.
Gold and sweet.
Butterfly to come up very soon for the Morphling. Heroic trying to, or rather K1 trying to get the hard up now on the CK, getting there almost. Problem is Schofield mid lane is going to die. Jab's able to pick him off the Primal Beast very, very easily. So the Rubik now down.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Aurora, I mean, they are grouping up mid. It seems as though they want to try for this T2 mid tower while the Aegis is still up on Kingslayer.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And they should be able to get away with it, because I don't think Heroic intend at all on trying to defend.
They can't really fight into it. That's really the big issue. 2 lives up on Kingslayer is just a little bit too much to work for. Just try to get that farm. Try to get some itemization. Analog now is forced to go for the Gleipnir for the team. Because again, the Vailama, his timings are just a little bit slower on that. At least with some AoE hold, you might be able to cut off that aggression from Aurora just a little bit more to get yourself in a good position. Still. Oh! Q lands that hook.
Yeah, they certainly do. Analog will end up going down. A huge play here from Kingslayer and Q.
Dire's middle tower.
Will they capitalize with an objective? Probably not, but it's still a pretty big fight. A pretty big kill.
That is interesting. If Analog just maybe held back a second later, a half second later on the Sleight of Fist, he could have dodged. The hook flew in as the Sleight of Fist was coming back. So, just not. He got hit by the flare as well, trying to get greedy in the last camp. Is punished. 20 to 12.
Lorinov does rift in. He has morphed into K1. K1 actually dropping very, very quickly here. Goes into the Phantasm, pops the BKB, goes on a Jabs. Though Jabs does manage to walk his way out of there. Though K1 still just needs to continue running, because this is not the fight he wanted. Gets stunned up again by Lorinov, and K1's gone. This is that stage where the Morph can just run you down now. Like, as long as he gets the right Morph target, which is K1 himself, it kind of makes it look easy.
And it does. Has the full Butterfly on Lorinov, has a lot of damage output on his hands. For Heroic, this kind of boils down to how their farm distribution's working out. There's no damage on Analog to deal with basically 3 tanky cores if you think about it. I mean, you have to take care of a Primal Beast with a lot of HP, a Morphling can shift around, an Ursa who has a lot of damage resist with the Enrage. It's just way too much for a Soul CK to manage by himself unless you split them apart. And Aurora just not presenting any vulnerabilities in being split apart anyhow. We have to find some solutions. Again, they need these items to be up. They've got the Gleipnir on Analog, and that is a start. I just don't think the damage is enough. Like, maybe if the Vi manages to bounce back in this game, you know, right into level 20, 25, Gets his Gleipnir BKB. Go for further itemization towards damage. Things can start to maybe clear up a little bit more. It just feels like the timings are off. A minute 40 until next Roche. Q doing a great job of just scouting out by the Tormentor. They know where Heroic's playing. They've got a good angle now for the smoke here.
With that die triangle is where they're headed, Aurora. They can find K1 again, they'd be feeling very good about this big fight. Wrap around through the die triangle, K1. Gonna pop his Phantasm Illusions and send them down through the bottom lane. Rocket Flare is now being spanned up by Q, going to give vision as K1 does get spotted, but they do go on to the Rubik instead first. K1, he'll get his BKB off and run away from Lorinov, who has an amp damage rune, still chasing him down. They'll move back into the morph, and Lorinov still just kind of tanking through all this, going back in onto the CK. K1 gets hooked up by Q, in huge danger, still trying to fight this one out. He'll be okay for now. It's Q in danger, and Q does drop. Nobody else falling apart from the Clockwork.
It's a very, very fragmented fight from Aurora. They were keeping that chase onto the Rubik. Like, Kingslayer and Ollie were chasing Schofield. He managed to steal and rage. He managed to TP out. If they just focused their damage onto the same targets that Lorinov was gunning down, that Q was looking at instead, you could have gotten away with a lot bigger kills. Still, Aurora maybe getting hyper-focused a little bit too much, not seeing the wider picture. Do miss out. And one pick off for Heroic. Not the biggest deal in the world, but it is a kill in a position where you're behind. That always feels good for Heroic. It allows a little bit more gold to flow in. You've got that full heart for Hector. Has that durability, has a little bit more of that right-click damage in as well on that. The item spikes are still there for Aurora. Excuse me. They've got the Octarine up on Kingslayer. So more uptime on the Enrage with a Shard. Having that on the Earthshock as well, it's going to be pretty damn good for our Ursa here. There's that Gleipnir we've been looking for from the Vi. So, double Gleipnir timing is up, even though it's pretty stalled out. That chain control is available for Heroic now.
I mean, it certainly is Heroic. Still fighting back, 11k behind, but they still got this CK that they can try to rely on to carry this game for them. Still top of the net worth board is K1, considering the circumstances, it is awfully impressive. Now the Bloodthorn out on K1 as they are going to go for the big smoker. Straight through the bottom lane they'll go. Oh, the Manta. K1 kind of made it obvious they're smoked up. I'm not sure if he's done that on purpose. But they know now because he did Manta right underneath the Rocket Flare vision.
Dire are scanning.
I think it might have actually been on purpose, though, because it seems like they kind of want Aurora to come to them, into their own vision. They'll place the ward by the cliff. It definitely was on purpose by K1, but Aurora, they're not falling for it. But now they're by the vision of the Radiant, so this is where Aurora want to fight. They'll get their own vision down. Schofield, though, he's been caught out on the Rubik. Can they save him? It doesn't really feel like it right now, but Aurora still moving in. They're gone on a K1 now instead. Schofield still surviving a little bit longer. Finally will go down. That is one gone. Q being caught out now. Q will be okay with the Ghost Scepter. Hook shot in. He'll find himself Divine Llama on the snap fight, but he will drop. In goes Lorinov trying to burst down the snap. Divine Llama, he will go down. That's 2 down for Heroic now. They are starting to fall like flies. Jab's been clipped in the middle of all this. He'll get a nice D-word off at the very least as King Jungles will drop. K1, TP cancelled off. He is dead. There is no chance of survival as they'll get the full team wipe for Aurora. And there's no real buybacks available apart from Analog, so this should be high ground.
Should be. There's the safer play of Roshan if they want that after the tier 2. A little bit silly that Reality Rift did cliff jabs. That's a very low probability of getting that pull distance just right. Doesn't make a difference in the end. Very great patience out from Aurora. The ward droppage there from Schofield kind of revealing the smoke as it was about to pop. And Aurora very patient with the Manta reveal. They did just hold their position, play around that advantage, and chase nicely. Again, the same issues are still there for Heroic. The double Gleipnirs are providing some kiting potential. The Kingslayer is a little bit easier to just stop in his tracks, but again, the Octarine and Shard does make that a little bit less of an issue for Kingslayer overall. They have been very focused on killing off Schofield, but it's for a good reason. There's so many good spells for Schofield to steal. Like, if he manages to get a good Pulverize off, it can just ruin these fights. Still, 18k lead for Aurora off the back of that engage, and into the Roche they go with a free Ag's Blessing and the cheese. That is going to be a lot of trouble, especially if they just hand this Ags over to Kingslayer. Having that Enrage every single time he needs it, again, simplifies the game here for our Ursa. Heroic. I don't know where you fix these issues. It just feels like there's not enough damage coming out from your Ember or Snap to kind of cover Hector. They've got control with Gleipnir spam, but you can just see in the output of Lornoff, when he zips in with that Daedalus Butterfly, he is melting faces along with Kingslayer. Even Jabs does a reasonable amount of damage with his Shiva's Guard up. It's just way too much. It's not sustainable. And all you have is Hector to try to focus down a single target out of those 3 at a time. It's not enough for the CK to do alone.
Well, at the very least, you know, they're still in this game, Jonathan. No Rax is being taken yet here by Aurora. They are up against an Aegis Cheese now, which does make things a little bit awkward, but again, still within this game. Just got to find some answers here to the draft of Aurora. They are starting to run out of answers, it almost feels like. It's only so much K1 can do on the CK to make this game work. It's like Kingslayer's going to start pushing through the bottom lane. There is still a tier 2 outer tower standing, so perhaps ready to take care of that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You know, Aurora, I mean, they are quite the conservative style of team, so I highly doubt they'll go high ground off the back of this tier 2 tower. They'll probably just wait for a couple pickoffs before they even think about it.
Yeah. That is how Aurora likes to roll. And they've kind of course-corrected for C being a little bit throwy, but it is a little bit more defensive. Eventually find that tier 2.
Oh. Jump in, Divine Llama, he's been caught by Kingslayer. He'll get the Yules off onto the Ursa, but Jabs will jump in right by the tier 3 tower. They've caught Schofield to boot. This could be a 2 for nothing special. They do take down Divine. Onto Schofield they'll go. Kingslayer, though, he will get pulverized by Schofield, but he is gone. K1 can do nothing to help out here. In he goes, onto the Ursa. And Rage was there in time, however. Even the buyback from Divine Llama, not really amounting to much. There's now the chain out from Lorinov. Oh, Lorinov locking down a couple. Hook. Even the hook out from Q locking down K1, takes out the CK. No buyback available for him. And I'll tell you what, Lorinov has made this mid-morphing look very good.
Now he has. What was that we were saying about Aurora being a little bit more defensive, Mike? Just dive into your trees. Good old defensive. See, that's the difference from 23 and from Kingslayer. That's a big difference, Mike. This prodigy going crazy.
I like this guy. Don't ever talk to me about that cabbage guy again. I only know Kingslayer. Tier 4
I'd like
towers.
to see you. You should say that in the interview.
The Rubik has been caught. Schofield will go down. Tier 4 towers under siege. One is already gone. Onto the secondary tier 4 tower. Heroic, desperately trying to defend, but Kingslayer jumping in onto Schofield. Now onto Devi as well. Even the cogs to just force him into the base. Into the fountain. Don't come out. Stay there, boys.
Oh,
now Devi Llama with the kisses out, but Schofield is going to die as Kingslayer. He wants to dive the fountain now, really to send a message. Onto Devi Llama he'll go, but he has to back out. In fact, never mind, the game's over. Ancient is down, and Aurora, they do secure a 2-0 victory.
That they do in pretty convincing fashion in game number 2. Game 1, a little bit more back and forth there. Game 2, they pull out all the stops. They get this Morphling mid going for Lorinov. They work a lot of flexibility in their draft with that early pickup in the Prowling Beast as well. Every lane working out for Aurora. They play around her timings really nicely as well. Again, we're seeing Jab step up to the plate, being so aggressive. Once he hits a couple of items up, rushing the BKB in this case, and just getting that activity for the team, made it challenging for Heroic. It just felt like again, the laning start for Analog was a little bit slower. We were seeing some great things from Lorinoff. Every single time this Ember would fully diminish his mana, he would just go in full confidence, trade back with right clicks, and suddenly it's a much more even lane that the Ember has to deal with. He doesn't have that snowball start you'd want here for Analog. The Vi was getting a strong start early on, but again, that one mistake for the buyback defense of top tower, I think, is where it really fell flat. That delayed out this timing for the Atos into the Gleipnir. That just meant the damage wasn't flying in. As we'll take a look at some of these highlights here from the last game. Aurora, again, playing a very clean game here in game number 2, playing around her timings. But it felt like Heroic were maybe trying to look to replicate game 1 a little bit more. You know, buy Hector off the space that we know he can eat up fast on the CK. It just felt like this time around, the sacrifices made to Analog and to Devi was just a little bit too costly. But again, Devi, early on, he was doing a lot of work. Just that buyback didn't quite pan out and stalled him out.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of errors here and there, and it does cost Heroic a game 2 victory. But props to Aurora. I mean, they've been playing fantastic. Of course, this game meant a lot to them, or this series meant a lot to them, because they are just fighting to try and remain in the upper echelon of their group standings. Before this series, they were sitting tied in 7th place with Blacklist International. Spoiler alert. But based off the other series that didn't currently, that have already finished, both SCA teams are at the bottom of Group A. However, now with the 2-0 victory from Aurora, they will start to move up the standings. So no longer are both teams tied in 7th place at the bottom in the red zone, where they would have to go home if the groups ended today.
Yeah, I believe Aurora does get pulled up to 5-5 off the scoreline. So that should mean they should be at least in the 5th to 6th position. I'm not sure how everything else went. Spoiler alert, the results for the other series for Southeast Asia did come out. I believe Blacklist did not have the best of times today, Mikey, unfortunately enough, but they were up against Falcons. So that is a team that got very angry after day 1, of course. And that does mean, for now, until the scores are further updated, Blacklist are they're at the bottom of the groups. So
why are you hesitating to say it, Johnny? Why are you always hating on this team? I don't understand.
What do you mean? How is that hate? How is that hate? How is everything I do hate? What is wrong with you? How is that hate?
It's just when it comes to Blacklist International, you just can't help yourself.
No, I'm hesitating because it's bad news for you. What do you mean, hate?
I think I hear someone, by the way, Jonathan. I hear somebody over the mic. I don't care about you and hating Blacklist International. We've got 23 Savage on the line, Jonathan. I want to speak to this man and see exactly what he's got to say, because they just pulled off a 2-0 victory here in this best of 2. Savage, congratulations, sir. Or should I say Kingslayer? Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. How the hell are you feeling?
Great. I think today is my first win as a Kingslayer, so it's pretty grateful. It's a great day.
Explain to me why you're named Kingslayer now, Savage. What happened?
I just watched Game of Thrones. It's kind of late, you know, but I just watched Game of Thrones and then I really like Kingslayer. Yeah.
Talk to me about this best of 2. What was the mentality coming into this this best of 2? You guys were tied 7th place with Blacklist before this. So how were you guys feeling coming into this best of 2 series?
I think we really need this win. We've done we've played shit yesterday, and I really think we need to come back, and I try my best and we succeed.
Perfect.
Yeah.
John, go on.
All right. Savage, I'm curious, what's different for you guys in Aurora in this tournament this time? You guys had a longer play-in stage. Do you think that helps you guys on the squad? Does it make you feel more comfy? Do you feel like the groups are very different to what you saw in the play-ins in comparison?
I think the competitiveness in the play-in and this group is actually a lot of difference. Because I didn't mean to say the play-in was weak, but it's kind of weak compared to the draft and everything in this group stage. So it doesn't really help that much, I think. What taught us is the game against Falcon taught us a lot.
Right, fair enough. Now, with that 2-0, of course, you guys are looking to push further up in your standings. Your last series, your next few series, I believe, are up against Team Spirit, and you also have a series up against Gaming Gladiators. How's your confidence in your team and yourselves going in after this 2-0 to those last 2 big opponents?
I think we're pretty confident, I guess. I think we get into our like games again that we didn't feel for like so long. And I think maybe we can win, maybe.
Well, Kingslayer, thank you so much for the interview. We love the confidence and can't wait to speak to you again, sir.
Bye-bye. Watch Game of Thrones.
Bye-bye, New England.
Don't watch Game of Thrones. Spoiler alert, the ending was absolute trash. I can't... You know, don't even get... If I start ranting about Game of Thrones and the way it ended, John, it's never going to end. Who's the MVP? Bring me the MVP right now. Change the topic before I get upset. Who's MVP, John?
We're going to take a look because I'm not sure who to hand it over as well. Our PlayStation Tournament's MVP is actually Kingslayer, mistakenly known as 23, mistakenly known as Nueng. Of course, it is just 23 Savage. I'm done with the joke. We've had our interview. It's done. 23 did play a fantastic game here on the Ursa. And I have to give props. Even his Monkey King in Game 1, I think, was very, very noteworthy. Again, with the early aggression he was taking, with how willing he was to take fights for his team. He's been playing a lot faster than what we've seen from him normally. And we are seeing, again, some of his moments here. Game 1 on that Monkey King, taking that aggressive positioning. And again, it's a step up. It's so much better. You know, that's why when Heroic were banning out the gyrocopter, I think a lot of Southeast Asian fans were like, yes, please. Please remove this. Remove it. You know, if Pete, if Jabs aren't, you know, if they still have it in mind, please hope for the enemies to just ban gyrocopter. That's it.
Yeah, I literally saw somebody fist pumping straight after that ban happened. He was so excited. It's like, finally this idiot Jabs is not going to pick Gyrocopter first pick, and we can actually give Savage a real hero. This is going to be amazing. And lo and behold, I mean, Gyrocopter gets banned, 2-0 immediately. And yeah, the viewers always get upset with me for saying these heroes are trash. But look what happens as soon as he gets banned, John. Look what happens. Suddenly they're not both tied at 7th place. Look at that. We've got some Let's bring up the standings. Let's have a look at what's happening in the standings, shall we? What's happening?
We should have you. We should have you on as sleep deprived as possible every time we cast, Mike. I feel like we're getting some quality content.
Oh, you wait till the podcast starts again, John. Aurora now 5th place. Blacklist International still in 8th place, sadly. Oh, now they're in 8th place. They were tied 7th, but now they're even lower than they once were. So Group A, Team Spirit, Gaming Gladiators looking fantastic, John. Props to OG. OG surprising me. It's currently sitting in 3rd place. Of course, Falcons straight after them. And in Group B, Tundra has looked pretty unstoppable. There was only that one game I think you and I were casting they lost, which is...
Yeah.
I don't know why it's always us that makes teams lose.
We're the curse.
We are cursed, aren't we, John?
I think we are. You know, I'm pretty sure BBT is very happy that we haven't gotten any of their games as well, though in their position, it's a bit tenuous. Every time we cast something from Eastern Europe, I know we are very cursed. I'm sure Ramses, when he sees us in the lobby, he's like, oh, these guys.
PTSD.
These guys again. Yeah, but still, again, a rough time for Blacklist. Again, even LGD is just placing above in new status score. We'll have to see if that bottom 2 can climb their way up. And this was a very big loss for Heroic as well, dragging them down a little bit lower in comparison. Still, we can take a look at our schedule for the next day of groups coming tomorrow, of course, as we do have more matches lined up, more days of groups still left, the last 2 days coming in. Start with Extreme Gaming, Weibo Gaming up against Mao's, followed by Team Spirit and Aurora into Mao's Liquid on this stream. A lot of exciting matches. Again, for Aurora, they've got some pretty tough matches left in Team Spirit and Gaming Gladiators in the next day. So for them to cement their position with these last two game series, it's going to be quite the ride for them. For Mao's being the double feature on the stream as well, every single series counts. I believe it almost feels like, you know, with the group stage tomorrow being the second to last day, if Mao's doesn't find a 2-0 victory tomorrow, it feels like their position down at the bottom might start to get cemented in. So there's a lot of pressure on Mao's to shape up, find a 2-0 on a 2-game series, and start to have some hope of climbing out. If they don't find it tomorrow, then it's going to be rough for those boys, especially considering, again, it's been a little bit up and down for them despite the steady improvements.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's kind of the thing with these newer rosters, right? Like, you're kind of just building up slowly, I think. And for Mao's, I mean, it's just all about getting experience for this current roster. Well, they're not out of it yet. No teams are out of it yet, but they're getting very close to being out of it. So they've got to get those wins on the board if they so wish to stay in the tournament. Jonathan, we're very close to ending our groups as well. There's only 2 days left. Today and rather tomorrow and the next day, and suddenly we're into the playoffs. Very exciting stuff.
That it is. You know, it feels a lot longer than it is because we had plans into the groups, but when you're in those moments, it just feels so... And the time flies by. The Dota is great. The patch has felt good. The games have been great. We've had a lot of great storylines already, especially for, you know, the teams we've been watching since the play-ins. We'll have to see if they can hang around past the group stage, as again, 2 teams will be eliminated from each group. But it is quite the adventure so far here in the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. You do not want to be one of those teams that has to surrender your key. That's a term, because they say triangle. Your key early on. You want to hold on to those as much as possible. Collect some keys. Be the headhunters. And crush it yourselves at some point if you manage to get the trophy. And that does also add a little bit of savoir-faire. I don't know if that's the right term anymore. Something. Flair.
What is that?
To the entire thing.
What was the first word you used there?
I don't know. It's from an old meme I watch. I just use words I don't know.
What?
Yeah. It's a really cool meme of what was it? Oppa Gangnam Style remade. It's really fun, Mike. I don't know why, but yes, it's a real term if I could learn how to spell it.
Yeah. Well, thank you, John, for that. I'll be completely frank with you. I have no idea where we're meant to be closing out the show right now, John. I've misheard our production, so I have no idea if they want us to close out the show. So I guess we'll just keep talking until they repeat themselves here. Okay, I've been told not to close the show. Never mind.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? This is why they put us at these times, Mike. This is the content, you know? And you know, the great thing as well, I saw my Twitch, all of the content was being watched by a lot of people as well. I'm sure everyone's been having fun, but it's almost time to sleep.
It is time to sleep, Jonathan. We've got confirmation. It is MLP Dota Electronic Fire. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you all again tomorrow for some more great Dota 2 action. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Whatever I want, I can have it. I'm exceptional, way above average. Obstacles don't stand a chance. You against me, better make other plans. It doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Playtime is over, now finish them. 100%, that's the minimum. I don't listen to them, they some liars. Before you beat the odds, you gotta be put through the fire. Yeah, so I take on every challenge. Life is full of ups and downs, you gotta find a balance. When you're down and out, you find out who really got your back. Listen to me closer, cause you know I'm spitting facts. Yeah, we are not the same, I'm a Wolverine. Thought I was dead, just recovering. I was dealt a bad hand, I just play my cards. But all I need is one shot, like a shooting star. Running out of time, gotta take a stand. I listen to you long enough, I hear I'm not a man. Failure is not an option. Throw away your red lights, cause I'm not stopping. Yeah, it doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Yeah, it's checkmate if we playing chess. If you got a problem, better say it with your chest. I'm the #1 contender, ain't no #2. Cause even if I fall back, I'm still ahead of you. Yeah, cause we the winners, now we can't lose. Ain't no mission impossible, now we can't lose. Even though we outside, still get it in. You want the crown, get in line, there's been many men. Stop me, can't nobody stop me. Lately I've been on my own, can't nobody stop me. All that tough talking for the birds, now I'm furious. This will never end, so I'll never need a period. Yeah, so we gotta fly high if you ever doesn't matter when nobody tells you, believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you, believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you, believe in yourself, power comes from within. Win, win, win. I got to win. Yeah, I got to win. I'm unstoppable, I got to win.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.